While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 44th Olympiad 2022. I'm Alessia Santermo, Women FIDE Master from Italy, and today my co-host is, as always, Grandmaster Artur Nikšans from Latvia. How is it going?
Namaste, dosto, Alessia. Everybody else who is watching, wonderful morning to you, or late night if you are from USA or from the Asian part. I don't know, it's probably already late afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be here back, Alessia, for round 10 of the Olympiad. I mean, every day so far, so much action, and I'm just so thrilled to see what today is going to bring us.
And today is an important day that might be super important for the final standings. You're at round 10, but let's have a look at the Olympiad format and remind everyone this is an 11-round Swiss. We are around 10, nearly there. Every team consists of 5 or 4 players. And of course, board 1 plays against board 1, board 2 versus board 2, and so on. The team with the more game points wins the match. If you win, you get 2 points. If you make a draw, you get 1 point. And the team that loses gets nothing, 0. Time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds of increment after every move. And additionally, there are 30 minutes of increment after move 40.
Right, exactly. And now let's check what are the current standings in the women's tournament. And there you go. After the yesterday's surprising loss of Team India 1 against Poland, this means we have a 4-way tie for the first place. Poland, India, Kazakhstan, and Georgia. And what it makes it really interesting, they're fighting out against each other today. And Ukraine also is not very far behind.
Yeah, let's have a look at the team that are trying still to fight for the podium. As you can see, as you said, everybody is so close to each other. Poland, India, 15 points. Kazakhstan also 15 points. But then there are lots of teams with 14 points. Same as Ukraine, we also have Azerbaijan, Armenia, Germany, Indonesia, and with 13 points, Indian too. That's very close.
Very, very close, because again, there's a race for the medals. I mean, not only the gold medals, but the podium is really something that every single team wants to achieve. So it's going to be very, very narrow race in the final 2 rounds.
And we should have a look at the open section. This is also very exciting. We have a direct matchup today. 1 versus 2, Uzbekistan versus India, and that's important. But of course, also important what Armenia, India, and Netherlands are doing today, because they can still fight for the victory of the Olympiad and for sure for the podium.
Look at the tie. I mean, basically, it's the 4th place up to 10th place. I mean, they have 14 points in total. So the race is very, very narrow. So Team USA also is still in the contention despite a shock loss against the second team of India. They can still make it to the medals. And all you need to do is score at least 3 match points out of 4, and there you go.
Yeah, as we said today, very important matchup, India 2 versus Uzbekistan. I think we should have a look at some players that had an incredible performance so far in this Olympiad. And here we have an amazing card. Of course, I will mention the first 2 that we mentioned during this coverage in the previous rounds. Gukesh with an amazing performance. He pulled out the Gukesh with 8 out of 8. And yesterday against Mamedyarov, he could just make a draw. Instead, Olivia Kielbasa from Poland, she pulled out the Olivia Kielbasa with 9 out of 9. That's huge. That's impressive. I'm curious to see how they're going to do today.
Right. These are the individual heroes, of course, for the team, and they're pulling the team forward. And also Olivia, yesterday, her amazing performance in this drawish game against Vaishali allowed for Team Poland to catch up with the leaders. So they are pushing for their teams to score really good result.
And now the question is, what are today's matchups? And here we have it. India playing against Kazakhstan in the women's section. Georgia versus Poland. This is a direct match. Germany versus Ukraine. Armenia versus Azerbaijan. And USA versus Indonesia.
Huge matches, which maybe already are going to give us a glimpse what might look the top three. There you go. The pairings for the rounds for the teams 6 to 10. Maybe we are going to jump into that action at some point later, but I guess mostly we'll pay attention to the top 4 and 5 for the medals. What's happening in the open section?
Well, that's huge because, as I already announced, the match of the day is by far India 2 versus Uzbekistan. We have a big matchup. If one of these teams wins, they are going to put their feet on the first place at 1 round remaining, and that's huge.
That is huge. And this matchup, second team of India against Uzbekistan, I have a feeling this is what everybody was waiting for, because that's essentially the future of chess. I mean, Abdusattorov versus Gukesh, top board. You're going to see today. They have some backstory between them. We are going to talk about that later. What a day is ahead of us.
Absolutely. We will also have a look, of course, at board 2, Azerbaijan versus Armenia. Will USA come back with another victory against Turkey? Iran versus India, also very exciting. Serbia versus the Netherlands. There is lots of fun in front of us.
Right. Very, very close matches. And by the way, talking about the Olympiad in India, right? I think, again, we have to mention that All Indian Chess Federation has done a wonderful job so far, because you remember the backstory, right? Originally, the Olympiad was scheduled to be held in Khanty-Mansiysk. It was then moved to Moscow, Russia. They got removed their chance to organize the Olympiad due to obvious reasons, what's happening in Ukraine. Now, then the Federation of India took it over, and they managed to organize this superb Olympiad in just several months. First time in the history of chess. Talk about new tradition, Alessia. Let's talk about this torch, which is, I mean, the Olympic torch, which was lit for the first time in the history of chess Olympiads. India did it first, carrying out about 75 cities all across India. And I hope this tradition is going to remain, but still, I mean, the feedback from Chennai, it's incoming. It's just awesome.
Yeah, Twitter is full with very positive feedback about the organization, about the culture, about how people care about chess in India. That's something that India is really one of the best countries for how important chess is. Let's have a look at the notable matchups, because we have seen the top boards, but there are also some very interesting match going on. Of course, we need to have a look at what Ireland is doing against Switzerland, because they are having a player that is having a performance that is insane, Conor Murphy, and Canada as the captain, the godfather of chess streaming, Eric Hansen, Norway with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and of course also Poland, Sweden are super strong team. Last but not least, we have Belgium versus Romania, and Romania, Arthurs, this team is getting stronger and stronger.
Right, they have the rising star Bogdan Diak, who recently reached 2700 in the live rating list. They will get a lot of support from Richard Rappert, who is transferring the federation. This team is going to be the one we need to watch out for.
And I'm so happy to say that the game are starting, and the first match that we need to go to see is the one we announced already, India 2 versus Uzbekistan. And here we go straight into board 1. the first 4 moves has been played. It started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and d5. A very classical setup. Queen's gambit declined. Knight c3, bishop b4. We are in the Ragozin defense.
Right, the Ragozin defense was also the chosen defense by Gabriel Sargissian from Team Armenia against Gukesh, exactly right here in this Olympiad, and Gukesh was able to score a very nice victory. I guess since Abdusattorov is ready to repeat it, he has some ideas how to improve Black's setup. They have a backstory because obviously they are the strongest players of their generation. I mean, Dominguez Gukesh right now is about world number 20. Abdusattorov will cross 2700 pretty soon. So Abdusattorov, age 17, Gukesh, age 16. They are going to be the world champion caliber in a couple of years. Now they're playing here, top board, Olympiad. They're fighting against each other, and they already did, Alessia. They did already fight against each other just a couple of weeks ago in the Biel Grandmaster Triathlon. And to remind you the story there, Gukesh won in the round 1 with the black color. This means it's the revenge time.
Yeah, with the black color this time we have Abdusattorov and Queen a5 check. I think this is not one of the main moves.
Yeah, Queen a4 check is the most popular move here, at least according to the modern theory. And the idea is to provoke Black to play knight c6. So with knight c6, Black protects the bishop on b4, but he cannot so easily challenge a white center by pushing c5. So White is going to play Queen a4 check, and at some point simply retreat with the queen back to c2.
And I think we have already a new move on the board. We see from the live camera that Gukesh made a move, and he already went to take maybe some water. And now, of course, we have the move castle already played. I think there is something interesting going on in board too, because there are just 2 moves. e4, c6. White is not yet making the second move. Is this a sign that Jakubboev is surprised?
Well, I can definitely understand him because I've done the preparation against Sarin. Well, let's just put it this way. It's impossible to prepare against him. He plays everything with Black, e5, e6, d6, e6, c5, any single opening, right? So with c6 having played, I'm not sure how much time Jakubboev spent for the preparation. He's just trying to recall, wait a second, what was the setup? What was the setup in my morning prep against the Indian player, right? What should I choose here? He's trying maybe to guess where exactly is Michal aiming this game, right? Because usually if your opponent chooses certain defense, he has something in his mind. He's seen something in your repertoire, which maybe is not very convincing. So now, before instantly responding with the normal moves like d4, knight f3, knight c3, whatever, Jakubboev thinks, what my opponent has cooked up.
Yeah, we'll come back and see what is Jakubboev reply, what is his decision, how to face the Karakan. And let's move on to board number 3. We have Praggnanandhaa versus Sindarov. Praggnanandhaa yesterday was the hero of India to saving the day with the incredible victory with a lot of ups and downs, I would say.
Right, that was a totally crazy game, and it easily could have ended Azerbaijan winning 3-1. Would have had a completely different match today, right? Still, this is what makes chess really exciting, and Prague did manage to win the end. Very, very close match for second team of India. And here we have King's Indian. So this is a very sharp continuation. This means that here Sindarov is all about business. He's not going to try to play for a draw. He wants to go for a fight. And if we talk about the performance of all of the players, I feel I have to mention not only Team Uzbekistan is one of the youngest teams in the Olympiad, and so is, of course, the second team of India, but Team Uzbekistan, every single player, including the reserve player, Alessia, they have performed over 2,700. So that just let sink that in. Over 2,700. Everyone. There is just not a single underperformed board. Everyone is scoring 2,700. The two players are scoring about 2,800, and together as a team, Team Uzbekistan has suffered just 2 individual losses in 9 rounds. So that is what? 36 games, just 2 losses.
Yeah, that's huge. And that's why Team Uzbekistan has one of the best tie break. This means that if today Team Uzbekistan is winning the match against India 2, they will have something very, very important to say about this Olympiad, because their tie break is nearly unbeatable.
Right. They have very good tie breaks. And in case their viewers, you're wondering what is this tie break, the tie break is the in a simple language, the small points. So it does matter how you're winning your opponents. Is it 4-0 or is it 2.5 against 1.5? While it does give you 2 match points, it's those small points which matter in the end, right? So Team Uzbekistan have crushed a lot of opponents with huge scores. They actually beat Team Armenia, one of their direct competitors, 3-1. And it also helps to the tiebreak.
Yeah. And here we have ball number 4. Adhiban is back. He was resting for a long time, but now is back on the board. He's named Adhiban the Beast, you know, and is playing. They played already 17 moves. I want to go through the opening. You will stop me at any interesting moment. This was C4.
What? E4? Wow, this is super rare. Just a second. What is this? I mean, E4, this is, what was after knight G5? Nobody plays like that.
Yeah, it seems like a counter Nimtsevich, something like this. The Nimtsevich.
And what's the next move?
The next move is C6. So you are sacrificing a pawn.
I've never seen this before. Just a second. What is this? Because, I mean, the entire point of, let's go back a move, right? Entire point of having included knight f3. The entire point of including knight f3, why white doesn't play something like knight c3. Yeah, so knight f3 forces black to put the knights on c6 and f6, so that after any e4, there is knight g5 possibility. So what I mean, second move, knight f3. Maybe that was a wasted explanation. So I try to play the second move, knight f3. You have e4, right? And now there's no knight g5. And after knight e4, I play whatever. Knight c6, d5, you choose, right? I mean, black is just doing fine. So that's why white starts with knight c3. He starts with knight c3, takes care of the e4 square. So black responds with knight f6. And after knight f3, the word is, you're not supposed to play e4, right? You're supposed to play knight c6, and yet he plays it. And now after knight g5, the first thing which jumped to my mind is really black played the long gambit, which is b5, which is actually quite a funny line, and especially in accelerated time control games, it could be possible, b5, and then you push d5. Actually, this is quite funny stuff, and if you don't know that, you can easily get in trouble. But what happened there, c6? I haven't seen this.
C6 was played. And it seems like it's really a sacrifice. After knight takes, the knight got exchanged, and now d5 with tempo, attacking the knight, exchanging the central pawn, and now the knight is again under attack. And where is it going? On g3. And now guess the move, Erdos.
h5?
Boom, exactly. Going for it. e3 and h4. Knight e2 and knight c6. b4 and queen f6. By the way, by the speed the players are playing, I guess that this is no surprise to Vokhidov.
It's surprise to me, Alessia. I haven't seen this. Maybe there's a game I haven't seen, some latest game between some very good players, because this is very fresh stuff to me. Apparently somebody has already played it, but this is a very new, interesting idea, which could have very interesting new evaluations of this line. But actually, Alessia, if we talk about this game and the entire match strategy, I have a feeling that Uzbekistan, they're performing pretty much the same as Team India too on the first two boards. But the difference is, since I already said, the entire Uzbekistan team is performing over 2700, second team of India is not. And they are slightly underperforming compared to Uzbekistan's mighty performance on board 3 and 4. That said, Raunak Sedvani and Adhiban, they are only performing, only at 2600. And I think that probably Team Uzbekistan's chance is try to score at board 4, because they have the white color, and they're technically ELO, not even an ELO favorite, but they have the white color and they have the better performance. And I find it to be really interesting that it's Adhiban who takes it over and immediately charges forward, and he's like saying, I'm not the weak link here in this match.
Well, on the other side, I saw a comment by Great Fulvert in the chat that Adhiban is trying to have an open position on the board, and he probably thinks that he will have chances even with the black pieces, and is taking some probably calculated risk. I don't think that you would not take uncalculated risk in a game or a team match.
They know this. They know
so
this
important.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he has the situation under control, and probably he chooses an opening that gives him some chances even to fight for the point, because you never know. One opening with white can go on the wrong side, and Team India probably knows that due to the worst tie break today, they need to beat Team Uzbekistan.
Exactly.
G6.
So can we go to the current position? I think there were a couple of moves.
Yeah, I'm going through King F2. Oh my god. Oh my god. King F2?
Really?
Look at this. Boom.
So just casually making King F2 as a normal developing move. All right. All right.
All right, guys. Welcome to modern chess.
Yeah, the idea is to defend the pawn on G2, so the bishop D3 is a threat. Did I see bishop G3?
Yes, bishop G3 is on the board. And now
so you
the
cannot
pawn,
take it, right?
Yeah, you cannot take because there is check, and if you go on G1, you have mate, basically. Look at this. Check, boom, check, and G1, and checkmate on H2.
That's beautiful.
That's so cool.
So the entire point of bishop G3, king G1, bishop D6 is dislaunch the white king. And now what white is going to do? Is he going to accept the pawn on D5?
Wait a second. Wait a second. We have a repetition already. Oh my god, this is a repetition. So now, is white going to go again back with the king on F2? Maybe this is the idea of Adhiban. You are forcing white to take a repetition. If not, this king on G1 is blocking the rook on H1 for a very long time. And I don't feel like the king on G1 wants to stay there. Oh my god, look at this preparation.
I think, Alessia, chance for a triple repetition is 0. I mean, Vokhidov has to play on. I mean, there's a risk. Of course, you are not happy to walk into a deep prep, but who is going to score the win, right? Somebody needs to score the win, and you're the guy on the 4th board. You're playing against one of the players with the black color who is performing, comparing everybody else in second team of India only to 2600. This is it. This is your chance, right? And that's why I guess Adhiban decided to go very aggressive and surprise in this gambit. And by the way, thanks for the raid, Daniel Naroditsky. He just raided us with a huge amount of people. So Dania is going to be back here tomorrow.
And look at the live camera feeds. Adhiban just left the board. This really gives the opponent the impression that he knows this position. He is studied, he is prepared, he knows what's going on. And now it's white that needs to take the big decision, going for the draw with the right pieces in a team event, or go for the fight with other moves. What could be another move for white?
Whatever, just not king f2. I don't believe for any single second there's going to be truffled repetition. I just don't believe it. He has to play on. Imagine yourself. This is the worst possible decision you could make. You play a very tight match, and let's say you lose in then 1.5 against 2.5, and there you go. You made this very quick draw with white in the opening. You just don't do that at all, right? You have to fight on. There's going to be risk. So I'm sure that white is going to continue.
Yeah, I also believe so. And that's necessary for the team event. White, the strategy is always this one. White needs to push for a win, and black needs to stay solid and try to get an equal position.
But this is a huge psychological moment because, I mean, you prepare something, your opponent pretty much cooks up some crazy opening prep, and there you go. Bishop, I think I saw bishop b5 being played. The truffle is declined. You're not going to see an easy draw here. And now the question is, has Adhiban prepared some, oh, sorry, it's knight b5. Has Adhiban prepared something against this move?
Knight b5 is clearly attacking the bishop. And I think this is one of the moves that you need to look at, because the bishop cannot easily go somewhere easy. There is the threat of knight c7. And I think he moved the bishop to b8. Yes, the move is on the board. This bishop looks a bit awkward there on b8.
That is bad news. That is bad news, Alessia, for white, because he knows this move, right? Because you try to kill your opponent's preparation. Bishop b8, right back. The ball is back on white's side. And how do you continue now? Very difficult to gather the thoughts right here, because the stakes are the highest, and Adhiban immediately charges right after the opening. I'm not sure why the white pawn on d5 could not be taken. There must be something.
Check, because probably there is something going on here.
I don't see. Do you see? I don't see immediately. I mean, to me, it looks like a free pawn. Obviously, I recognize the dangers. Maybe h3.
Do you? Yeah, h3, because if g3, you can already give away the bishop. Boom.
Yeah, exactly. So bishop g3 looks incredibly dangerous. And what about g4? Yeah, h takes, queen g3 is killing. And what about g4?
About g4?
Must be something at 5, yeah?
Yeah, 5.
This is nuts. You know, totally crazy opening. I've never seen it before. If you have, congratulations. You have seen more than I have. I have not. This entire sequence of c6, d5 is big news to me.
But that's so beautiful, and that's why probably White didn't go for the risk. By the way, why, by the amount of time that White is thinking, I believe that he has some idea. I think he's just trying to remember what is going on here, because if not, this is such a critical moment. You don't go for this move with just 8 minutes. It's of course surprised, but I think he has still some preparation going on.
Right. All right. I think we move on. Of course, this is going to be a very exciting game, but guess what? It was to be expected.
Yeah, let's start to watch the match. Azerbaijan versus Armenia. Board 1, we have Mamedyarov versus Sargissian. And that's the current position on the board.
Mm-hmm.
This is already looking very crazy as well. I think currently white is a pawn down, is black to move. So it means that the pawn on a3 could be taken, b3 could be a move. What do you think, Arthur?
I mean, what is this craziness? I mean, the black rook on a6, the white pawn on c7, h4 included. I mean, I look at the players, of course, it's Mamedyarov. It's Mamedyarov playing with white, a super sharp position, but I mean,
I'm very confused, Arthur. I see the bar that is in favor of black, but I also see white's time 1 hour 32. Is this a crazy preparation that the engine doesn't even understand?
Not really sure, to be honest.
I'm super confused.
I'll speak very I'll check very briefly the database about this craziness in the Adhiban's game. I want to see. I mean, I already see some games have been played at this line. I just want to see where this is coming from.
Yeah, in the meantime, I will do just some general consideration about this position, because if we count the pawns, we see that white is a pawn down. Now, the king is about to be castled. I think both king will castle at one point on the king side, and they should be more or less safe. Now, how are all the other pieces doing? There is a super strong pawn on c2, which is, just one step away from the 8th rank. And that's always dangerous and needs to be considered. For example, I can imagine if white is manages to castle, bring a rook on the c file, bishop d6, and then maybe after the exchange, knight takes on d6, the queen needs to go, and you're already promoting that pawn. This is not a small threat. On the other side, black has an extra pawn. Now it's black turn to move, and I see already the move b3 would attack the queen and secure a passed and protected pawn. I don't know.
Alessia, if I can go back very quickly to the game of Adhiban, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I checked what's played before in this crazy line. This is the new trend I was not aware of. Some very high level games already have been played in this line. So going back after this entire sequence, e4, 9, g5, right after the opening, c6 is the modern stuff. And I see a game played between Dingleran against Arian Tari in one of the online super tournaments back in May. And also Adhiban, he has played it himself against Aravinci Tambaram, one of the online super tournaments. But this entire sequence of how did I continue after d4, this was repeating the game of Dingleran against Arian Tari. And the new move here after h4, knight e2, knight c6, d4 is the move queen f6. That's a new move, because bishop f5 was the only game so far played in this line. This is super freshly baked opening theory. You don't get to see that anywhere else. And I think that Adhiban has super deep prep here, and you just don't play this randomly. You play it out in one of the most important games of your career. There you go.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Let's have a look at the current position. There is just a move also. Gone is bishop d3, attacking the queen. And Adhiban has still 1 hour 32 minutes on the clock. But if I'm not mistaken, now he's taking some time to think. So is it over? I don't think that is over. I think that if you know how super grandmaster are starting openings, they don't stop. I mean, they get to this position and they know that there is a repetition, but then they see what are white's options to decline the draw. And knight b5 is an obvious move, and then also everything that happened is logical. There is no crazy move. So I'm sure that Adhiban still has much more to show us.
Yeah, he definitely has some prep, but I mean, the rule is that it sometimes ends at some point. And if the opponent has played something he doesn't know, there's a good chance engines don't support it, right? You haven't seen this move at all because it's not the top choice of the engine. Now Adhiban is sitting out and try to figure out what is it.
All right, let's go back to Mamedyarov versus Sargissian, because this is also some craziness going on. I did already some general consideration. White is for now a pawn down. Both kings should be safe on the king side. White didn't castle yet, but should castle soon. At this point, is black to move. So I think black is considering the move b3 at one point or another. Artus, what do you think about this position?
It's incredibly difficult to evaluate, since especially this was played in an opening phase. Let's not trust the bar. The bar says black is better, but I try to picture what is Mamedyarov's idea. The knight on b5 can be protected by the queen d3. The pawn on c7 is not going anywhere. The knight on d7 and bishop on e7, they're not targeting the pawn on c7. They cannot push out the knight from b5. Also, there's h5, h6 ideas. There's knight g5 ideas. So this is just incredibly complex. And maybe Mamedyarov knows that it is worse for white, but black has to pick up, just insane moves. And if you start to play the human moves, the evaluation suddenly jumps, right? And this is really how the best players in the world, they're preparing. They're semi-bluffing, right? They know that if their opponent, sometimes they're doing this, that the opponent is going to pick up those just absolutely insane moves. They're not losing, they're worse, but they're going to figure it out, right? So they're not really like risking with a draw. But as soon as, for example, his opponent starts to play some human moves here, like, for example, b3, something like human moves like queen b7 and rook c8, maybe, according to the engine, this is just a huge mistake.
Yeah, I want to see if you move. Let's move the queen to d2, d3 maybe, or to e2, or c6 even a possibility. Just blocking the queen, and not really because the knight is protected. Let's play queen d3, and I want to see, is queen b7 already a problem? Oh my God, yeah.
You see the bar?
B7 is already a mistake.
I told you, Alessia. There you go. So you just made a very normal human-looking move, and the bar immediately says, "Oh, that's a mistake." I mean, and that's why it's just a common example how top GMs are making their preparation, right? And maybe the best move is not queen b7. The best move is something like, I don't know, I mean, 98, right? Try to pick this up. So,
98.
for example, yeah, maybe it's a ridiculous move, but maybe according to the engine, I mean, there's some crazy idea which is simply not in your radar.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Sargissian will play. We know that we see from the time that Mamedyarov is in full control here. He knows what is going on. But as you said, this is like a poker bluff.
I mean, of course, there's a chance. So there was mention in the chat, by the way. So once again, the viewers, thank you for your amazing insight. Of course, maybe Mamedyarov mixed up. Maybe. We don't know that. Yeah, he's thinking. His body language, by the way, is not great at the moment. Maybe he mixed up something, but what I see is a complete mess.
We'll come back there. Let's see board 2, what is going on. We have, ooh la la. This is already, that escalated quickly. We have a rook endgame where white has an extra pawn, 2 rooks on the board. And okay, that went fast. We are at move 25 already.
This looks quite drawish, to be honest, despite the fact that white has an extra pawn, probably still part of the opening prep. White hopes that he's going to capitalize on the extra pawn. But those weaknesses at the queen side, they're easy targets. So picture yourself even this plan. Even if black does not win back the pawn, and he trades those queenside pawns, 2 pawns against 3 at the king side is just an easy draw. So yeah. I think so far Gusenov is doing wonderful. And he's going to play something like rook f7, rook c6, double the rooks at the c file, rook a6, touch those pawns. And Melkumian shouldn't be very happy about this unless this was his plan all along. If the opponent picks up all the good moves, then he at least has some chances to play this rook angle with an extra pawn. But to be honest, looks quite George to me.
Honestly, I think that Melkumian is not happy at all. If we see the time situation, always the time reflects what happened in the opening phase. So Gusenov got all the moves in preparation. It really has 1 hour 34 minutes. So it blitzed out everything. Instead, Melkumian, of course, knows what is going on. But
now, this is opening prep, sure. I mean, yeah. Sometimes the prep takes you directly to the endgame. They're so good.
Yeah, so the time indicated Melkumian is probably not so happy about his position, as you have very small margin here. And with white, you want more than just a small margin. Third board, here we are. This game has just started. Players that already used a bit of time. This was an Italian game, bishop c4, bishop c5. Now there are so many new ideas in this opening. They try to deviate from the Berlin in the Spanish. Players don't want to go for any endgame in the Berlin, and so try to choose this Italian with a5. What is the idea of the move a5 there?
Actually, I'm looking at team roster of Armenia. I'm a bit surprised not to see Tersakakyan in the lineup in one of the most important matches of the Olympiad. So Manuel Petrosyan is back in action. He played, let me tell you exactly when was the last time he played in this Olympiad. Round three. Manuel Petrosyan was playing the last game. He finished in a draw, then he skipped 6 rounds. Because the team Armenia was doing so well, there was no need to change anything. And apparently, Tersakakyan, Team Armenia's third board, has scored only 1 point out of 4 in the last 4 matches. And that's why Team Armenia feels that they have to give a chance also for Manuel Petrosyan to step in, try to change something. And yeah, there he's playing with the black color, this highly topical Italian game.
Rook e1, bishop a7, knight b2, castle h3, and bishop e6. This is the current position. It feels like we're still in a very early stage of this game.
Maybe also, Lesia, since we're talking about Team Azerbaijan, let's check their card, because they are currently in the 6th place in both categories, the men's team and women's team. And and now we are going to see this very, very nice card with the entire team of Azerbaijan. Also doing great in the so-called Gamperindashvili Cup. In case you're wondering what is Gamperindashvili Cup, that is like a total ranking of women and men best score, right? So obviously Team India is leading, but Azerbaijan is doing really, really good. Great country with great chess tradition. So there you see, obviously, Shahriar Mamedyarov. Rajabov is not playing, but also the women's team is very good.
Yeah, and here we see that, as you said, they are doing so good in both categories. And I think it's funny that they, at the moment, their position in the standings is 6th place for both open section and women's section. So I find it nice. And here we have, the overall standings of open section and 6th place, and also here the overall standings of women's section. Amazing card with also, guys, look at this: 6 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. Look at this, exactly the same. Let's go back to the open section shortly so we can see also that Azerbaijan has also done the same.
Yeah, that is quite interesting, right? I mean, not very often you see both teams performing the same way. Maybe Team Azerbaijan, I mean, probably not maybe, but most obviously is disappointed with yesterday slipping the victory against the second team of India, but still they have a chance to fight for the medal. And of course, today, extremely important match against Armenia. It always is.
Here we have the overall standings, our producer showing 6 victory, 2 draws, 1 loss, exactly the same. They are connected, the team are connected. That's a bit a sense of the cup, that you want to see overall how the country is doing in both open and women's section. Bishop b5 on the board.
All right. So Bishop b5, that's the modern stuff. Let's not delve into details too much, but the point is a5, Bishop a7. It stops white's advancement of the queen side with b4, a4. Space advantage, again, all over. Very important discussion in chess, especially thanks to the modern engines. And now black plays bishop e6, because then for white it's going to be quite tough to claim any advantage of space in the center of queen side. So bishop b5, one of the ideas is to play knight f1, knight g3, and push d4, d5. So what white is claiming here, that the bishop on e6 for black is not so perfectly placed. And now what did black play here?
It's just the current position.
I think this position is more usual with the bishop on c5. But again, sometimes there's this weird mix. You can mix ideas together. So with the bishop on c5, one of the common ideas for black is queen b8. Queen b8, queen a7. So again, super modern maneuver. But with the bishop on a7, I guess knight e7, knight g6 looks very human to me. And then play c6, b5, a4. Again, trying to get a lot of space at the queen side.
Amazing. Let's go to the last board of this match. We have Ovanesyan versus Abbasov. This was a Rui Lopez with
Yeah, some sort of Ra Lopez.
a quick b5, which is a bit atypical. And then we have the move a4. One at the center was taken. This is something fresh as well. It's not something that you see so often.
Not the most conventional way to continue. It's rather interesting. That's why, of course, in order to succeed at the highest level, very often you have to come up with new ideas. It just doesn't work like that. You open ChessBase, for example, one of these softwares with 8-9 million games. You search what is the most popular topic right now, then you prepare for 1 hour, then you come and play in Olympiad top game. I mean, who you're going to surprise like that? And in order to be successful, that's why they're training camps. That's why you need to come up with new ideas, new concepts, and you often get them in not so well explored lines. So for example, this is not really mainstream, this 95d4. Again, both players are trying to slightly divert and then present their ideas. They have figured out in their training camps. And then, of course, the opponent is naturally surprised, like this Adhiban's queen f6, because nobody has seen it before.
Absolutely. Let's go back to board 1. They said that maybe Mamedyarov made a move, but no, that's a fake news.
Yeah, there's no move.
Not yet a move. Mamedyarov is taking time to think. And somebody wrote that maybe Mamedyarov might have messed up with preparation. Do you think is this a possibility?
I mean, there's always the possibility, right? We never know for sure, but I guess we're going to see. Do we move on with the next match, maybe?
No, I just want to go shortly back to the game of Adhiban, as you mentioned, because it's so beautiful. There is a move that was played, and I think it's quite interesting that Adhiban took 9 minutes. So probably this is a bit the end of his preparation. And then here there were many moves available. Bishop f5 was an option, queen to h5. And it's just to go back with the queen on f6 that on one way removes the pressure away from the g2 pawn. So there is not any more h3. This is the current position. And I think both players now are out of theory.
Should be. And also, what I see about this queen f6, maybe it hinders white's potential development with some tactical tricks. I'm not saying it's working, but let's try to move. Let's say bishop d2. White plays some normal move. I play a6. Knight c3 and knight d4. Does this work? Maybe not immediately, but the big point is that after e takes queen d4, you suddenly start to see that
there is the pawn on d5 that is hanging, so maybe.
Of course, that is a very valid point. That's why I didn't even calculate this further. Maybe there's queen d6. Maybe this is still playable, but this knight d4 idea might be a possibility at some point. Maybe I have to start with bishop e6. So something along the way like this could be played. Yeah, king f2 maybe, and now there's no knight d4 anymore. But then again, you look at this position, Alessia, and you start to ask yourself the question, how are you going to develop the king side? Rook goes away, the pawn on h2 falls. You see the bishop on b8, you play g3, you weaken the king. You play h3, you weaken the g3 square.
It feels like with natural move, you cannot solve the problem. And this is what Super GM were trying to do. Of course, Grandmaster have the intuition. They have the right intuition where to, how to develop the pieces in an harmonious, in a logical way, in a nice way. But the test is when suddenly you need to make very strange moves. And then maybe there is some chances for some very little mistake. And that's where you win a game, no?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this game is going to be super, super sharp, and I'm pretty sure we're going to come back to that later. Yeah, I propose to move to USA because they also have super important match against Team Turkey.
Yeah, we have USA versus Turkey, first board, Caruana versus Yilmaz. And this was another Najdorf. I mean, we have seen through this day Lots of Nidors, of course. This is one of the most popular chess opening. And we have seen so many approaches. And today we have one that is very conventional, I would say. F3, E5, knight back, bishop B3. So this is the English attack with queen D2. And black, interesting. Black didn't play the new move, H5, with the idea of stopping, preventing white from pushing the pawns so much. But here I think they are in the old main line with G4, B5, G5, knight H5, king B1. And I think that Caruana might have some new idea.
This is definitely a playable line. Probably it's slightly worse for black. But I recall that Fabi won a very nice game against Parham Aksudlu a couple of rounds ago, Team Iran. And this idea of Queen F2, if you go back, Queen F2, it's a very common theme. You want to play Knight C5. So for the Nidor players with the white color, you're going to recognize that. So the idea is to play Knight C5, trade away the bishop on E6, then threaten with ideas like Bishop H3, Bishop G4. I'm not sure, including H4, not including H4. Yeah, by the way, the knight on B6 is conveniently under attack, but also Knight C5 is one of the big ideas. And this Knight A5 is a stunning move. And it's amazing. It's an amazing idea, of course.
Can we see what happens? What if queen take A5? Is the queen getting trapped?
It is.
Bishop B6.
Queen B4 and H3.
And A3. And goodbye, my queen.
Right. So you're going to do that. But I think this Knight A5 is more common with the knight on B6. So Knight A5 is not really totally uncommon move. It's a very common move in the Nidor. So especially with the knight on B6, can we go back? Sometimes white plays Knight A5 right away so that he can target the C6 square, so that he can defend the C4 square. Knight A5, A3. That is a very common setup. And then at some point, after Knight E5, you get the pawn on D5, you get the knight on C6. But I mean, it really depends if your knight on A5, of course, is not under attack. So instead of this Queen F2, can we go back? So let's say not Queen F2. Very common idea in the Nidor is this Knight E5, take, and then Knight A5, Knight C6. So this is the very, very traditional way to continue. I'm sure there's a lot of theory here, but what Fabi is doing here, this is fantastic, right? It's, again, one of those crazy ideas against Nidor.
And again, the time situation shows that Caruana knows exactly what he's doing, and is fully in his preparation. Knight A5, Rook C8, Knight D5, and now taking back with the Rook. This means that Fabiano will have lots of pressure going on against the pawn on D6. He can probably double the rooks on the D file. And is it also Knight B7 something that we might see in this game? Maybe for some concrete way to capture the pawn on D6.
Now, the big question is, what has he prepared against Bishop G5? Because all I see is a pawn under attack. I guess it's Knight B7. Yeah, you can move it on the board. Maybe Bishop G5, you see the queen on D8 is defending the bishop, and now I guess Knight B7. Like and the knight jumps to D6 with tempos everywhere. So I guess this is still sort of a prep from Fabi. Yeah, you see he has basically spent no time at all and doubled the rooks, the rook on D5, knight on D6, weaknesses on A6 and C4. I guess this is not great for black.
So that's a good news for Team USA. Caruana is doing really well in board 1. Let's have a look at Wesley, board 2. Or board 3, maybe. Sorry. I know Aronian is officially not playing.
No, Aronian is not playing. He's also underperforming clearly in this Olympiad. Probably a disappointment for Levon, because I think the entire Team USA and also Levon expected to be seriously fighting for the gold medals. They had a good run until this very painful match against Team Armenia, when Shankland made this terrible slip in the time trouble, touching the king, some hallucination where his opponent actually went with the queen. And then, yeah, then on top of that, they lost against second team of India. And that's it. The gold medal chances are just gone. So it's very, very tough loss for Team USA. But so Lanier is off. And Samuel Shankland is back. So he had a chance to recover after this terrible loss against Hovhannisyan. And I still believe they have some chances for medals, to be honest. Of course, I guess all the American fans are going to treat it like a disappointment. But I think if they're going to make it, this will be quite a big comeback, right? I mean, after being 18th place, 3 rounds to go, they could still make it in the medals. That would be something.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, the ratings and the starting list is one thing, and then you need to play. And all the teams want to do the best and even more against the #1 in rating and Team USA. So it's not easy. It's not granted that even with such a strong team, you win the Olympiads.
Right. So what do we have here? And Emre Khan is playing against Wesley.
Yes, this position is at the moment there is 1 extra pawn for Black. Black needs to move. There is a pawn on b5 that cannot be captured because rook on a7 is unprotected. So Black needs to solve some problems here. The knight is very well placed. The white knight on d4 is a strong piece. Might jump on c6, and I think the big problem is how to develop the knight on b8, because of course you cannot go on c6 and also on d7. Doesn't look that like an option. I think it loses tactically thanks to the move knight c6. So
Can I play rook b7?
Rook b7.
Immediately solving the problems. So I skipped the pin. I guess you take on a6. Knight a6. The queen on f6 is protecting the knight. Queen c4. And looks like a dead draw to me. I mean, I think those queenside pawns are going to disappear very quickly. We have 3 versus 3, not enough material. Oh, rook b2. Oh, I missed something. Okay, then it's not actually so simple. That's a nice.
Yeah, because you're attacking the pawn. I mean, take a pawn and attack f2.
No, I mean, I saw the knight under attack, but that's a very nice find. Okay, maybe white cannot really do that. So after rook b7. Okay, I just take on, if I really want to draw, if I just take on, instead of b takes on a6, I just take queen c4. So queen c4, a takes on b5, knight b5, queen b2, knight c7. And if there's no rook c8, then it's just a dead draw. And rook c8, I guess I can just retreat with the knight. You cannot capture my queen because of the back rank mate.
Let's show this. Let's go somewhere.
Knight e6 looks beautiful, actually. I'm not sure what to jump at the knight. Yeah. You're going to take on c4, rook d8 mate. So white secures by this knight c7 at least to draw. And of course, Wesley is not going to fall for that, but I think this game is going to finish very quickly because Wesley shows his amazing, superb preparation and disarmed white's ambition to get something out of the opening. Wesley's happy with the draw. Do it for the team. So should be a draw.
And there we see the live camera feeds. You see Fabiano Caruana with his huge preparation. Now the opponent made a move, and now they're both looking at board 2 or board 3. Let's jump to Dominguez. Let's see what is happening there. Dominguez versus Sanal. This is the current position on the board. It was again another Rui Lopez.
The Marshal.
Oh yeah, the Marshal. Boom. Marshal attack. This is a pawn sacrifice. Black is sacrificing the pawn on e5 that was taken. And Black gets so many interesting ideas with bishop d6, queen h4, maybe knight f4, bishop g4. This is so scary. It's a surprise for me that Dominguez decided to go for this.
I mean, Marshall has a very good reputation today, meaning Black has a very good game. So I think the latest word here is that White drops the pawn back, and then he's slightly pushing. One game comes to my mind. I think it was Vichy Anand playing a model game against Levon Aronian, whichever tournament it was. I mean, not really a big surprise because there have been so many beautiful model games at this line. So there you go, bishop f5, bishop g6. Black is targeting the pawn on d3. So if you want to develop your queenside pieces, the pawn on d2 might be under attack.
Okay,
One of the ways to continue is bishop d5, c takes, and bishop e3. Sometimes they develop pieces like this, knight e2, etc. But now you see the pawn on d3 is under attack. Maybe still playable for white. Knight e2, bishop d4. You give up the pawn, but you get a nice positional game.
Yeah, there is an isolated pawn on d5. Maybe this is what Dominguez is looking for.
Yeah.
A nice endgame, a bit of pressure. He gets a nice position. Sometimes it's also that players might just want to get a position that is more or less equal, but they are super comfortable in this kind of setup, and maybe they know that the opponent is not an expert in the end game. And maybe they know that the opponent is very dynamic, likes very sharp position with lots of combinations. So a dry endgame might be something that would put your opponent in an uncomfortable situation.
And king h8 is threatening f5, f4. Because if you push f5 immediately, there's bishop d5 with a check. And maybe this is what Black is doing. He's avoiding this capture on d5 with a tempo, keeping an idea on f5. I
think it's time to move to the last board. Let's see what Sam is doing. And of course, he needs to come back. And he's back on the game after the big drama of round 8. And let's see what is happening here. He played, and this was again a Spanish and the exchange variation of the Spanish. So something a bit calmer. The queens sometimes get exchanged very early, but this time the queens are still on the board, and this is the current position on the board. It seems that, ooh la la, look at the situation at the time. Sam Shankland might have played something new that surprised Solak. What could be the novelty?
I mean, this queen d6, bishop d7, maybe it's not very popular. The idea is very obvious. You want to play bishop d7 long castle quickly, as quickly as possible. And apparently white just wasn't ready for that. So knight h6 is a move I recognize from some Caracan setups, because this mirrors to the Caracan, but this entire system, not f6, knight h6, but c6, knight a6. Sometimes it's played in a Caracan. And by doing this, Black is happy with bishop takes on h6. I'm not sure why he's happy here. I guess because of queen takes on d4. Otherwise, g takes is queen h5. That's a problem. I think so. This queen h5 bothers me. I guess it's queen d4. Maybe this is what what is considering, because the pawn on b2 is under attack as well. Knight g4 is a threat, and
H3
long
is
castle is the
like-
idea. h3. Okay. h3 stops knight g4. There's that. I guess Samuel is going to play something like a long castle or knight f7. Looks very natural to me. So there's no reason to be unhappy about the opening for Black. Let's check another game, maybe.
I want to see what Magnus is doing. Our world champion. Yesterday, when I said our world champion, chat shortly said, soon our former world champion. Well, that's probably true.
Right. Yeah, Magnus is carrying the entire Norwegian team at the moment. So he has, how many points, by the way? I think he has 7 out of 8.
Yeah, it's impressive. Yesterday with this victory, he's finally winning a few ratings. I think Also, let me ask a question to the chat. Guys, we have asked this question through the whole commentary, the whole previous round. What is the current situation of Norway in the standings? Write the number in the chat, of course, without checking, please.
I'll have to check it myself, to be honest.
I know it. I know it.
Ah, you know it.
Yeah.
So Team Norway is definitely underperforming. So I already found out which place they are in the rankings, but they're underperforming. And in the beginning, they were seeded number 3. So the narrative was, are they going to get their first medals? I think the answer so far is no. I mean, unfortunately not, because despite the fact they have the best player in the history in the team, who is at his peak, I mean, he needs support. And unfortunately, Yolande Hammer and Arjen Tari played a disappointing tournament so far. Everybody's in the minus, meaning losing ELO points in the team, except Magnus. So he's trying to carry the team, showing how it's done, right? But it's just not going. And sometimes this happens. There's nothing you can do, right? I mean, obviously, Arjen and Jan Lodvig and Christensen and Urkedal, they're fantastic players. But sometimes it's just not working really, and there's nothing you can do. And of course, I guess they realize that, and Magnus is still playing against everybody for fun, pretty much, right? He's there. He's not withdrawing from the team. He's staying with the team. And you're together with the team, I guess, not only in victories, but also with losses.
It's solution time. Norway is at place 28, but I saw something interesting. Do you know what is the position of your native country, Team Latvia?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what is the placement of Team Latvia, your native country?
Slightly lower.
Yeah, they are. Chat likes the number 69. I went to check who is at number 69, and it's Latvia.
Yeah, they have a disappointing tournament, to be honest. I mean, slightly weakened roster for some reasons, but they did beat Denmark though, so I was very, very happy about that. But then, yeah, I mean, so far it's not really great. What can I say?
All right, guys, it's time for us to hit a short break. We will come back with the top board of the women's section. There is also lots going on there. And then, of course, we will come back also to the first board, India 2 versus Uzbekistan. Don't go anywhere. Take some popcorn and see you soon.
Play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join chess.com today.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Koneru leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Koneru will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronovalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronovalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team. Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Praggnanandhaa, who plays board 3 for India's second open team. On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster. A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's leading women's team.
Back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good break. I'm Alessia Santero, with Master from Italy, and I'm here today with the Grandmaster Arturs Nikšans from Latvia. We're going through the coverage of this amazing Olympiad. Now we will move to the women's section because something exciting is happening there. Arturs, what is the hot match for the women's section?
Right, so the hot match is the fact that there are 4 leaders after round 9 because the team Poland did beat India yesterday, and today who we have India against Kazakhstan and Georgia against Poland. So if one of them, whoever wins, this is a strong claim for the gold medals, right? Because that means this team is getting in either the shared lead or sole lead of the Olympiad before the final round, which, by the way, is going to be tomorrow. Guess what? It's a morning round. It's 10 a.m. India time.
Yeah, it will be very, 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 very early. But good for America. They will be watching it in the evening, late evening. Oh, I picked up as first game. I want to start with the lady that is making Poland dream big. Ilbasa Olivia. She's with an impressive performance of 9 out of 9, guiding Team Poland to the top of the standings. Look at this position.
Yesterday, her performance, Alessia, was very impressive because she beat again Vaishali, the sister of Prague, who's playing in the men's second team for Team India. Very interesting rookie game. I read some discussion online. This was such an obvious draw, but to be honest, I mean, you can misplay it, and Vaishali did misplay it. Either way, impressive in performance so far by Kalbasa, and she knows the stuff. She knows endgames very well. And here, the question is what happens with the pawn on c5. I expect either she's going to sacrifice it with something like bishop takes on f6, or play g takes on f6 and claim that she is doing just fine. I'm not really sure. So what happens if I take with the bishop? That's, of course, very aggressive, but maybe it's too much. So the point
Maybe
is...
the pawn on b2 at one point, no? Some tactical combination. I mean, you take with the pawn or with the knight?
I guess with the knight, because if you play d takes on c5, yeah, maybe instead of that, you need to watch out for some a5, a4 ideas, bishop d5 ideas, and this knight on b3 is, not really great. So that's why I guess knight c5 has to be played. So knight c5, I think black is going to respond. Knight c5, d takes has to be played to protect the pawn on b2. And now the big question, now what? Not very sure, because if white loses the pawn on c5, he's simply worse. How do you do that?
And also you need to avoid that white is playing the move b4 at one point. Just queen e3, rook c1, and b4.
But queen e3 drops the pawn, right, on b2. So it could be not so easy. Queen c2 maybe. Queen c2, rook c1. Maybe I can sacrifice this pawn on c5, play something like queen c7, rook c8, but that would be really cautious. So I think Olivia is going to probably play g takes on f6 and not give up the pawn on c5.
No, that's why she's taking time to think here. Maybe let's move to board number 1 of Georgia versus Poland. We have the big match. Here we are. We have Nana Dzagnidze versus Alina Kashlinskaya.
Wait. What is this? I had a feeling this is some sort of a Grunfeld, but because I know these types of positions sometimes appear in the Grunfeld with bishop g5, but I think it's something else.
This was the opening. It was a Ragozin, like we saw in the top board between Gukesh, and it looks similar, exactly, no?
Yeah, a3, of course, is not mandatory. It's one of the moves.
I don't know what Abdusattorov played there, but it looks similar, no? We will come back to the board pretty soon. And now white takes the center with 2 pawns next to each other. The knight is protecting with a very typical move, the pawn on c4. And black is preparing some idea like b5, knight on b3, and trying to keep the pawn, right?
It is gloves off game. So bring it on. I mean, doesn't matter, white, black, yellow, pink, whatever. I mean, this means that these players mean business. And just going back to this entire sequence of sacrificing the pawn on c4, why white is doing this? Why white is playing queen c2? This is voluntarily a choice, so that white says, I don't care about the pawn on c2. I have 2 bishops. I have the center. Black says, I know that, but I have a pawn, and I have a weakness on b3, and I have a very good piece coordination. Who is right? I mean, I don't know. We're going to figure it out. I mean, it's going to be a long game. Obviously, both sides have their pros and cons. Maybe knight e2 could be played, protect the pawn on e4, and knight b3. a bit difficult to evaluate right now. The game is very sharp. So Alina recently transferred to team Ukraine, team Poland from Russia, but the main reason, of course, she's married to one of the leading Polish grandmasters, Radoslav Wojtaszek. It's not a big secret, right? So it only made sense that at some point she's going to do it. And now they're representing, again, the same country.
Let's move to board 2. Here we have Monika Sochko, a veteran grandmaster from Poland, against Nino Bachashvili. And another, this time we have a knight on b6. This was a Benoni. Look at this. Benoni is considered like an opening that you don't really want to see at top level games. But here we have it. And h3. I've studied a bit the Benoni with the black pieces, and I'm starting to appreciate this move h3 more and more, because the idea is to avoid the maneuver bishop g4 and bishop takes f3, because you're basically, white has always more space, and then you don't want to let black exchange any piece, and black is always a bit uncomfortable with how to develop the queen side. It's very tough to play this with black if you're not prepared.
Right. So that is a very sharp defense. The modern Benoni obviously has been around for a long time, and it's been championed by some of the sharpest players in the history of chess. It is slightly dubious, right? I mean, if you're talking about a really serious level, but it's very competitive. And I still remember how now, unfortunately, he passed away some years ago, but Vugor Gashimov used to be, I mean, obviously not only one of the strongest players for Team Azerbaijan, but also in the world. And he was consistently playing the Benoni, modern Benoni, against everybody, right? I had an amazing knowledge. So the game is incredibly dynamic, but the word is, if white is up to his task, white gets the better position.
And this is the current position. White is pressing, has more space, nice pieces placement. Just the bishop on h2 looks like he wants more from this position than staying there passive. But whites find a way to reactivate at some point. Let's move to board 4. We have seen already board number 3. And there we are with the white pieces, Maria Malichka versus Salome Melia with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Similar names.
The white king is randomly on f3. Okay, I mean, I even know how it happened. This is a highly theoretical line. We already saw in one of the previous round games of Irina Bulmaga against Maria Muzachuk. And there you go. Yeah, this bishop e4 check.
Cloud. Look at this.
The best move, by the way.
Yeah, Ikaru will be happy. This is a bone cloud that you can play because the king is apparently super safe on f3, and that's super theoretical. And I play this with the white pieces actually.
You do? Oh, so you definitely know more than I do, because this is not how I ever play. I don't play this line at all. I know it exists. And what white is saying here is that the king on f3 is a full piece. Right? I mean, you have space advantage, you have better pawn structure, and if all the pieces get traded, then white is just somehow better.
Exactly. I see the chat likes the bone cloud. And your queen d6 exchanging. Well, offering a queen exchange, but Black says no. Because if not, if the queens are getting exchanged, the pawn on d6 is so strong, really avoiding any expansion with the pawns for black. So that would be tough. Sometimes in this position, the risk for black is really to not have any hair, any space, and get completely dominated by white. Of course, queen f5 is trying not to avoid that exchange, not to exchange the queen. Also because you don't want to exchange the queen when your opponent king is on f3. You want to say, wait, that king is not good. h4, c5, and bishop e2. This is the current position.
Yeah, really modern stuff. And The king on f3 is maybe black's only chance to try to take over the game. That's why the queens remain on the board. c5 is indicating knight c6, knight e4 maneuver. The question is how? Right away or later?
Also, the move bishop b7 is, of course, one move that we might going to see, but I think it's just a check, because if bishop b7, then king g3 is an improvement, no? King is better on g3 than on f3 at the moment, so
Probably right now, yeah. Yeah, king on g3 feels a bit safer.
yeah, it feels like this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I didn't see any position that I would say, okay, dry, probably a draw. Oh, lots of fight here.
Yeah, quite unclear. So I think this knight is going to get on d4 again. If you do that, it's not really so simple, but because you put the knight on d4 and you are a happy camper, but you need to also look at your king, right? The king is stuck in the center. So let's say you play knight c6. I'm going to play, I don't know what, king g3, let's say, knight e4, and something like bishop d3. Not sure. And how do you castle now? Yeah, okay, bishop d3 was not very good apparently, but now just try to picture yourself. How do you castle with the king, right? Short castle is impossible. King f7 drops the pawn. Maybe queen b6 something. This queen b6 maneuver could be an interesting topic that black might revisit at some point later. Trade the queens, fix the pawn structure, and have a beautiful knight on d4. That being said, knight c6, knight e4 does make sense, but also what you said, Alessia, bishop b7, very normal as well. So yeah, I think we just come back to this game a bit later because there's much yet to see.
Yes, let's move to the board number one. We have India versus Kazakhstan. Board one, we have Koneru versus Abdumalik. These are two women that we've seen so much playing in all the Women's Speed Chess Championship on chess.com. I've seen them battling probably also against each other. So they know each other very well. And now they are fighting in one of the most important match for this Olympiad in board one. And India needs to win. And also Kazakhstan needs to win. Everyone needs to win.
Abdumalik is in trouble. Very, very important game for Jansaya. And I don't like this position at all. This was apparently some opening discussion. F takes on e6. I don't think it's possible. Can you try to move it?
Yes.
So f takes on e6. I'm going to play knight e6. Remove the queen somewhere far away.
A5 only move.
Yeah, whatever. And let's say knight g7. No, this looks incredibly risky. King f7. Knight e6, knight g5. Okay, maybe the pawn on g7 was not necessary to take. I would be very scared to play this because the knight on e6 is a monster. And I have a feeling that after bishop takes on e6, whatever Jansaya did in the opening didn't work. We just have to acknowledge that it's just maybe bishop f4 is just killing on the spot. Bishop f4, knight c7, more pieces join the attack. Yeah, I mean, looks incredible.
And the king is really stuck at the middle of the board. It cannot do anything. So this knight on e6 is perfectly placed. And this costed just one piece to white. And seems like white is going to take back material pretty soon. What happens if rook c8?
Maybe something like some quiet move even, because you don't have to rush anywhere. The king is not going to go anywhere. Maybe play
maybe queen e2?
Rook c1, queen e2. Yeah, queen e2 looks very natural to me.
Because the bishop on e7 is very
yeah, very good. Yeah,
who is protecting that
direct.
bishop?
That is very direct threat. Yeah, you're right. So I don't think black is going to do it. So after bishop takes on e6, you have to run away. Run for your life.
Wow, might be an upset. So might be, but you lose a pawn, no?
I mean, you already lose. I mean, white sacrificed a pawn before. We didn't check the opening phase. This was a pawn sacrifice. Now the bishop takes on e6. White wins back the pawn. She sacrificed, and now she gets it back and gets a better position. Yeah, can we do it very quickly? Something like, yeah, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, e4. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a pawn sacrifice right there. e4, b4, knight a4, knight e4, rook e1. I'm not really sure what's the word of this line. It looks incredibly risky for black. And now I would just run away, short castle, and pray that black is not losing on the spot. But she might be, actually. I mean, you need to watch out for some queen b3. What happens after queen b3? You know, suddenly you start to have some crazy ideas there. F takes
Cannot
queen.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe knight e6. Yeah, you're right. Knight e6, maybe it's even stronger.
Yeah, both seems good.
Yeah, I thought about queen e6. And you
yeah,
don't.
both seem so good.
You don't play that. I guess knight e5 is the only move. I mean, instead of taking on e6. So queen b3, knight e5. Maybe black is not losing on the spot, but this is such a big decision. I mean, you have to calculate knight f7, rook f7, and somehow white is trying to capitalize on the spin.
Yeah, and that's why Abdulmalik spent so much time. Look, 57 seconds just at move 13. Oh,
Yeah, but she has to castle, right? I mean, f takes is, you know,
not an option.
No, it's just not an option. You just feel it instinctively. Maybe you can't calculate to a win. It's just very good players. They have this gut feeling. You just don't go there, right? I mean, you don't allow this knight to land on e6. It's just not what you want to do, especially against such a strong player as Conor Okumpi, one of the strongest women players in the world.
Let's go to board number 2, Asabayeva versus Vaishali. Here, this is the current position on the board. It started like a Grunfeld. Here we have, and I will go very quickly, boom, 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 what happened in the opening. So we have an impression. Pawn on b7 got captured. The rook got captured. Oh my God. This is craziness. So the queen is at the corner of the board, at the edge of the board. But at the moment, white is a rook up.
So white just randomly captured the pawn and the rook, and it's slightly worse. How do you get that even?
Bing, boom. And well, the king is still in the middle. This bishop on d2 is unprotected. So, and you still need to bring out the queen. So it's one of these crazy positions where we will discover who is right and who is wrong. Probably we might see already white giving back the queen. Maybe knight c6, rook take
Knight
f8.
b to c6. That's on the move. She's not playing it yet, no?
No, she's thinking.
What is she thinking about? Because, I mean, okay, maybe there's some other ideas like knight c2 check, but knight c2 check is king d1. And your queen is still under attack, and the knight on c2 now is under attack. I don't think there's any choice. So
let's calculate this bishop, this knight c6. It's possible for white to take with the bishop.
And then I take with the knight. Nothing changes. Your queen is still trapped. And I have beautiful bishops on e6 and g7. So if you take on f8 and king f8, yeah, bishop c6, knight c6.
And you want to take first on c6.
No, whatever. I mean, just take on c6 and take on f8. I just want to stop right there for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, queen f8, king f8. So in a classical sense, white is doing much better. Why? White has 2 rooks. White has 2 pawns extra on top of that. And now let's look a bit deeper. Now you see that white is just underdeveloped. Black has a very active piece, the bishop on g7, the bishop on e6. You see ideas like knight b4, knight d3, knight d4, knight c2, etc. And suddenly you realize those pawns don't matter at all. So that's why white actually needs to be a bit careful here. Maybe this bishop takes on c6 is not good, because bishop takes on c6 gives away all the light squares. So probably after knight b to c6, white has to take on f8 immediately. Keep the bishop alive. But I mean, the fork threat on c2 is still there, by the way. Can we, Alessia, go back? Instead of bishop c6, just take on f8 right away. And what is this position? Yeah. So bishop b5, yeah, knight c6, and take on f8, king f8, and try to understand this. But I mean, knight a3, knight c2 still is a big threat.
Yeah, exactly. The difference is that now you have to take care of knight c2 immediately. Can you long castle, or is like too crazy?
You're asking for trouble right there. But I won't be surprised if long castle is a possibility. But this is asking for trouble.
Yeah, this is asking for trouble. And the bar is saying, no, take it back.
There should be something.
Maybe rook d1 right away. You play bishop g5, knight here. You take, and just you play rook d1. So you want to. The king is safer by far on the king side. So maybe rook d1 is the best move.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. So knight c2 check makes sense, avoiding your king being castled away, and then somehow collect those pawns at the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting game.
Okay, for number 3, maybe we will see why. What is actually now before going to board number 3. We know very well the board number 1 and number 2, but let's see the whole team. We have an amazing profile of Team Kazakhstan, and this is how it looks.
Competing with one of the youngest teams at the Women's Olympiad, Kazakhstan's hopes rest on how well this young and talented group can handle the spotlight of one of chess's grandest stages. With an average age of 21, Team Kazakhstan enters as a top 10 seed with the potential to make a statement about years to come. In fact, at 22 years old, Zhensaya Abdumalik, the team's only grandmaster, is the second oldest team member. Playing the first board, Abdumalik's rating and title would also qualify her for a spot on Kazakhstan's open team. Instead, she chose to lead Kazakhstan's women's team here in India with hopes of medaling. Reigning women's blitz chess champion Bibisara Asalbayeva is Kazakhstan's third board. At just 18, Bibisara is a rising star in competitive chess and considered by many as one of the most exciting young talents in the game today. Even with Bibisara, the junior players on the roster are Ksenia Balabayeva and Nazerke Nurgali. Still teenagers, these two women's international masters will need to show their talent for Kazakhstan to hope for a medal. Completing this up-and-coming lineup full of potential is Gulishkhan Akhbayeva. 31 years old, Gulishkhan will serve as the seasoned veteran with the most competitive experience on the team. Kazakhstan has never medaled in an Olympiad before, in either the open or women's events. The country's open squad is barely ranked in the top 40. That said, Kazakhstan's chances of breaking onto the podium likely rest with the women's team. The good news for Kazakhstan is those chances have never been better.
I super agree with the last sentence. These chances never being better. The team is super young talent. Both Bibisara and Zhensaya are just a young talent. And
chess is booming, right? I mean, in Kazakhstan, they have a lot of bunch of young talents. Also, the men team is pretty strong. Renat Jumabayev is also there. And this could be historic possibility for Team Kazakhstan to score one of the greatest results in the modern chess.
Absolutely. Let's go to board number 3. We have Balabayeva versus Tanya Sanchdev. Today, Tanya is playing board 3. So this means that India is making usage of the reserve. Kulkarmi will get to her game later. What about this position?
Okay, what is this? Because this is definitely some sort of Botvinnik variation. Very popular line, but not with the A file open. So this setup has been contested throughout many years. But again, usually black pawn stands on A7 and A2.
Arthur, can we mention that white is a piece down? There was a piece that went away on G5. And at the moment, white is a piece down. Of course, there is this pin on F6, so probably white is going to take it. White is going to take the piece back. But what is happening after this?
Right, so this piece sacrifice on g5 is a common motive. Again, with the pawns on a2 and a7, having a5 open, I'm not sure how it evaluates the position, but white can, at any given moment, can just take the piece back on f6, and black is going to rely on his piece activity. So can we make a move here? Who is to move, by the way? White, right?
It's white to move, yeah.
So can I just take on f6?
Let's see what happens. How is black taking back? Probably with the knight?
Well,
And
at least in
bishop
the
e7?
Batwinic, black almost never takes an f6 right away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he says the pawn on f6 is not going anywhere, and I can rely on some dynamic counter chances, right? So bishop e7 could be a move, which makes perfect sense. c5 is one of the common maneuvers here. Probably still a theory, you know. I don't recognize this, but again, I'm more familiar with the Batwinic systems with a2, a7 pawns alive, so should be something very similar.
We'll come back here shortly. We should have a look at the last board, as we mentioned. Kulkarni is playing for Ringa. It's one of the first time that they make usage of the reserve. In the last few rounds, they played with the full set of 1 to 4. But of course, somebody needs to rest. And here we have the game.
All right. Well, this is something I could talk about. Can we go back very quickly to the opening phase?
Yes, it was d4, c4, g6, and we have King's Indian with the move d6, castle, knight d2, knight c6, castle, e5, e5, knight d7, rook b1, going for b4, c5, slave 5, fighting for that idea, h3, knight h5, and bishop g4.
All right. I expected slightly different order moves from a different line. Still, black c5 is very idea-based move, because before c5, let's go back to that position. Let's talk a bit about where are both opponents' chances to conduct a game. So white usually is playing at a queen side. We're talking about c5 push. c5 push is the bread and butter against the King's Indian. Why? You want to play c5, you want to take on d6, establish a weak pawn on d6, and maybe try to get to those weakened black pawns at the queen side. So black stops it and plays c5 himself. At the same time, black is trying to play in the manner of the typical King's Indian and push f5 and go for the mate. I like this choice for black.
And that's what black is doing next, knight h5, with the direct idea of f5. This is a bit in the style of the old Benoni, where you put the piece, the pawn exactly in this way, e6, e5, and c5. You block the center, and the idea for black that has few space, but then eventually r5 is, from a practical point of view, very, very, very scary. You need to defend the king side.
Yeah, engines love these positions for white, right? Almost always there's something like +1 in the engine language, b4, b6, take on c5. But the thing is, at some point, black's plan is just a bit simpler. I mean, you have a very simple goal: push everything you have at the king side, f5, f4, g5, g4, etc. While white needs to figure out, listen, I have this supremacy at the queen side. Maybe then I win the pawn on a7 somehow. There's no mate at the king side. I mean, this is not how humans play. So the fact that the engines evaluate this position to be better for white, maybe it means nothing really, because again, black's plan is pretty straightforward.
All right, I want to go back to the open section. Somebody wrote, Adhiban found a crazy tactic, and I can't wait to see what the tactic is. And there we go, straight to the game. We were at few moves. We have just missed a few moves. Queen f6, knight c3 back, bishop e6, king f2 as we predicted actually, castle, f4, rook e8, queen f3, and now Oh my God. The move on the board is knight take on d4. This is officially a knight sacrifice. I see the chat, Mr. Vayungupta. Brilliant move. I agree. This is a double exclamation mark.
Very, very nice move. Now, obviously, White has to accept. Otherwise, he is just completely busted. If he doesn't take it, 95, Black's attack is for free. What happens if White takes it?
What happens? Good question. I think that you take back with check, or what is the idea?
No, definitely. Queen takes on d4. And, wait. Just a second. Just a second. Maybe bishop g4.
Oh my God.
Maybe because, queen d4 is queen e3. So, again, let's go back to this. Queen d4, queen e3. And how do you continue? I don't see nothing. So apparently the entire idea of Adhiban is to sacrifice the second piece. And now after queen g4, how is this even holding for White? Queen d4?
And it looks completely lost. The piece on this
but White
is
is up two
falling.
pieces, right? I mean, I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, king of one.
King of one, you take on this through the check. The king
Wait,
needs
king
to
of
move
two?
again.
And a6. a6, bishop a7. From India with love.
That's so beautiful. That bishop on v8 made the king already go very awkward towards c1. And imagine if the bishop on b8 is winning the game. That's really savage. Yeah, a6. I mean, honestly, I need to give a big credit to Arthurs. Here you could play moves like bishop d6, bishop c7 that would prepare like in a normal way to give a check on f2. But I like Arthur's suggestion, going for style. A6.
I mean, we could argue maybe a5 is stronger. Maybe there's also rook a6. Right.
Thank you. Bravo.
Yeah. A6 looks very cool. It's just very cool move. Cool like a cucumber, really. I mean, I love this move. And whatever is happening here, White gonna do it. I mean, what can he do? Maybe this entire sequence of knight e4, e takes, bishop g4. White needs to play something else because queen g4, queen d4 looks pretty bad, no?
Can we say that Vokhidov looks like being in trouble?
Wait, there's knight e5 also. This is getting super sharp. Knight takes on d5 is also a move. Intermezzo move. You need to calculate that, obviously. And I think Adhiban has calculated that. So let's try to move it. Knight e5, intermezzo move. You're going to play bishop f3, knight f6. White is simply up a piece. So queen d4 has got to be. A bishop e3. And now what happens?
Oh,
What happens now?
Check.
Oh, wait, there's queen b2. Oh, my goodness. I didn't see this.
The queen is gone.
Yeah, the queen's gone. Actually, that is a very important move. If you don't have queen b2, maybe actually White is fine.
Yeah.
I was thinking queen d3, queen g4, queen d5, and trying to look at that. But queen b2 just kills the game on the spot.
That's super impressive. And I have a question. So in this position, the board says 0, 0, 0. Sorry, after bishop g4. So we have to find.
I found it. You're going to love it. Rook e1.
Rook e1?
Yeah. You like it?
Ooh, it's threatening mate. You can't take the queen because this is mate. Let's clap the bishop on d3.
Right. So you're going to do that. And now here comes the fun part. After rook takes on e1, now you play queen g4. And there's no queen d4 because rook e1 is under attack.
Yeah, that's
true. Wow, this is just, completely nuts. How is this even equal? Because, I mean, just a second. Let's try to understand Adhiban's mindset here. So obviously he has to see this move. I mean, it's absolutely unforgivable if you're missing this. I mean, you can't miss move like rook e1. This is the top-notch calculation. And you have to see all the threats. I mean, the theory of calculation, you have to see the forcing moves and all the capturing moves first. So you have to calculate queen g4, you have to calculate knight e5, you have to calculate all the forcing moves. Rook e1 is a forcing move, meaning it's generating a threat. You can't miss that. I mean, I'm talking obviously at a competitive level, but you can't miss that, especially you're playing with black. Now the question is what black is supposed to do here.
Is possible to take on d4?
And what happens after bishop e3?
You take the bishop, no?
And I take your bishop on g4. Take on d3, queen g4, d4.
And now black is still a piece down. Ah, d4.
Yeah, wait, but it's still not over. I mean, your back rank weakness is major.
What do you play?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Because if you take on d4, I take back with check. And so it seems like you need to let one of the pieces go, but which one?
You know, the way I play such positions, I'm not sure how Adhiban's mind works. I can tell you how my mind works. And when I calculate lines like this, I usually try to come up with something definitive, meaning I know for sure I'm not losing. So if I go for this beautiful sacrifice, I would say this is my, I call it minimal program. If nothing else, I have this. And then, I mean, my mindset is like, if my opponent indeed is going to go here in that position, instead of this entire sequence, queen d4, I'm going to look for something more. That will be my mindset, right? So I'm thinking, okay, I have at least queen d4, bishop e3, queen d3, queen g4, d4. Everything is good. I double checked it. It looks nice. I'm not worse. But if we get here, maybe I can get the luxury to come up with something else. But maybe there's just nothing extra else, because bishop c7 protects the rook on e8, but queen g4 now is a legit move. Yeah, now queen g4, queen d4, bishop e3 is lights out. I mean, White has given up too many things. I think, Alessia, this is going to lead exactly where we had a look. I mean, these guys are so good, they're not going to blunder so easily.
And look at this. Look at this. Let's go to the current position, guys. This is on the board. Bishop g4. Boom. Oh my God. How beautiful is that? I mean, I can't wait to run this game with the engine and with the game analysis of chess.com to see how many brilliancy does this single game have. Because I think it's not just one. It's not just one.
I mean, of course, White still has to see rook e1, but I don't think that White is going to miss it. Of course, knight e4 should have come as a shock. It's a slight shock. It's like you don't venture in that position anticipating knight e4, bishop g4. You feel like you're stabbed, to be honest. What just happened there, right? And it's very unpleasant. And when you're in that psychological state, it could be a bit difficult to gather the thoughts, right? So either you see rook e1 or you don't.
That is writing that so far there are already 2 brilliance in this game, which is insane.
I think he's gonna find it. I mean, rook e1 should be possible move to pick up.
Should be a possible but impossible move to pick up. I mean, possible and beautiful move to pick up.
Let me try to move this game a bit further. Like this rook e1, try to make a prediction.
So rook e1, we say queen take d4.
Yeah, take d4.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, queen d3.
Queen g4,
d4.
e4. And now what is why I think this is now the tough point to find a move for White. Because if you play rook d1, you still take on e3 with check. But rook a1 seems a natural move.
But you know, Alessia, there could be still plenty of moves. Because, for example, let's talk about rook d1. Yeah. Now I'm going to sacrifice the pawn, just like that. Rook d1, d takes on e3, check, and king g1. And suddenly, White is so much ahead in development. You see, this bishop on b8 is silly. I have rook d7. Maybe it's nothing, but you know, I would be looking at this. So let's say Black plays something like queen c4, which is human,
logical,
attacking the pawn on 4. And
so
maybe
queen g6, maybe.
Wait, knight e5.
Knight e5 here.
Yeah, knight f6 check. This is totally unclear. I don't know what this is. There might be knight e7 check ideas if you want to be really romantic.
Look, let's go with the queen on g6. I like a bit more, offering a trade of queens and then get an endgame with an extra pawn. Just avoiding some
That's a
any
good move.
tricks.
I like that. Yeah, Queen G6, maybe it's more human. So Queen C4 is slightly more ambitious, allowing 95. Queen G6.
How is this endgame? Just to see. Is this offering chances? Because the pawn on F4 is right now hanging. And if the bishop then goes out there and you have 2 extra pawns, then you have good chances to win this, no?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So maybe this is what both players are calculating right now. So if you again go back to this entire sequence after D4, maybe there's something else. So this rook D1 is just an idea. It's very human, very natural. This is how usually the best players, they're thinking like this. I mean, how do I take over the game? Despite the fact my opponent is playing some wonderful chess, I'm still thinking about how do I take over the game?
Absolutely. What are candidates? Let's try to throw some moves.
Queen
Is
F3.
95 an idea? Ah, no,
Oh,
95
95.
leaves
Wow.
the knight hanging. No, because
What
you
about
take
Queen
on
F3? Can I do that?
Queen F3 here.
Yeah. Just solidify, D takes, rook E3. If a lot of things get traded, it's just equal. This is also pretty human to me. I see the bar doesn't like it, but of course, players don't know that. Looks very natural. Yeah, Queen E3 and whatever happens then. Take, and
Yes.
so on and so forth. Alessia, there's a word that something exciting is going on in the game of Eric Geisy's game. Team India won. Maybe
Well,
we can...
I would say, yeah, exciting. There is a result. The game ended up in a draw. This is the first result of the day between Eric Geisy, India 1, and Izani, Iran. Nice.
Looks like just a draw from the Berlin.
Yeah, it was exactly a draw from the Berlin.
All right.
All right,
Yes.
let's go back to our Adhiban. I mean, I want to finish some analysis here.
Okay.
So I think the critical point will be this position. Probably we will reach this. Probably we will be there. I'm curious to see, we have access to the live camera feeds and we can see what players, we can see a bit their body language, if there are emotion, if they are, what is going on. I'm curious to see, because, white is taking some time, but also black took lots of time, 40 minutes. So I believe that here something is going on also on the psychology of players.
I don't see how it's equal, to be honest, because I think white needs to be careful. I'm thinking bishop d4, queen d4. And you need to protect the pawn on f4, play king f3. But with such a king, white is definitely worse. So either way, Adhiban is doing great. That's the word, right? I mean, here white needs to figure out how to hold the balance. I don't see any easy way. Maybe rook d1 is the way to...
Sorry. Then I think we get an impression of the other board, so we understand which direction this match is going. Because again, this is the big match of the day. India 2 versus Uzbekistan. If Uzbekistan win, they might secure the podium and maybe even the gold medal. So that's huge. And India needs to beat Uzbekistan in order to get back on board on the first spot. And here we are. This is the current position in the game. Gukesh versus Abdusattorov. And there is a threat of knight on c6. Wait, is this much possible? Ah, there is knight bishop e6. Okay.
Right. Knight c6, bishop b7. And it doesn't work. I guess white is better.
White has a pass protected pawn on a4. I think this is a very important plus for white. Gukesh.
So far, Gukesh is doing wonderful. And also, this is, I think, second team India's biggest chance to try to overtake Uzbekistan, because I think for Uzbekistan, even a draw is fine to keep the lead in the overall rankings. So far, can we, by the way, yeah, so here it's quite obvious that white is just better. Outside pass pawn, beautiful knight on e5. The pawn on c5 for black can be a weakness. How does it feel, the strategy, match strategy on all boards? So fourth board, Adhiban is doing fine, but who else? How are they doing?
So it seems like let's go to board 3. We have Prague here. Prague with the white pieces. Now the knight on a4 is under attack. Material wise, this is all right. My perception is that is it more or less balanced position, not too much risk for both colors. Maybe I would
Prague
pick
is slightly
white.
pressing. He is slightly pressing, definitely. There's knight c5, knight c5, bishop c5, and I think that Sindarov's task here is just to try to hold on. This looks like some sort of a Philidor. No, wait, it was the King's Indian, right? No, I remember. Now it looks like some sort of a Philidor. I guess there was d takes on e5 capture early.
Yeah, exactly. There was some King's Indian, and then d take on e5 very early. And this is the current position.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So this d takes on e5 idea has been around pretty much forever. White is aiming for a more positional approach, and Prague is an excellent positional player. So knight c5 looks very human. I'm not sure why he's even thinking here. Knight c3 makes no sense. And knight on c3 is clearly not having any ideas where to jump next.
Snack Bandit in the chat is saying Mamedyarov Sargissian is -5. Let's jump shortly at that board and see what is happening. This is the current position. The pawn on b3 is still there. And now, is black going to capture the pawn on c7 with moves like knight e8 and knight takes c7? Is black to move in this position?
It's already quite clear. Shahryar has self-destruct. But that's how it feels. I mean, he maybe their viewers were right. Maybe he mixed up something in opening. There was a suggestion from the chat that there maybe was a mix-up. I felt that Shahryar was playing something dynamic, and now you just look at the position. There's no attack, no nothing, and the pawn on c7, as beautiful as it is, it's just a weakness. I mean, knight e8, queen b6, rook a7. Black is just going to collect the pawn on c7. The knight on b1 is just a sad knight.
Absolutely. Wow. So it seems like Shah just missed something, and not missed, mixed something probably.
No, this is just a bad game from Shahryar. I mean, this is not the Shah we know. But clearly, again, we have to give, obviously, a lot of credit for Sargissian using the chances. And whatever Shahryar did, it was wrong.
Another message from the chat is live on one saying Fabiano is +4. And that's the position we've got on the board. It's quite a move. Last move was King h8. It seems like white has made many progress. All white pieces are aggressive, taking over the whole board, the entire board. They are right now focused on the queen side, but probably there are some margin. I see now that there is a pawn hanging on e5. Is it possible to take?
This game, Alessia, actually kind of mirrors to Caruana's victory over Maksudlu. Pretty much the same variation. Caruana shows a better understanding. He grabs a lot of space at the queen side. He has more active pieces. So the same handwriting feels very good for white. The knight on c6 is beautiful. The pawn on a6, pawn on c4 are major weaknesses. So I think Fabi's going to do it, to be honest. You know, once those pawns on c4 and a6 are going to fall, I mean, the pawns are just marching forward. So black's only chance is try to collect something at the king side. Queen g2, take on h2, and try to do the same that white is doing, but only at the king side.
I think we should have a look at another game, Jakubboev versus Neil Sarin. So we have a big picture of what is happening in the big match of the day, India 2 versus Uzbekistan.
All right. My first impression, Alessia, Team India 2 is the favorites right now. That is my impression. So 1 hour, no, I'm sorry, no, 2 hours have passed. And now I see that Team India 2 is doing better. So just to summarize, Gukesh has a much better position against Abdusattorov. Then
I will
we
shortly
have
put the board while you say.
right.
So this
Here we
is
go. So
better for
Gukesh is doing
Gukesh.
okay. He has a great position, right? I mean, outside pass pawn. I'm not saying it's winning. I'm just saying it's better. Then the second board we have,
This
who do we
board.
have? Sarin,
Sarin.
yeah?
Yes.
Sarin. He has a normal position. Queens are traded. Black is pretty solid. Of course, white is going to try to press it, but black is just doing all right. Short castle, long castle, rook e8, rook d8, whatever. And this pawn on d4 is not going anywhere. So I say it's about balance. Then we have the third board. On the third board, who do we have again?
Praggnanandhaa versus Sindarov.
Praggnanandhaa against Sindarov, and Prague is better. So both white colors, Prague and Gukesh, they're better. And
Also, Adhiban is very interesting, no?
yeah, and here Adhiban has shocked his opponent with this exchange, not exchange, but a piece sacrifice, double piece sacrifice, knight e4, bishop g4, and he has at least equality. I think he has figured it out with his amazing opening preparation. So at the moment, Team India 2 is set to be the favorites in this match. Does it mean anything? I guess
Well, we will discover this after a short break. Guys, this is going to be exciting. We'll come back very soon with the coverage of round 10. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Sika Blackman,
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
and what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, like the chess players, we got our own little circle, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. Entering as the favorites, Team USA has suffered multiple dramatic disappointments so far. Will they have what it takes to finish strong and keep their medal hopes alive? While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Namaste, everybody. Welcome back to the Olympiad. I'm Alessia Santera, we will be the master, and I'm here today with Erdos, Grandmaster.
Hello.
I already said namaste. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying hello. Welcome back, of course, everybody. Happy to have you here. Alessia, I think you mentioned something about you just saw a very exciting game you want to show to everybody.
Yes, here we are at board 1 of the team match. Hungary versus Ukraine. We have Erdos Victor winning in 19 moves versus Anton Korobov from Ukraine. This game was insane. I want to show it to you really quickly from the beginning. It was a Sicilian with the canal attack, and now after 97, which is the most popular move nowadays, d4 has been played. Mostly they take with the knight, but with the queen. But also knight move is another option, and this is what Erdos played here. It was basically very normal, a very normal position until one point. There was a bone cloud, guys, so this is something that we need to see. Look, e5 attacking the knight moves, and now boom, knight take on e4. It seems like white lost a pawn, but there is a very nice move, c5. Opening up the diagonal to the bishop. And now the move played was knight take d5, bishop a4 check, and that's the move we were waiting for. King e7. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
No words.
No words. F5, bishop takes on a5, lots of pieces, and now the rook sacrifice. Rook takes e5. And the amazing thing is that after pawn take, there is boom, and you win the queen behind. So that is nice. Well,
Yeah, maybe that was some kind of a very deep prep, because stuff like this I recognize from some other masqueration lines. This bishop a4 check, but Korobov knew the risks. When he played knight x on e4, he knew it's going to be sharp and great game by white, right? But I have a feeling the black pretty much blundered at some point. I'm not sure where,
yeah,
really.
queen c7.
Queen
And
c7
now,
is a big
after
blunder.
rook c3,
Yeah.
black resigned.
No, I think this blunder was before. At some point, allowing this rook e4, bishop g5, apparently king e7, bishop c2. Okay, f5 is a big mistake. Yeah, and just missed a piece. Apparently, bishop e4, rook e4, Korobov just forgot that bishop g5 is a threat. But either way, I mean, exciting game by Erdos, scoring an important victory for Team Hungary, who now takes the lead against Team Ukraine.
Amazing. So let's go back to our boards, to our top boards. Let's see what Adhiban is doing here. They said, I saw chat saying, oh, Adhiban is better, Adhiban is better. So we were at rook e1, was played, is on the board. Queen take d4, bishop e3, queen take d3, queen takes g4, d4. Exactly what we saw. And now rook a1, the move that we said, that's very natural move. You take e3 and king g1. This is the current position on the board. Well, we were already here, no?
Yeah, Lisa, we discussed this, and then you had this great suggestion to play queen g6, which looks very normal to me. I think queen c4 is slightly more unclear, because queen c4 allows knight e5.
Yeah, and then there are threats like knight f6, and it's also easy to prevent. Also, if you move the king, can there be something? Oh my god, let's show this. If king h8, there is queen h4 check, queen h5 check, king away, and then knight e7. And that's big. Well, if you take, it's just made directly. And maybe after king f8, there is also something. Arthur, you need to help me.
Maybe the same knight e7. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, because black's entire queen side is shut off. No, instead of king h8 is, I think, asking for trouble. So knight e5, king f8, escaping the check on f6. Maybe there's still knight e7. Maybe it's crazy. You know, knight e7 threatening with... Not sure what, really. I guess the point was rook e7, rook d8. I want to somehow expose the black king, and king e7 is going to be a rook e3, etc. Or rook d8. Yeah, it looks incredibly risky. But of course, I think there's probably something more human. So either way, apparently white did not come up with the best move.
Yeah, after it appears that the best move here in this position, instead of rook a1, had to be a crazy one.
Right.
Insane move. Knight e4.
What? Knight e4?
What is this move?
Plays like that.
Yeah, who plays like that? I mean, what is happening after queen take e4?
I guess bishop d2. Now you have no check on c. Queen c6 and rook c1. And somehow you're overloaded. And then your queen goes away. Take on e8 and rook c8. Mamma mia, you're done.
That's crazy. And what if we go back in this position and the rook is taking on e4?
Then you give it perpetual check, I guess. Queen c8, queen f5.
Oh, that's what the 0-0 is.
Yeah. Now we understand Stockfish. But
Yes.
Alicia, I tell you honestly, nobody thinks like this. Of course, if you would tell to White, listen, come up with a very crazy move here. He's like, what? Okay, 94, right? But you're just not looking in that direction. Rook d1 is very human. This is the first move I mentioned, which I saw, right? I mean, you activate your pieces, you sacrifice the pawn, I mean, the piece, but essentially the pawn on e3. This is something that I would consider number one choice. And I think when you're looking at Rook d1 as a serious choice, you just don't spot 94 at all. I mean, 94 is something out of this world.
Amazing. So this is the current position on the board, and now Black needs to decide where to move the queen. There are a few options. We saw queen g6 and queen c4. We'll see if Adhiban is coming up with even some other move. And we'll come back later. I saw a chat message that maybe our world champion made a mistake, or maybe not.
No mistake, no mistake. I mean, we can, of course, go to his game, but this is a typical position for the closed French kings in an attack. White is going for a kingside attack. And apparently f6 or f5 has to be played somewhere. So just, again, let's go back to the opening phase maybe very quickly, just to give you the heads up where the game is getting. Okay, it started as a reti, then it switched to the French kings in an attack. This is how you're supposed to play it out. Yeah, knight h6, knight h7, by the way. This is some modern stuff. I remember I was facing this myself in the previous FIDE Grand Swiss against Matthias Blubaum. And I didn't know this idea. So this h6, knight h7 is a very interesting way to stop some kind of advancement for White at the king side, because White has a very simple plan. Push everything he's got at the king side, and suddenly this h6, knight h7 feels at the right place. And usually what White is trying to do, White is trying to push at the king side. I mean, again, g4, g5, or h4, h5 for third, knight e2, knight f1, knight h2, knight g4. Those are the common moves. Black, at the same time, is pushing towards the king side. a5, b5, b4, c4, etc., and claiming that he has space advantage. That is the general idea here. Now we go back to the final position. So in regards of the strategy, I think Magnus has succeeded, meaning he has closed the queen side. There's nothing happening on the queen side. So he has free play at the king side. Why the engines don't like it? Well, there must be something specific. It's got to be something with f5. But f5 is a very responsible move because, I mean, here, instead of bishop d8, I guess Black could have played f5, e takes on f6, and you cannot recapture with the pawn because the pawn on h6 is under attack. Take with the knight. And one of the biggest problems of this position is that Black has created a weak pawn on e6 and a great outpost on e5 for the knight. And very often, people who have played this, they know that. So what I think happened here is that Black had assumption that this is the same, meaning he's still suffering because of this weakness on e6, this weakness on e5. That's why he didn't play this f5 at all. And apparently, engines are saying you should have played that, right? But it's not an obvious choice because if White gets the knight on e5, if White gets to establish an outpost on e5 or e4, then Black is just left with the worst position. So that's why Black did play bishop b8.
Perfect. Let's jump back to board one then. We have Gukesh versus Abdusattorov. Then we will start to see also the top board of different countries so that we get to have an overview of the entire situation here. But first of all, let's give another update because this is what we want to see. We want to see Gukesh, and we want to see, especially today, Gukesh versus Abdusattorov in board one, fighting for the victory of the Olympiad.
Gukesh is slightly better, right? The time management is all right. Both players still have plenty of time. 25 moves have been made. We slightly talked about this that white's position should be better. But again, let's talk about the perspective. If Gukesh is unable to come up with a plan which secures his advantage, if black gets to play f6, e5, position his bishop on b7, there is a potential that those white pawns at the queen side will become a target against bishop. So bishop c2, getting to those pawns, b3, a4, c4. So it's not really so simple. Also for Gukesh, obviously, yeah, angels like this position. But the question is, how easy is his plan? I'm thinking something like queen e3, f4, knight e3, something along the way like this. I want to get to the pawn on c5 somehow.
Why is the move f4 necessary?
I'm sorry?
Why is the move f4 necessary in this plan?
Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe it's just weakening, but f4 is stopping f6, e5 from the black perspective. Maybe. I mean, yeah, we could argue. We could argue maybe f4 is actually a weakness. You know, yeah, definitely. It's a very responsible move, and you can't go back with that. But queen e3 looks very normal to me. Yeah, maybe queen e3, f4, maybe something more modest like f3. I don't know. Looks good.
Rook d3, rook e1, rook d1, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. So white needs to control the d file.
All right, this game seems.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that this game is still continuing. There's a bit slower pace. What's happening in other boards?
I want to go to the first board of India 1 versus Iran. We have Maksudlu versus Hare Krishna. This is the current position. There is a difference in the pawn structure. We have white having 2+4, 2 pawns on the queen side and 4 on the king side. Black is having 3+3. So also white is having more space. Yeah, just one open file, the d file. But it seems like both white and black have good pieces. All in all, the 2 knights on g6, f6 are good pieces. Also, the bishop on e7 is hitting towards b4. So the rook has to stay on the b file. I like this position. It's white to move, by the way.
Sure. Because I see black's bishop d6. And everything is going to depend how white is going to react to that. Bishop d6, which is quite a common theme from the first opening which comes to my mind is Sicilian Khan. This battery of the queen on c7, bishop on d6, having positioned against g2, f3, e4, and targeted pawn on h2. This is something I can definitely relate to. But usually there's a pawn on e6 in Sicilian Khan positions. Here, again, how does it feel? It really depends how white is going to respond to that. For example, knight f5, right? Knight f5 is a very normal attacking move. But what happens after rook takes on d1? That's the big question. Because if you take with the rook, bishop b4 is a problem. How do you...
Yeah, either with the knight or with the queen, no?
Yeah, I guess you take with the knight. And then whatever black does next. I guess bishop f8, keep the bishop alive. So, I mean, it's not so obvious. White has a beautiful knight on f5, but he has some weakened dark squares, you know, f4, e5. So if the knight on f5 goes away, black is back with the bishop d6 ideas. Black has a pawn majority at the queen side. Think about moves like b6, c5. Not very clear at all.
It's good to see another board. We have here, we have at board 5, we have the match Serbia versus Netherlands, and we have in the first board, we have Indic versus Giri. This is another crazy position. So material is very unbalanced. At the moment, Giri is having 3 extra pawn, and you see the last move by Indic, he didn't take the bishop on b2. This means that currently Giri has 3 extra pawn. There was a queen hanging on h6, by the way, but it was a check, so the queen couldn't be captured. No Botas gambit here. And now the queen could get exchanged.
You know, Alessia, I'm looking at these positions and I wonder why I'm not getting these positions in my games, you know? I mean, how did I get there at all? I see these craziness. Anish, bishop b2, king b1, totally crazy. And okay, apart from that, king b2 was c3, right? White couldn't do that. There's just problem. White loses the queen, just like that. So king b1, I think Injic is relying on the counterplay of the weakened black king. Rook g1, somehow use those two heavy pieces and the knight. Not necessarily a mate, but maybe some kind of perpetual check. So I think queen d2 most likely will be played. Queen h5 is too much, definitely. Yeah, queen d2 has to be played. And now what?
Now probably you don't want to lose this bishop. So either you play c3 or you move this bishop. I think that this bishop might have an important role defending the king. So maybe the move c3 might already be dangerous. I don't know.
No, you are closing the f6 square, by the way, there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that at all.
We've got this position on the board, by the way. This is the current position. So now Giri needs to decide where to move this bishop or if to protect it with c3. I think I like more just going somewhere with the bishop. Maybe bishop c3 or bishop h8. Something.
Okay,
like
let's
this?
try to make a move. Let's play something like c3.
Yes.
The idea is c2 something. So I give rook g2 check, king f8, and rook takes on b7. I think black is very happy to give away the second pawn. Otherwise, there might be a mate. So
What do
c2
you
check.
mean? A c2 check.
But it's not enough to win. You have to take, and I don't think this extra pawn matters at all. Because the black king is cut off, those pawns are easy targets, white has his own counterplay at h-file. It's just not enough. You just feel at the intuitive level, it's not enough. So clearly Anish needs to do something more. c3 is not the way. I mean, you close the bishop. So, but what is it? So if I play something like bishop c3, is this very human? So bishop c3, now I give rook g2 check. Yeah, king f8.
I mean,
something
I see
like
difference. No, you are covering still the g7 and the f6 square.
and if I play rook h7, no, rook b7, I trade rooks. Rook b8, I'm happy. Rook h7.
Okay, but
Alessia,
let's
are
show
you
this
not
because
afraid?
this seems natural, no? And the difference that the bishop is not on b2 is that now we can exchange the rooks.
Exactly. But now after rook h7, unless you look at this position, and I ask you like an honest question, are you not afraid? I mean, bishop c3, rook g2, king f8, rook h7. Are you not afraid to?
What is the threat?
That's a very good question. Yeah, that's the threat. Knight f4, knight g6, something. I don't know. But I mean, on the intuitive level, are you not afraid?
Well, yeah, this,
Sure.
yes. Also because I see that I can't really play d4. Probably I'm closing this bishop, so it's a bit hard. Wait, could we go with the bishop? No. I was thinking if the bishop could go on e5 because then you want to support the pawn. But maybe we play then bishop c3, rook g2 check, king moves somewhere, and this. Can we play bishop e5? Then start to push and baby.
I don't know, Alessia. I don't know. I mean, bishop e5, you know, I have a feeling. Of course, the bar is saying, cool, don't worry about anything. Black is just winning. But I have a feeling that if I'm playing with black, I'm leaving my king at the fate of white's three pieces. So two white rooks and the knight are going after my king. That's the feeling I have. But of course, you have to be very cool. You have to calculate. I mean, you can't give in the fear, right? I mean, you simply have to calculate. But I mean, I understand why, of course, Anish would want to sit here for a while and try to calculate because this is not super obvious. But in the end, he just needs to make a move, and c3 is just not the way. So I think Anish, despite all the fears, he's going to play bishop c3.
Oh, okay. Oh,
There's just
nope.
nothing else.
King of 8. King of 8 is on the board, attacking the rook.
Oh. But it changes nothing. I still play rook h7. Oh, wait, it does change. It does change because then I play c3. And your rook is not on b7.
And also you don't have a check, and c2 is incoming.
Right. Okay, Anish found a very interesting move. Do we move on?
Yeah, so I want to go back to the top boards of the women's section. Here we should get an update about this game. Let's go. This is the current position.
Mhm.
So this is the game between Kazakhstan and India, board 4.
So the women's tournament, right?
Yes,
Okay.
women's section. And it seems like black did some progress, no? The queen is on h4. F5 was played. Also, there is a pass-protected pawn on e4. And generally, as you announced, Arders, why didn't you do much on the queen side? There is no b4. And instead, black did so many useful moves. And look now, we just saw the move, knight c3, and the bar goes.
Knight c3 is such a strange move. What this knight is getting, actually, I don't understand.
Well, to b5,
B5?
maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe just, I think the reason is that there is a bishop hanging on h5.
Yeah,
So
sure.
knight
The bishop
c3
h5 is in trouble, but maybe that's the way. But okay. I mean, black is doing fine either way. Black has achieved what he wanted. If we go a couple of moves, I think we have to pay attention to the c takes on f5.
You want to go back?
Yeah, let's go back here. I mean, yeah, here e takes, c takes on f5. Here, this is a very common way to stop the attack at the king side. Otherwise, if you don't do that, again, a move before, black is going to push f4. So you play the traditional move f3, there's f4, g5, knight f6, h5, g4, etc. And white's counterplay at the queen side is much slower because of the pawn on c5. So that's why this e takes on a5 is pretty much necessary.
And then we got to this position. No, it seems like, but Arthur's, why is the bar like this?
Well,
Is there
I have no
any
idea.
tactical?
I don't know. Maybe bishop takes on c3. This idea sometimes is a possibility. Bishop takes on c3 and white's bishops are pretty useless. Takes, and knight f6. Can I do that? Bishop e2? There must be something really specific. Like rook g8, the pawn on h3 is under attack, like a forced sequence. Queen h3 is a big threat.
Need to move
And,
the king?
well, there you go, queen g3.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is what was missed by white.
Oh, this is
How do you actually
this
stop
could
it?
be dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous. White is losing a piece because queen e3, queen g2, big threat. So if I take bishop c3,
Oh, bishop takes c3 is on the board. Look at this.
sure.
Oh, this is a good signal. She went for it.
I mean, I play bishop takes on c3 just because I know this motive. Because one game which jumps to my mind is Vincent Keimer when he was still about 14 years old, playing his very first game against Magnus Carlsen in Grenke Chess Classic, first round, whichever year, I don't remember, 18, 19, whatever. So Magnus won the game with black color from a different opening, and the structure was pretty much the same. And he also played this bishop takes on c3, and then it was maneuvering with the knights. I still remember this game very well. So when you look closer at this position, white's bishops are useless. The bishop on e3, it's not doing anything. You want position on c3, but there's a pawn, right? And white's last square bishop is also useless. It's not doing anything. And then after I played knight f6, I picked up the idea of rook g8, and there you go. You have this pawn on h3. So bishop takes on c3. If you have this move in your radar, you're going to pick up the remaining moves as well.
Wow, this is going to be, might be a huge upset for Kazakhstan. Let's move to board 3 and see if they can fight on other boards. This is Tanya Sanchez versus Balebayeva.
Kazakhstan is getting outplayed right now, as far as I can tell, because who was the pairings again? I have to open it. The top board, Jansai Abdumalik was getting in trouble. Then this crazy tactics in the King's Indian, yeah? This bishop takes on c3. Now, I don't know. Doesn't look very good. Or, oh wait, did I mix up the players? The previous round, previous game, who was it? Who were the players again? Maybe I've wrongly announced it. Maybe it was the Kazakhstan player. Ah, it was Kulkarni. No, yeah, then indeed Kazakhstan is in trouble.
Yeah. Absolutely. Kulkarni versus Nakbayeva.
Yeah. Okay, then indeed India so far are looking good. And and last round they suffered this unfortunate loss. I mean, for at least in India, because the first team of India, women team, was confidently leading the tournament with 2 match points and everything was sort of doing all right. And until they met Team Poland and the absolutely incredible Olivia Kalbasa, who scored 9th victory in a row. And they're back, they're fighting. But of course, I mean, the match is still not over, but Team Kazakhstan is in danger here.
Let's go to board number 2. This game moved on exactly as we predicted. We see the queens that needs to be sacrificed. Now the move rook d1 instead of long castle. And after a6, bishop goes on h6. The queen is under attack, so this bishop is not hanging. The queen moves away, and now dark square bishops are out of the board. And white is trying to change a few pieces.
Right. White needs to castle very quickly. Knight f3 short castle, knight e2 very short castle, very, very quickly. Nothing else to be done.
Well, there is knight c2 check.
That might be a problem. Yeah, that's a very good move. So let's say I play knight f3, so that I have more options to respond to knight c2 check, knight c2 check. And play something like king d2.
King d2?
Yeah, sure. That's why I played knight f3, so that I can have more flexibility where to position the king.
Oh, and maybe you go back towards the...
Yeah, maybe even king c1. A knight b4, a3, by the way, Alessia.
And the knight is trapped.
Somehow.
Thanks to the king on d2. That is covering the d3 square. That's beautiful.
Yeah, so it's also not so simple for black as well. Knight f3, I like it. Maybe knight c2 check is too much. But black is definitely doing all right. At least knight a2. Knight a2 looks very good, by the way. Snatch the pawn. You see a pawn, you take a pawn. And the big point is knight a2 is queen e4. Okay, knight e4. Yeah, knight e4, of course, changes everything. Again, I don't see that stuff very quickly. Apparently not knight a2 then. But I thought the idea was very beautiful.
Yeah. Right, so knight g2 is the move played. Interesting. And if knight c2 check, is there still, yeah, there is still the idea of knight d2. But what is the difference between knight f3 and knight? What if queen takes c5, just a simple move?
Yeah, I guess so. And then you castle. Knight a2, and the position is about equal.
Yeah, because now there is not anymore 2 extra pawns for white, so this is just 2 rooks versus a queen. And this is an unbalanced, interesting position, but should be around equal.
Right.
Board one. What is happening here?
By the way, dear viewers, we are not going to jump yet to that game. I read that you mentioned something about craziness going on in Prague's game against Sindarov. That is a digital board error. Yeah, I looked at over the moves. I mean, the last moves definitely didn't happen, right? That's just an issue. I think we are going to come back to that game later because I think Prague is doing great, really. So rook a2, rook a3, these moves did not happen. So don't worry about that. These were not blunders. They are not insane. They know what they're doing. So let's just still stay to this in this match.
So queen c2 is the last move. Now there are some threats. Queen take f2. And generally, this was the crazy game with the bishop on e6 we saw before. And it appears like white as an extra pawn. Now the move queen f4 is protecting the pawn on f2.
White has the pawn and the compensation for it. Again, right, beautiful position. Everything is protected. So, I mean, at the moment, it looks like Team Kazakhstan is getting crushed by India. That's how it looks like, to be honest. You know, every single board, India has a great game. Every single board, right? Okay, maybe they're not going to score a lot of, I mean, all the points, of course, but for the moment, I would make first team India as very big favorites of this match.
Let's
So
get a
clearly they
quick
have won the
impression.
opening battle. I'm sorry?
Sorry, let's get a quick impression also of Team Georgia versus Poland. Here we have Olivia Kolbasa with the black pieces. This position looks like material unbalanced. We have the pawn on g6. By the way, you were right when you said she will take with the g pawn, avoiding all the craziness right after bishop take g6. And this is the current position. Equal material. White, black has a weakness here on f7, f6, two double pawns. And now with the last move, there is an offer to trade the queens.
What is definitely better? I would say that Olivia needs to be extremely careful here because those knights on a5 and c6, they are dominating black's activities at the queen side. There's the double pawns. The knight on e4 is beautiful, but that's it. So I prefer definitely white. So this might be actually end of the winning streak for Olivia.
We'll see. Let's go to board number 1. We have Nana versus Alina. This is the current situation on the board. Black is currently having an extra pawn. White has the bishop here. We saw it before, no? There was an extra pawn given by Nana in the opening for the center for the compensation. Now still, the extra pawn is still there, but the situation changed a bit, no?
Right. Yeah, this looks quite balanced. I'm actually getting word that there's some major developments in the game of Gukesh against Abdusattorov. I hope it's not a board issue or something, because it looks very human, whatever was played. And Gukesh appears to be winning against Abdusattorov.
Is there a rook d7 incoming?
No, I mean, the knight on e5 is under attack. So
yeah,
go back a couple of moves before, because we left it.
So we saw something like,
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
this
we
we
were
saw
here,
definitely.
no?
Yeah, this
We
we
were
saw.
something like here.
Right.
And we said queen f3, knight d3, queen e3, and knight d3. By the way, queen f3 was played. Queen c7, rook a d1, rook a8, and now we said exactly queen e3. But rook take d8 was played. Rook take d8, now rook d1, offering
nice.
the rook trade, and just
That's
rook
nice.
c8 was played.
Why not rook d1? Because rook d1, queen d1, black cannot take the knight on e5 because of the back rank mate.
Let's show this. It's always important.
Yeah,
Show all the mates.
Wait. Don't go there. Yeah, so queen d8, but show f6. Very important line. f6. And now can you guess the move here?
Queen d7. If
Yes,
you take, there is mate on e8.
Yeah, I think Abdusattorov saw this, of course. Queen e5, queen e8. If you trade queens, you're just getting busted. So very nice. And then everything just collapses just like that, like House of Cards. And that's why I think Abdusattorov played rook c8 to avoid a trade, because the position already was so bad. And now, I mean, this rook d7 should be killing somehow. And the first move is just to my mind, Alessia, after rook c8.
Also to me. But the problem is that after queen take e5, there is not a mate on g7, because the queen from e5 is controlling the square on g7. So also to me, this move jumped into my mind, but after this, I don't see a mate, and we cannot be a piece down, right?
Right. And while we're at it, I want to show this plan, which I think is going to work for Gukesh, maybe scoring a major victory. Maybe let's have a look at Team India profile, who is playing in the one of the most talented and the youngest team here in Chennai, India.
Sorry, before getting there, we just have some moves on the board. Maybe we can delay this and comment on this. There is Rook G3 and H5. And we just got a few more moves, and I think we want to talk about it.
All right.
What was the idea of Queen G3?
Queen G3, the idea, what I wanted to continue, this thought process. I wanted to continue the thought process with Rook D7. So Gukesh defends the knight on E5 to play Rook D7 next. But you know, Alessia, instead of Queen G3, just go back. Why not Queen H5? This is a very easy move to me. I mean, Queen H5, Rook D7.
How to stop it? If G6, just too many.
G5. I mean, your dark square weaknesses are just decisive. Yeah. I mean, Knight G4, this is just killing. So Queen G3 is a bit
shy move.
Surprising. Yeah, surprising. Maybe F5. Maybe F5 somehow after Queen H5.
Like this.
Right. F5, and maybe this is somehow surviving, but I mean, I can still play F4. F4, and you cannot do a thing, here. Right? I mean, exactly. So Rook D8 is still somehow losing. Maybe you can even make some spectacular shots like Queen F7. Boom. You love that? Queen F7, beautiful. Queen F7, Rook D8, Queen F8, Yum Yum, Knight E7, Knight C5, lights out.
And goodbye. Yeah, that's beautiful.
That would be one of the most. Queen H5 is the first most, to be honest, which jumps to my mind. But again,
Queen G3 is on the board, and H5 has been already played, so this is already in the past.
Yeah, but I think that Gukesh saw Queen G3. He was so happy with Queen G3 that he didn't even look at anything else. And the idea is quite clear. He defends the knight on E5 and is preparing a Rook D7. Now, since now we have a bit more time, maybe let's check this India 2 profile. Who is playing in the one of the youngest teams of Team India 2, and who they are.
India has the most teams in the Olympiad, including 3 very competitive teams in the open section. This gives the host country legitimate chances to win more than one medal. The wild card for these high expectations is the super talented but very inexperienced second team for India. Seated just outside the top 10, many consider this squad to be amongst the most entertaining in Chennai. Norway's Magnus Carlsen even suggested he's more wary of facing India's second team than going up against India's top-seeded squad. That's some high praise from the world champion. Just under 30, Bhaskaran Adhiban is the team's veteran. He leads by example with his signature aggressive style. Looking up to Adhiban are 4 teenagers, a collective of India's most talented young rising stars. Nihal Sarin, Damaraju Gukesh, Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, and Raunak Sadhwani will each be making his Olympiad debut here at home. Legendary coach and team captain R.B. Ramesh will have his hands full trying to get the maximum potential out of a roster dominated by teens. Good enough to win a medal, the biggest question is if this team can hold up under the Olympiad spotlight and pressure. India shared gold at the 2020 Olympiad, which was held online. That said, it has been 8 years since the birthplace of chess took an Olympiad medal over the board. Although in the shadow of India's first team, India's juniors are unquestionably a key component to fulfilling the high expectations set by the host country and its fans.
Arthur, this was India too, but we know that India has 3 amazing, strong teams. I want you to do a prediction. What do you think will be the team India in the next Olympiad? India will not have any more 3 teams, so you can just name 5 names. What's your prediction?
I think it's going to be pretty easy. So definitely not Vishy, right? Vishy Anand. I don't think he's going to play anymore. He's not going to step in the way of the young talent. Gukesh, definitely. Mikhal Sarin, absolutely. Arjun Erigaisi, he's going to be 2,700. Probably Prague and somebody experienced, because you need somebody experienced, I guess, also. So could be, let's say, Hare Krishna, could be Vidit. Yeah, by the way, Hare Krishna, I think that would be the dream team. Like Gukesh, or I don't know who goes first. Gukesh first, Pentala second, then Erigaisi, then Prague, and then the fifth board, maybe, I don't know, Vidit. You know, in 2 years.
So you leave Sarin out.
No, I put him on the second board.
But you put 6 persons then.
No, I put Gukesh first and Kari second.
And you don't put Prague then?
Prague I named fourth, I think. So again, Gukesh.
So you named Hare Krishna, Gukesh, Vidit, Erigaisi, and...
What do you want me to tell you, Alessia? There's so many good players. I just got to leave somebody out, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, mine would be Gukesh, Hare Krishna, Vidit, Nihal, and Prague.
You left somebody out, I feel.
Erigaisi left out.
Erigaisi definitely should be there. All right. I mean, let's just have 6 players, okay? Maybe Erigaisi as the captain.
Okay. Somebody needs to be out. Coach.
I mean, they're just
Somebody
so
marks
good.
the coach.
They're just so good, right? Maybe in 2 years, Alessia, everybody's going to be talking about a new youngster. For example, there's going to be an explosive start from some youngster who's right now 14, 15 years old, and he's going to be in 2 years, 2750. We don't know that because Indian chess is booming. It's exploding right now. There's a huge boost of popularity. And of course, thanks to the Chess Olympiad, this helps everybody's India is watching. I mean, everybody's watching chess right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have so many talented players. Just yesterday, we got the news that another youngster, a talent from India, Viprana, became grandmaster at the age of 16. So it's really insane.
Right. All right. What happened here? Queen G3, H5, H3 was played by Gukesh. How do you stop Rook D7? Maybe we have to show why Rook D7 was not played by Gukesh. Seems crushing, no?
It seems indeed. Yeah, problem is Rook D8.
Yes, Rook D8. You're gonna take on C7. You also have back rank issues.
That's why H3 makes a lot of sense then. And now the back rank mate problems are over. So we have this is the position we have. By the way, I read charts saying that Prague has a winning position against Sindarov. Let's see if this is true, and if it's true, why? Pawn material is now equal, and it seems like there is a bishop on a2 that cannot go back anywhere. So probably, can there be something like, Rook d2, knight d3, knight d3, knight c1, and goodbye my bishop.
Are you sure it's trapped?
Where is it going?
Maybe nowhere. So whatever happened before, a couple of moves before, can you show that?
Yes. So, boom. So there was a pawn capture on a2. And then b3. No, bishop take f6 first. And now b3 and queen a5.
Can I try to capture the bishop by playing e5, sacrificing a pawn?
So how do you do it exactly?
e5. I close the diagonal. Bishop e5, knight a5, rook e5.
And now?
And now rook a1. Can I do that? No. There's bishop e3. No questions.
And yeah.
Okay, had to check. Okay, so it's not so easy, actually. And this entire idea of 91, 93, I like it. but it's a bit slow.
Yeah, that's true. Needs so much time.
I mean, we can try to push it. I'm not sure because also black wants to play queen a3 next. How
Yeah,
is
you
this
can also
playing?
just take on
Sure.
c6, attacking the bishop on f6 and the rook on e8. And what can black do actually? I want to put this on the board.
Rook e6.
Rook e6.
And now you give a check on c8.
King g7.
King g7.
Can you just go back on c2 and say, I have an extra pawn?
Maybe. And now
And maybe
queen
e5.
a3. Queen a3.
Queen a3 attacking b3. Now you have knight e2.
No, but this is not easy. I don't care what the bar is saying, right? I mean, definitely the knight on d2 is stuck. The bishop on a2 is stuck, but it's not easy to get there. Knight e2, okay, sure, you protect the pawn, but how do you attract more pieces to attack the bishop? You need rook a1. But to play rook a1, you need to close the bishop on f6. How do you do that?
Yeah, it's not
Still
easy. It seems like actually this is on the board. Queen takes e6. Rook e6. Look at this. So probably now also queen c8, king g7 should happen. And then we will see how will white... Maybe white has something better later. So maybe here you don't need to go back with the queen. You have something more aggressive. Maybe e5. Maybe... Do you have a way to pin the... Do you have a way? So e5,
You
bishop
could try to
take.
deliver a mate, rook d8. No, rook d8.
Oh.
There's no mate. e5, bishop e5, rook d8.
This. Ooh.
Maybe there's no mate. Bishop f6? Yeah, there's no mate. I'm not very sharp today, Alessia. So bishop f6, rook g8, king h7, the bishop on f6 conveniently defends the h8 square. No? Yeah.
Oh. What is happening here? Rook h8? Rook g, queen g8?
Oh, wow. Rook h8, that's nice.
And what do? Resign? Or no, bishop e8 still? No,
Yeah,
but
bishop d8 is resignation, pretty much. Bishop d8, rook d8, and then still the same idea. Yeah, rook h8, nice find, Alessia. Maybe something like this is actually possible. You know, I'm slightly surprised this bar is jumping. Apparently, there's some technical refutation, the entire sequence, but we are explaining you the thought process, most likely what is in Prague's mind. I mean, maybe this is not Prague's mind. Maybe it's just my mind. I don't know. But I often came to the conclusion that grandmasters do think very often the same. And I will be looking at this. Yeah, this is something that you want to check. Again, king g7, e5. This looks very forcing. e5.
Yeah, now we are in the critical moment.
Right. Maybe after e5, bishop e5, first you take on e5, and then you play rook d8. This is also what you want to calculate. Maybe you suddenly start a decisive attack. So rook e5 and now rook d8. Can I do that? No. Unbelievable. Okay. Apparently not. There's no mate. Rook g8, king f6. Yeah. And the bishop on e2 is under attack, by the way.
Yeah, so it's better to have the bishop on no. Or do we see
Okay, whatever. I mean, let him figure it out, right? I don't see it immediately. So Prague is definitely looking at this. He has to validate the consequences. I will be looking at this. He's looking at this. Let's move on.
In the meantime, we have a big announcement. Caruana giving a big dose of adrenaline to Team USA with the victory board 1 against Yilmaz Mustafa from Turkey.
This means, what does it mean? Second victory in a row for Caruana, who was 2 games before jumped down to number 14 in the world live rating list. Now he's back. He's helping his team United States climb back to the medals. And now, dear viewers, what do you think? Team USA, the pre-tournament huge yellow favorites, can they still make it to the medals? Tell us, what do you think?
Yes, and Wesley so on board to made a draw as we expected. This endgame wasn't really much for white, so this game ended in a draw. To have a full view, is Team USA pulling out another victory? Dominguez, this is the game. Dominguez has a huge time advantage. Look, 30 minutes versus 1 minute. is putting pressure for sure on the clock. And if I count the pawn on the chessboard, I see that he has 2 extra pawns. So am I mistaken? Or is USA going to win this match with a
You're
decisive
not
score?
mistaken. I think you're completely right here. So 2 extra pawns should be good enough for Dominguez to seal the deal. And who is the 4th board?
Fourth board is
Shankland?
Shankland versus Solak Dragon. And that's the current situation on the board. Again, USA putting huge pressure on the clock. 30 minutes versus 30. No, 30. Sorry. I thought it was 33 seconds, but maybe 33 minutes. Oh, it's
So
33
Shankland-
seconds.
If Shankland is going to win the pawn on e7, he is nothing to be afraid of. So I would say this game is going to end a draw, and most likely Team USA is looking for a 3-1 victory.
Yeah. But is it 33 seconds or 33 minutes?
That is 33 seconds, I think.
Are you proceeding versus? So I think that USA is going to win. We saw that Gukesh is really impressive. We saw that Adhiban is also impressive. I just want to have a look at this board. What is this right now? Okay, this is interesting. Arthur, what is going on next?
The next, I think we are going to make very, very short break once again. We're going to be back in a moment. But before we come back, I would like to remind you about another very special event that chess.com has prepared. So Chess.com is very, very proud to announce the Fall 2022, Spring 2023 Collegiate Chess League seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. So the total prize fund of $50,000. Make sure to sign up, represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students.
Amazing, guys. This is super exciting. Olympiad is going on. Now we will get to the phase where we are about to get time travel in all the boards. Lot of results coming in. This is exciting. I can't wait for it. Stay tuned and see you soon.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the 3rd board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the 1st board is his. On the 2nd board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors. Many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014 when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and the gold medal is the ultimate goal.
That's one of my goals with chess. More people play chess than those that play football. Like millions of people play chess around the world. So why not, like, why isn't it more mainstream in terms of like pop culture and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one of my goals with chess, just to make it to where people actually enjoy watching chess and being a part of the chess community.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alessia Santermo, with Film Master from Italy, and I'm here today with the Grandmaster Artur Snikshans.
Where's the follow-up, Alessia? Wait, I'm supposed to play Namaste, Dosto. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Happy to have you. So let's continue following the action. And I think, Alessia, we have to go back to one of the most exciting, most important matches of the round, Team Azerbaijan against Armenia.
Absolutely. And here on the board, we have the first board, Mamedyarov. Apparently, it seems like something went wrong in the opening, as Mamedyarov was immediately under pressure. And now the situation we have reached is an endgame with 2 knights and 1 extra pawn. Is this a technically winning position for Black?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I see White's idea to play knight c5, knight c3, knight a4. Now, the big question is what Black is going to do against it. How do we stop it? So I put one knight on c5. let's start with knight c5. What do you do? Knight c7?
That's a good question.
Yeah, knight c7. I play knight c3. So I want to take the pawn on a4. How is black winning this, to be honest? I slightly don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something.
That's a very good point. Is there any way? Maybe you can play knight c4 attacking a3? But yeah, still, knight take...
Well, exactly. So maybe knight
3
to
take
a4.
f4?
Okay, that's not very precise. Knight 3c to a4 or knight 3 to a4. Both
Yeah,
knights...
exactly. So that if knight take a3, the pawn on b3, but still there is b2 here.
And I play king c2.
King c2. And maybe knight b5.
And I play knight b2.
b5.
Knight
Knight
x1
b2.
d4.
No.
It's not over.
Maybe
It's
you
still
take
not
first
over.
on d4 and then on a3. Not sure. Yeah, it's unclear. I mean, they need to be... It's clear that it's needed some precision. You need to be precise here.
Well, I think Mamedyarov's position was looking worse before. Now, I'm not so sure about this. I have a feeling that if white wins the pawn back on a4, he has some chances to draw this.
Okay, guys, I want to shortly... We need to go back. We need to go back to some games. I think something in Gukesh game is going insane. I see what chat is writing, so we want to get an update. Also, every game is about to approach move 40, and time control is coming. There is a free pawn here on c5, and I see somebody writing in the chat, please, Gukesh, take the pawn. Please, Gukesh, take the pawn. Actually, oh my God, Gukesh, please, just take the pawn. Speed Turkey is really a big fan of Gukesh here.
Yeah, and once again, to remind you, dear viewers, about the time control and the tournament format, it's 11 rounds. Swiss tournament, this is round 10 out of 11. Penultimate round. Every single team has 4 players, 1 reserve player. What really matters is the team result. Every single team, 4 players, 1 reserve player. And you get 2 points for the victory, 1 for the draw. And again, time control, 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes after that. And we are slowly approaching the end of the first time control.
I love what chat is writing. Who needs pawn with the Giga Chad emoticon? I think that we should rename the Giga Chad emoticon to Giga Gukesh. And he played King F1, saying to Abdusattorov, who needs pawns?
Wow, that's a great move. After King F1, I guess he is getting closer to the center so that he's not missing any perpetual checks. Knight c5 is not going to go anywhere. The question is, at which moment Guki is going to execute it? At the same
it seems like a cookie.
Cookie. Yeah, I love that. I did not invent it. Somebody said it. He's such a nice guy, you know. I had a chance actually to talk quite a lot with Gukesh during Beal. So we also went together to 2 excursions. There were 2 rest days during the Beal GMT tournament. Very nice guy, talked a lot. So definitely I predict him a super bright future in chess. I mean, either way, now the big question is, what's the right moment for white to grab the pawn on c5?
Yeah, why did, let's try to explain, because honestly, yeah, we made fun about it, but why in this position is white not taking immediately the pawn? What is the fear?
I'm not sure.
Why did he play King F1? There must be a reason, no?
I mean, Queen D1 check, what do you do?
So if you go on F2, is there something I'm missing? Maybe Queen C2?
Check. Oh, wait, then it's Queen E2. And you trade off the queens. So that should be pretty good. No, I see nothing wrong with this. Maybe what I have to mention that King H2 is Queen D6. So instead of King F2, King H2, go the other way. And Queen D6. I think what Gukesh doesn't want to do, he doesn't want to play F4. And why is this? Because he's thinking long term. It's opening the long diagonal for the bishop on B7. maybe there's some counterplay. I don't think he even sees it. What's the immediate problem? For example, black plays whatever, bishop a8, you know, maybe somehow combine the ideas of g5, using the battery of the bishop and the queen. Somehow black has a counterplay. So that's why Gukesh played f3, so that there's no ideas whatsoever. f3, h3, no blunders at all. He just need to find a good place to position the king, then snatch the pawn. And here Abdusattorov is desperately trying to complicate matters. He played e5, tries to confuse his opponent. And after knight c5, bishop c8, this is what we have, right?
Yes, this is what we have. Let's switch to another board. Let's go back to Team Armenia versus Team Azerbaijan. Board 2, we have Guseynov versus Melkumian. Actually, Melkumian versus Guseynov. And this is a rook hand game. Is it another drawish rook hand game, or is that there is it more for white?
Well, white has a pawn. Is it enough?
Good question, but the pawn should can be protected because the pawn on f5 is hanging, but can the rook protect it? And the rook is leaving the pawn on f5 at his own destiny, counterattacking the pawn on b7. I have the feeling that many pawns are about to be exchanged, and this means a draw will happen soon.
No, it's a dead draw.
Rook take f5.
It's a dead draw, I see. Yeah, a rook c5.
And then rook c5, rook take a7, and this is like 2 versus 1 that is not really going anywhere.
Yeah, as soon as you take on c3, table base kicks in, I think, right, and says, listen, nothing to be done here. This is a draw. So, yeah, I think this game is going to finish in the draw.
All right, let's move on to board number 3 then. This is Team Armenia versus Azerbaijan. This is the current position. Just rook d7 happened on the board. The kings are widely exposed. The king on d2 and on g8. What is happening here?
Who's even better, you know? The white king is weak, but the
black
white
to move.
is very active.
And there is the threat of queen take f7, which would be pretty much deadly. So Arthur, I think we need to find out a move that covers that.
Can I force perpetual check here? Queen b2 check.
Queen b2
So you
check.
can't
Good
play queen
point.
c2. Rook e2, you resign. Yeah, you cannot do that. Rook e2, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that is a big no-no. What else? Queen b2. I don't think you want to go forward. You're not that brave, right? I mean, of course, the knight is hanging. King d1. And I still try to make perpetual check. Like queen a1. Yeah. How do you progress? Knight c1?
Is there any... Yeah, knight c1 maybe.
I know maybe I just quietly play queen f6.
There's a pawn hanging on a4 also.
Yeah, the pawn a4 is hanging. I'm slightly concerned it might dislaunch my queen a4.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so queen f6 looks very normal. I defend the pawn on f7. I'm attacking the pawn on f3 at least. So there's already a possibility for this game to finish in a draw. If players are happy about it, probably they're not.
Yeah, we will see. Okay, this is very, very not unclear, let's say. Board 4, we have a Vanisian with the white pieces. Is in endgame. He has an extra piece, excuse me?
Whoa!
Look at this. Bang! There is an extra bishop on the board, unless there is a transmission problem. I think this is about to be a resignation pretty soon. Look at this
can you
guy.
show that? How did that happen?
Yeah, let's go back a few moves. Well, a few moves, I don't see any real change, actually. Honestly, this piece disappeared a very long time ago. Oh, look, we are getting close. So at this moment, material was more or less equal. We have two Giga Chad bishop at the center of the board. I mean, how strong are those? How strong is this bishop pair? And now h4 attacking the rook. Rook h5, bishop f3, and the rook doesn't have many squares. Needs to take on h4. And now, boom, rook for 2 pieces. Now just 2 bishops, and I think that black won an exchange again. g3, attacking the rook. Where is the rook going? The rook is lost. Doesn't have any square. Oh my god, that's so beautiful. If rook h3, there is king g2.
Yeah, nice domination. So it's safe to say that Abbasov got in trouble after the opening.
Yeah. So this will be probably a victory for Armenia. So this means that Armenia is probably gonna win again.
So to summarize, Hovhannisyan is completely winning. Durarbaili is continuing, and that means Petrosian with black on third board has to continue. There's no perpetual check. You have to continue playing on this game. It doesn't matter. It's equal. It doesn't matter. You have a draw. You have to play on.
Well, sorry, Artur, but Petrosian is same team of Hovhannisyan, so probably
my apologies. Yeah, of course, it's Durarbaili. So
probably he is happy with the draw.
Yeah. So Durarbaili has to continue. And where have I seen this before? Let me think. Oh, yeah. Last round. Right? Again, Durarbaili was in the same spot. He had to. I mean, he was trying to equalize. Again, he was the last player to play against Prague. Trying to win the match. He lost the game. And then we have the second board. Gosenov Melkomyan, most likely is going to be a draw. And Sargissian is, if not winning, then definitely never losing against Mamedyarov. So Team Armenia looks so much better against Azerbaijan right now.
Yes, we have a result, and this is the crazy fourth board of India versus Uzbekistan. Look at the result. This was a crazy game that ended up in a draw. This is the final position. So I think that after f6, there was a draw offer here by Adhiban. And why did this happen?
So he didn't play Queen G6 as you suggested, Alessia.
Oh yeah, let's go see. So after Rook AD1, this was the move, no? Taking king back and Queen C4, your move, Knight D5, your move again, with the idea of Knight F6 check and Queen C6, beautiful fine. The queen is controlling the F6 square. And I have a question, why not Knight E7? Because after Rook takes, check, King H7, this is not mate because the Queen on C6 is also protecting the square on H6. That's right. Beautiful. So this Queen on C6 is really protecting all the threats here. And White went on with the move Queen G5, and then E2, Rook C1, Queen E6, Rook C2, and F6. And your draw was over. I feel like this game could have gone on there for a while, right?
But I think that Adhiban did the job because his job was today make a draw. He played a very interesting opening. He surprised his opponent, and he felt that, yeah, here, I'm not sure, by the way, how it's a draw, by the way. How it's a draw?
By agreement, I think.
Yeah, sure, but how the position is drawn, I'm not really I don't really understand. I guess the pawn on E2 is going to fall. And
so let's play move Queen
H5.
Queen H5.
Let's continue this line. Queen H5, Queen F7. Wait, I mean, yeah, right. Queen F7. You're gonna take on H4 because the knight on D5 is under attack. And after Queen F7, King F7, Rook E2, take, Bishop D6. Indeed, this is equal. I mean, they didn't play it out. This could have happened. So, I mean, they saw this is where it leads, right? Of course, for the sake of completion, they could have played it on and show you this is what they intended. Both players are so high level. They saw that this is where it's getting. It's a draw, and White understood. I can't win this game. Probably I'm just maybe even slightly worse because Black has the bishop. So let's just call it a day, make a draw. Although probably Team Uzbekistan is on the verge to lose against second team of India.
I think it's very interesting to see what Praggnanandhaa is doing against Sindarov. We were in a very complex position right now. The situation on the board is that Praggnanandhaa is down a piece, but look at this rook. This rook is pinned and attacked by a pawn. This means that soon Praggnanandhaa will have an extra exchange. Will this be enough for winning?
Maybe Black can try to set up some kind of a fortress. I mean, I'm not sure here. Do you have to include G-Dex on F6, G-Dex on F4, or play King G6 right away?
But because actually, it's White to move. So there is Rook taking 5 just, and that's maybe GG.
Well, then it's definitely winning. I mean, Rook E5, Queen C2, Oh, wait. Let's just stop it here. So queen c2, I take, and rook b5. G takes. Now, is this some kind of a fortress?
It feels like that having two pawns is definitely a good thing for white.
I don't think this is a fortress, Alessia. I mean, definitely there are some fortresses. And that's why Prague is not playing. He's not playing right away. He sees this position. I think he's trying to visualize how this game is going to continue from here. If he goes here. And otherwise, if you go here, you realize it's a fortress, nothing to be done. But should be winning. I have a feeling, right? I mean, maybe get the king on e8 somehow. King goes far around.
I mean, honestly, doesn't it feel that white at most of the time can just sacrifice a rook for a pawn and a bishop and then win the pawn endgame?
Wait, it's not so simple. I mean, maybe if you play king g7, f6, can you show it on the board?
Yeah.
Let's say something like king g7, king g3, f6, bishop g6, rook b7. Yeah, bishop f7, f5. And maybe in some lines, indeed, yeah, you go with the king on d6, you sacrifice the rook on f7, and then you win the pawn endgame. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Probably.
but sometimes you can also target, if the pawn is on the white square, you can attack the pawn with the rook and with the king and take it at one point, or take the bishop at one point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, put the king on d6, sacrifice on f7, but that's why Prague is making sure he can do it. And after bishop e6, what options he has actually? Maybe he's thinking about keeping the queens on the board. No, he did play something.
Oh, yeah,
oh, there
yeah,
go.
we are getting to the endgame. We're getting to the endgame.
Prague is sure. This means he is sure. You don't go into that endgame.
Okay, so we will discuss. Thank you for the arbiter. Thank you, the arbiter. Let's appreciate the arbiter. I want to come back to this game soon because we will have time to discuss the endgame. There is a big thing going on in the endgame between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. This pawn is not stopping. Look, a6. And I think what is next? Is knight a4, a7, knight b6, or queen b6? Is this the next move? Knight a4, queen b6.
Gukesh is going to do it. I mean, I don't believe he's going to throw away such a huge advantage. Well, what can we summarize about this game? Of course, Gukesh has played a flawless game, but I have a feeling that maybe Abdusattorov just slightly, crumbled under the pressure. I mean, he had a normal position after the opening. Nothing was wrong. And then somehow he misstepped and everything just collapsed for Norderbeck. So here, I think Gukesh is well on his way to score phenomenal 9.5 out of 10. And a major victory for second team of India, making a strong claim for the gold in the 44th World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India.
Oh my God, this is so exciting, guys. There are so few games. There is one game that already ended up in a draw. Just 3 games going on, and Gukesh and Prague are both pushing for a decisive result. Is this meaning that India too is going to win one more time and take the lead of this Olympiad 2022 with
Can I play knight b7 and already seal the deal? Knight b7, bishop b7, queen a7. This is what I see. Knight b7 comes with the idea to limit black's pieces activity. Can you put it on the board? And queen a7, yeah. Can I do that? Looks very straightforward to me. A takes on b7, b8 queen. No? I found the draw. Oh, I missed the draw somehow. There we go again. Queen a5. Oh, queen a5. This is what I missed. Okay. No question.
And then there are thousands of checks.
Yeah. I missed queen a5. Apart, if not queen a5, it's completely winning. So
are you telling me that things could go wrong?
Yeah, knight b7 would be nice idea to play queen c5 next.
Are you telling me that things could go wrong? We have the live camera footage here, very big.
There's a move played. I think I see.
Yeah, I think that the pawn was captured. Let me see if we can get a zoom in of the board.
A7. I think it was A7, queen A5. I think that's what we got.
Oh yeah, here we have it on the
No?
board. Here we have it.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah. We have bishop c8 and knight d3. Giving away the pawn. This is strange. And now queen take e5 is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, queen take e5. So he gave away the pawn on the side of the board, but now probably he's taking also the pawn on b4, and then it's just an easy club.
Well, what choices does Dominguez has apart from resigning and trading queens, which is resignation? I mean, he has to avoid trading queens at all costs. How do you do that? The pawn on b4 is lost. Don't care about it. You need to keep the queens on the board. You cannot allow to trade queens. If you trade queens, that's it. Maybe queen a7. And then white could dominate black's pieces by playing knight c5 next. I mean, look at this poor bishop on a6. It hasn't even said anything in this game. It's just not finding his way in the game.
I see the chat that whatever Gukesh is doing, no matter what, if he's drinking water, if he's not taking a pawn, for them, this is always a giga move. They are always impressed. I think that Gukesh conquered the hearts of our audience.
Wow. I know wow when it comes in terms of Gukesh is clearly overused, but can I say that again? Wow. You know, it's just such a pleasure to watch him play. And again, to remind you, he's only 16 years old.
Yeah,
only 16 years old, right? He's just crushing everybody here. He crushed Caruana, he crushed Shirov, he crushed Sargissian, and he made a draw with white against Mamedyarov, 8.5 out of 9. Your standard score, 9.5 out of 10. There you go, no problem. Just absolutely incredible what he's doing here.
Another nice comment from the chat. Gukesh banned the bishop on a6 from the board. I like it. The bishop is banned.
Right, so queen b6. Here Abdusattorov is seeking a way to activate the queen. Queen g1 check, nasty threat. Now, I think the idea of what Abdusattorov wants to do after knight c5 is test some queen a5 ideas.
Sorry, queen a5.
Yeah.
So you would like to go from some perpetual. At the moment, there is not even the check. But,
Yeah.
But you know.
I mean, it's now it's the question of technique. It's a question of technique for Gukesh, and if you look at the clock, they got made move 40. That's it. You get extra 30 minutes on the clock, so there's no time trouble for Gukesh. Because again, to remind you, dear viewers, the time control over the tournament, it's 90 minutes for 40 moves. You make 40 moves, that's it. You get extra 30 minutes on the clock, and of course, plus 30 seconds per every made move. That's it. Gukesh is not gonna miss it. I mean, I don't believe this.
That's absolutely impressive. It's time for us to move to board number 2. Let's see if we have anything going on here. This endgame, the more I look and the more it seems like it's going to end up in a draw. Same color of bishop, same amount of pawn, and well, only thing could be the king is a bit more active, the white king, because his pawn on g4 is but cannot really be attacked. The king has to do so much in order to attack. The king would have to go f1, e2, e3, and then maybe too long.
There's going to be a draw offer right here. Watch this. I mean, you see, clearly Sarin is looking in the eyes of his opponent. Who is going to offer the draw? 3 pawns versus 3. The f pawn for the g pawn were traded. The body language of white says, I'm ready to make a draw. I know there's nothing there. So you see players blitzing out.
After every move, Neil is looking with, we look at this. This is eye contact. He's looking directly in his opponent's soul and saying, and now impress me. And they're about to shake the hands, I think. Oh no, another bishop move. They want to go on. But you see, Niall is so fast. He knows exactly what to do here. And now again, eye contact there, putting pressure, staring at him.
I mean, Sarin would make this a draw in a bullet game with 1+0. I mean, he would never misplay this at all, right? So he doesn't need all that extra half an hour. He's figured it out. B5, the simplest way to simplify the position. Trade off the pawns. That's it. I mean, piece of cake for Sarin.
Did you notice the Kit Kat also today? And this time is Team Uzbekistan that has the Kit Kat. Yesterday we saw Team Azerbaijan, but apparently it's not bringing good luck.
Maybe they're going to fight it out until the Bear Kings. This is just disappointment from White. So I know this expression too well, right? I mean, you're just disappointed. You don't want to agree to the draw, but you make some moves. You know, the game already in your mind is finished. You're not thinking about even the game. So just let's just make a couple of moves, whatever, for the sake of, I don't know, move 50 and then shake hands.
Yeah, Praxis wrote a nice comment. I'll be like, really, bro? You want to go on? But yeah, it's more like, you know, you're not happy with what is going on. You're not happy with the situation of the match. And yeah, you're waiting a bit more move. But I think that now it's time. Table base arrived and said, that's a draw. It's time to shake the hands and admit that there is nothing more to do. The game will end in a draw.
So far, I mean, both black colors for second team India have done their job. They were supposed to make draws. They're supposed to stop their mighty opponents who have been performing 2700 plus in every tournament. I mean, in every game of the tournament so far, they have succeeded. Sarin did a job. He easily makes a draw. And here we are going to see very quickly transferring this to a pawn endgame. Doesn't matter who wins the pawn. It's still a draw. No, he's not going to trade.
Sarin is not even exchanging. And now the repetition, the move is repeating one more time. Sarin very fast with another check. And now White needs to move the king again. And now I think we are about to get to the position. 3 times the position is going to be repeated.
Okay, technically, when you have a threefold repetition, you don't have to offer a draw. So maybe that's why he's doing this. I like physically don't have to use those words. I offer a draw.
You need to write, let's say to the chat how to do. You need to
All
write.
Right, then they did it. Congratulations, Warriors, to finally agree to a logical result of the game.
Yeah, mostly the right way to do is that you need to write the next move on your score sheets without making the next move. And then you need to stop the clock and call the arbiters. Of course, Neil went for the very direct approach. Bro, do you want to make a draw or what? What's going on there? And then they had some nice eye contact and they shake the hand for the draw.
Of course, you can see the disappointment in White's face, right? He knows. This was a very, very important match. One of the most important matches maybe of his life so far. He missed it, but that's sport.
And now we have all the time to appreciate the beauty of this other endgame. White is an exchange up. The question is this enough? How much technique is required in order to win this endgame? And general question, is actually this endgame winning?
Should be. I mean, I'm not really sure. What about if I go with the king on e7? I mean, either way, this is going to be highly interesting theoretical endgame. So, yeah, let's
look
talk
at the
about
body language. Yeah,
look about Prague's body language. What do you feel? What Prague is doing there?
Prague is shaking up and down. So it feels like, you know, he's a bit nervous, but I think he knows that he has he has a winning position probably, but it's not easy at all. You need to show some really good technique. So now the pressure is on him. He knows that if he brings this game home, that's GG, easy clap, shake your hands, Team India wins and gets the first place at round 10 of the Olympiad. So that's huge. And he needs to bring this game home.
I don't think this is a draw, to be honest. I'm not sure. I tell you honestly, haven't started this particular one. I don't think it's a draw. And the only problem for White is the pawn on h3 is slightly weak. And while we're talking about this match, let's again remind the viewers, what are the current standings after round 9?
Yeah, as we can see, Team Uzbekistan and India are tied with 16 points. And this means that this match is like huge because you're not just getting 2 more points, but you're stopping the team that has the most points. And so that's really important.
You know, it's also quite important for Prague's psyche that Gukesh wins the game, because if he wins it, that's it. They already did the job, right? So there's going to be a lot less stress. So he has still 23 minutes on the clock. There's no pressure. And if Gukesh is going to do the job and he's going to win his technically winning position against Abdusattorov, that's it. There's no stress for him. However, things could change if Gukesh somehow misplays and doesn't win the game. Let's say he draws. Then there's a lot of pressure for Prague, right? Because you start to get scared because you're the final one playing. You need to win. Your position is maybe winning, maybe not.
We have a news. I don't know if it's sad or happy, but Olivia Kielbasa stopped ended up her streak and made a draw today. This is something that you might be sad or happy about. Or Olivia today was in a tough situation. She was under pressure. So a draw is, looking at the position, is a good result. On the other side, her amazing streak of 9 out of 9 is over.
Yeah, I mean, again, 9 out of 9, Alessia. I'm just totally stunned. Gukesh got 8 out of 8, 9 out of 9. You do this in the Olympiad. It just gotta feel great, right? Great help for the team. But
in the meantime, let me give a good news, guys, because I think that Olivia can be super satisfied. And she's not just chasing records, but she just did a women grandmaster norm. So chat, clap your hands because Olivia made that big norm. And, you know, that's a good achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think she's also going to go hard on that, definitely. So you score 9.5 out of 10 in Olympiad. You already should be aiming for not only for the women EM or GM, also for the men EM or GM titles, right? And many women players have done that already. So I think Olivia eventually also is going to do it.
Let's have an impression of the situation of Team Poland versus Georgia. This is the first board, opposite color bishop, 1 extra pawn for black, but honestly, things are looking pretty stable, no?
I'm not sure. I mean, definitely Kashlinskaya is pressing here with an extra pawn, but maybe there's just no progress. Yeah, there's no progress because the bishop on d4 stands perfectly. The black king can never go to d5. Bishop f6 drops everything at the king side. It's just a draw. So why plays king f2, king e1, king f2, king e1? That's it. No, this is just a dead draw. That extra pawn does not matter. This game is going to finish in a draw. And there you see the current scores right now in the women's section. Team India has scored the first victory over Kazakhstan. And we did talk about that. India was looking really, really good against Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan clearly was outplayed in the opening phase. 1 draw, Georgia-Poland match. Team Ukraine, very important match for them against Germany. Try to catch up one of the 4 leaders. Azerbaijan getting the better against Armenia. And wait, just a second. It's a double matchup? Armenia, Azerbaijan in the open and the women's section? Really?
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, that's cool. That's so cool.
I mean, yesterday we had a Team USA against Greece, right? I mean, there was no Greek tragedy apparently, but today, look at that. I mean, we didn't notice that.
Amazing. So let's have a full impression of what is happening Poland versus Georgia. This is another board. Probably that we will have 2 draws so far. And what's happening here? We have a rook, 4, a knight, and 2 pawns. So this is pretty balanced from the material point of view, but from a practical point of view, who would you pick, Erdos? Like to move here.
I mean, Black looks pretty active. He has the material advantage, technically. I mean, 2 pawns for the exchange is minor advantage. And then you have a beautiful knight on b3. The pawn on a5 is under attack. The pawn on b2 is under attack. You have a passed pawn on at the d file. The knight on c8 is silly. Definitely Black is better.
And last board, let's go here. We have a rook Endgame with an extra pawn for white. And a pawn that is rolling on the c file. Is this
Right.
good news for Team Poland again?
Yeah, and I think it's also quite important to mention that it's not only Olivia Kielbasa, but also Maria Malichka have been the top scorers for Team Poland so far. They're doing the biggest work, right? I mean, scoring when it's necessary. And here again, Malichka is to score another point. Very impressive.
That's good. So if we go on to the board, I want to check. Yeah, here is Monika Sachko. This is under pressure. So this means that this match, Georgia versus Poland, looks like might end in a draw. Let's move on. I want to give I want to tell about the results. There is an upsetting result for our world champion Magnus Carlsen. He apparently made a draw against a player, international master, rated 2500. So a player with less than 450 points. That's a big upset for Magnus.
So for Magnus Azilo playing Olympiad,
Magnus' rating is crying now. Yeah. Because a draw costs like 5 points to Magnus. So it was like +1, and now it's again -4 points, more or less. You can check it rightly, but should be pretty accurate over there.
And if we check very quickly, how is Team Norway doing? So Magnus was unable to win. Just very quickly, what's the result?
Yes, let's see. So let's check who is resting today. That's a good question. Let's see if we find. So it seems like we have the results already, the whole team.
All right.
Or maybe not. So it seems like Tyre is resting today. So Ammer,
Christiansen and Urkadal, those are the second, third board, fourth board today.
Yeah, Ammer is still playing. And this is the current position.
Okay,
Ammer
Hammer is
has
winning.
quite some extra pawns.
Yeah, Hammer is winning. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, and this is also mate, yeah. So Christiansen, here we are.
And Christiansen again is losing. Oh dear.
Ouchie, Christensen is having so far really a very hard Olympiad. And
This
again,
leaves the fourth board. Fourth board, how they're doing. So far, if nothing is going to change, it's going to be 1.5 against 1.5. So the third seed, Norway.
This is the fourth board. Oi, oi, oi. Black has an exchange up, but look at those pawns. G5. And the king is really not in a good position. I've seen in one of the title Tuesday a beautiful checkmate. And imagine you're the pawn on G6 and then a check somewhere, and this could be a big problem.
I sense another upset for Team Norway. I have a feeling this is going to be Olympiad they just want to forget, really. They had such high hopes coming in third seeded. This looks like another loss, to be honest.
Yeah. That's very, very unlucky, very lucky. Let's go back to the women's section. Let's see if we have, I want to also have a look at Team, we have 2 results. So it's official. Team India is dominating against Team Kazakhstan. Board 4, Kulkarni won against Nakbayeva. And also board 3, Tanya Sajo having an amazing performance in this Olympiad so far. Won against the Women International Master Balabayeva. This means that if it's enough, one draw in one of the board, and then India wins this very critical match.
Still, of course, it doesn't mean that the medals, gold medals, are guaranteed because there's still the final round tomorrow. But that's a good chance.
And this is the position. Vaishali is having a queen and a pawn in exchange of 2 rooks. And I think that this is a very good news because anytime that the pawn is captured on a4, she should have a perpetual.
Are you sure?
No? Queen
I mean,
E2,
Queen F2, King H3.
But I want to, for example, play...
the thought. I mean, I didn't want to contradict you, but I think you're right. It's going to finish in a draw. a bit later, meaning there's not going to be an immediate draw like queen f2, queen f3, queen g4, etc. But you look at that position. Let's say the pawn on a4 disappears. How do you make a progress?
I want to play queen e4.
Yeah.
And then, this is my idea of perpetual there.
Oh, you did find a perpetual. My bad.
Queen g4,
Yeah.
queen e2,
My
queen
bad.
g4.
My bad. But even if, okay, but I just
And
stand
it's
corrected
happening.
once, yeah.
Arthur's.
But even if there was no perpetual check, I mean, position the queen on the 5 and white has no progress.
I think they agreed for a draw.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm kidding. Come on. How, I mean, is there any risk for white here if there is not a draw?
Yeah. So anyway, draw is agreed. Let's move on.
Yeah, first board here we have. Oh, white is about to promote the pawn on d7. Oi, oi, oi.
And that means the team India is crushing Kazakhstan. I had a feeling this is going to happen because right after the openings, you looked at the positions and you could feel that something went terribly wrong with the opening preparation for Kazakhstan. They just never really got into the match. Very talented, very perspective team, young team. And today, India just dominates.
Wow, that's really impressive. Really, really impressive. And on all the boards.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Gukesh. Let's see. Are we about to see a result here? The time control, move 40, has been reached already. And now there is a bishop bend on a6. The bishop is not really playing. Why is the king going towards the queen side? Is it maybe to avoid any possibility for a perpetual check?
Maybe he wants to take the b4 at the right moment so that the pawn on b3 is protected.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one which jumps to my mind is queen d5. There's also king c1. But king c1, there might be some problems with queen a5. Oh, there you go. The bar didn't like. Ah, wait, I blundered queen d5.
Bishop f1.
Yeah, I blundered that.
Yeah, but you said before at your as for a disclaimer, you said that this could be a risk. The bishop on c2 or the bishop on c1, because of course all white pawns are on white square, so you need to watch out for this endgame.
Absolutely. So king c1 or king c2 look very natural. Now the bishop on a6 is not doing anything. Let's try bishop c8.
And then how to improve? Maybe knight d3?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very normal move. Just collect the pawn on b4. Do it slowly. Take the pawn on b4. And again, looking at the both players, I think that Abdusattorov has sort of accepted the fate. Meaning...
look the legs under the table. Look. Shaky. Look at this. Under the table, you can see there is an earthquake going on there.
He's nervous. Yes, knows this is one of the most important games so far in his career because it's not only about him, it's about the team, right? He knows this is very important. And despite the fact that he is so young, right, he still lacks experience in such stressful moments. But either way, I still do believe that he's easily going to do this. But he's nervous. I mean, he's a human being, of course.
Yeah, of course he's a human being. And also, you're fighting for something important. And I feel like there is a different amount of pressure when you're playing for a team event because, again, it's not yourself, it's not your rating, it's not your performance in a tournament. It's about your country that you're representing. It's about also for Gukesh securing a spot in the India national team for a very long time. And it's about many things. Also, India is playing at home and you want to bring a medal to India. And it seems like India too is a team that is going to do it.
Yeah, so it looks. All right, so Team India too is looking really good. And maybe let's jump in. There's an interesting game for Benjamin Bok for Team Netherlands and see what we do after that.
Yeah, Benjamin Bach is playing with the black pieces against Marcus Robert. And we have a knight endgame with 3 extra pawns. I think, my dear, this is not really going well for Benjamin.
And what does it mean for Team Netherlands?
Well, that's a good question. I want to see if we have some results. Maybe we can pull out the current results if we have. So we know for sure that Giri's game ended up in a draw. Now let's see if I can figure out what FunForest also did today. Maybe he's resting. Oh no, also ended up in a draw. Also ended up in a draw. So now who is playing board 4? Is it Max?
No, I think Netherlands already won the match.
Yeah, Max Warmerdom won in board 4. And so
that means, Alessia, big result, because to remind you the current rankings after round 10, there was a mass of teams with 14 points. USA, Turkey, Iran, India, first team, Serbia, and Netherlands. This means Netherlands is well within the contention to fight for the medals. Do we check maybe board 4 of Netherlands? I hear there was something interesting going on, Alessia.
Yes, let's see what Max did. So we're about to get the position. Oh, look at this. Let's check the last moves. Let's see if we have. Okay, so we are this opening, and white has a majority of pawns on the queen side. You see the pawn on c6 already advanced. And I will just shuffle to put on the moves and see what happens. So it's about, pushing the pawns. And
Alessia, if I misread it, I thought Benjamin won. Oh my goodness. Actually, that's Serbia who won. I stand corrected. I think I simply mixed the colors. So that means Team Netherlands against Serbia actually is a draw. My mistake.
Benjamin was 3 pawns down. Yeah, he's a 2-2.
Right. I mean, my mistake. I looked at it the wrong colors, right? I had an impression that Benjamin was up 3 pawns, that Team Netherlands did the job. I congratulated them, etc. It's a draw. It's a draw. And that means even closer race now for the medals. And maybe for Team Netherlands, now it's going to be very tough, because this is great news for Team USA, who don't have the greatest tiebreaks, who are sharing this huge group of teams with 14 points. 2 more teams get away.
Yeah, let's see. This is a game 4, how it went on. It seems like white has a pass-protected pawn here on c6. It's how to go on. Bishop, what? Bishop here? Oh, that bishop is not hanging because the rook on the 8 is for real hanging, so it would be very bad. Now the rook is protected, but what? Wow, that's so beautiful. If you take here, probably there is rook take d8, and then queen f7. And after this, I still am struggling to understand. d7?
c7?
Queen here? And then you take the rook.
Queen d8, or queen f6, queen e5. Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
you're right.
yeah, that's beautiful. Okay, but he didn't take on e5. Queen e8 was played. Now you take on e8, rook take d5, pawn take d5.
Rook c5?
Bam! Wow, Max on fire, for real. Pawn take, a5, d4, b6, and now the 2 pawns are just too strong over there. e3, f take, b7, e2. Now the bishop is stopping the pawn. Instead, nobody's able to stop the pawn on b7 and c6. GG, that was really beautiful.
But I have to really object, Alessia, because I saw the bar, right? I mean, the bar was not really impressed. And before black played e2, I think I saw that black was winning. Apparently, something crazy was going on there.
I think the bar was not updated.
Are you sure?
I think so.
All right.
I think just the bar needs some time to update.
The evil bar.
Yeah, the evil bar is tricking you, Arturs.
Yeah,
it's making you second guessing your life decision.
All right,
Okay.
Maybe let's go back to Prague's game against Sindarov, one of the most important games of the round. Team India 2 trying to secure the victory against Uzbekistan and take the lead in the overall rankings.
Guys, look at the
This
bar.
is a theoretical draw. What I'm saying there. Theoretical win. This is a theoretical win. Yeah.
Arthur,
This is
you
not
like
draw.
to debate me, huh?
Yes, yes. My tongue is making tricks today.
So table base says this is winning. But actually, I know that this could be tricky if the pawn gets to a5. You have to be careful. I've studied this endgame once, and I remember that this could be tricky.
Wait, let's just put it this way. I want to bring back the Dvoretsky's endgame manual, really.
Mhm.
I'm gonna find it in I guess in the next break. This particular position, I think it's there. And one thing, I think, if I'm not terribly mistaken about this endgame, this is winning as long as the white pawn is not crossed the 4th rank. Pawn on h3, pawn on h4, this is winning. I even remember the technique. The question is, does Prague remembers it? I mean, it's quite tricky.
No, for sure. I know that pawn on h5
know
is a
it.
draw. I know that pawn on h5 is a draw. I studied
You
this
know
with
that.
my coach. I remember. Yeah,
Right.
that's why I see to one of my subs, Anuran, that is in the chat and is saying, why is black playing this with black? Well, it's not so clear. If the pawn would be on h5, this could be, it's very hard to hold, but it should be a draw, no?
Now it's a very critical moment. Does Prague know this? Because h4, h5 is normally what you want to do. You want to push forward your pawn, but there's going to be such a nice study like draw. If it's going to happen, it's going to be insane. It's going to be one of the most insane saves by any player here in this Olympiad. So let's maybe try to
Prague
show.
is still shaking. Look at this. Look at this.
Let's
Really.
maybe try to show the technique, Alessia.
Yeah, let's go.
So king g7, king g5. What do you do? Let's say bishop needs to be kept on this long diagonal. Bishop b1.
Can we show the draw? Just go h4, h5. Or it's too hard. Well, let's show the technique. Rook d7. Let's start with showing the technique.
Right, rook d7,
7, king g8.
king g8, and now king h6. Now the big idea, you want to give rook g7 check. So what do?
I don't
You
know.
play
bishop
something
c2?
like bishop c2, rook g7 check. King h8 leads to very nice victory. Rook c2. You're threatening to win the bishop. And now this bishop leaves this diagonal. Yeah, but rook f7, it leads to the same. Rook f7, bishop e6, rook f8, bishop e6, rook f8, bishop g8, king g5, king g7, rook a8. And the thing is, the bishop never gets back to that diagonal. Never, ever, ever. So this is winning. And I think we're going to get there at some point. And why this is a draw with the pawn on h5? Can we show that maybe? After rook g7 check. After rook g7 check, obviously the king has still a choice where to go. King f8 is the best defense. And now, after king f8, there's rook g5. You want to hide with the king h5, king g4, keep the king cut off. No, rook g5, Alessia. So you want to play king h5, king g4, and keep the king, black king cut off. h4, h5, h6, rook g7, king g5, king f6 is winning. And that's why you have the pawn on h3 and h4, because if you have the pawn on h5, you cannot escape the king through h5 square. This is it. That's it. So it really matters where this pawn is standing. And now I think the biggest intrigue is if Prague knows this. I mean, he should know this. But
I see from the live board, Arthurs. Look at this. He's going with the king. He's giving a check. Exactly what you said. Look at this. And now the new
this is
score
advanced
sheet.
technique. This is advanced technique. And actually, I think he's going to benefit from the fact that the pawn is on h3. Because if the pawn is on h4, let me tell you that, Alessia, it's incredibly nuanced victory. Incredibly nuanced. The pawn on h3, having the pawn on h3, and then you push on h4, I have a feeling Prague is going to have it easier because it's going to give him one tempo, because black at some point is going to be in Zugzwang. So rook g7 check is this is the critical idea. King h6, rook g7, either way the king goes, white wins.
Yeah, now Prague is taking. I think that king h6 is the move that we want to see. The king going to h6, going for the idea of rook g7, as we just saw. Artus hosting free masterclass. Exactly, guys. This is a very nice explanation by Artus.
Why is he thinking? I mean, does he know this endgame? He knows. Yeah, he knows. King
And
H6,
it goes. The
he knows
king
that. He was just
on
double checking.
h6.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you have to study rook endgames. A rook and bishop endgames. Let me try to pull that. While they still play, let me try to find it. You know, Alessia, I'm so excited to see this because this really reminds me of a very, very nice story I once had in my career. I was studying a particular rook endgame, rook and pawn versus rook. I studied it for something like a couple of days. Then I was showing to my students. And you know what happened next, Alessia? 1 week later, I went to European Team Chess Championships. And in one of the most important games of my career, fighting for the final GM norm, I got exactly the same position. I was showing to my students a week ago. You could feel I was so excited. I know everything about this position.
Did you refund your student?
I told everybody, my students, this is how you do it, right? So, and I just blitzed it out. I just blitzed it out over the board, and obviously I won the game and I got my final GM norm. So study the endgames. You never.
1 second, 1 second. I think something incredible happened in Gukesh board. Oh my God! Don't tell me.
What happened there?
Don't tell me. King b2. Appears like something. This king is not safe on b2. There might be a queen a8, and then queen a3. And then maybe there is a perpetual check.
Where's the perpetual check? I just queen c2. Queen b2 always covers the check. It's okay. I mean, maybe it's still not the most precise victory, but I don't see any perpetual check.
Are you saying the chat debated me one more time?
Yeah.
I had to interrupt Arthur.
I mean, maybe they're still going from +5 to +2.
Okay.
No, I think he's still fine.
Thank you, Arthur. So I think we can stick to this endgame, and maybe should we go for it?
Right. I'm just gonna find this position in the Dvoretsky endgame manual. I know it's here. I know it's here. Well, there you go. Dvoretsky endgame manual, 4th edition, page 250. You want to know everything about this endgame? Open it right now. It's right there.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same position. It's exactly the same position. So I have it right here in the book, right? And if you have any questions about how to play this out, everything is discussed in this book, right? I mean,
can you show the book, Arthur? Yeah, let's go.
This is the book. Yeah, this is the book. Yeah, study it. Study it. Page 250. Everything is discussed about this, the technique, rook g7, rook g5, king h6, king g4, etc. I even made a video actually about it at some point. So very nice.
Oh, and here we go. Wow. By the way, Prague, impressive technique there. Giving a check on g7. Look at this. Look at this. The opponent is just staring at him. I saw Sindarov staring at Prague, and he thinks, oh no, man.
But Sindarov knows this. Sindarov knows this. I mean, look at this. He played bishop f5 to force black to play, to force white to play h4. He knows the same game. He should remember that this is losing. He should remember technique. And I think what he's trying to figure out right now, what is the most annoying way to pose problems? This is not trivial at all.
And king f8. And so now the last move remaining that we need to see is the move. Rook g3 probably?
Yeah, rook g3 looks very secure. h4 is of course still winning.
Is rook g4 winning?
What? Rook g4?
Rook g4. How is this a fun endgame? It's winning, no? Yeah, it's winning.
Yeah, it's winning.
Rook
g4, by the way, it's not in the book, but it works.
Okay, rook g4 is novelty.
Because this position is with the pawn on h4. Having the
okay.
pawn on h3 helps white. It's an extra tempo you can use. A rook g4 is a resource. Can we try to pull it on the board, by the way? Rook g4, and let's say black plays king f7. You play rook f4, king f6, h4, and that's it.
Zhuang, because if king e5,
King g5, that's it. The king is cut off. You need to cut off the king. So it's all about cutting off the king. And let's show maybe where Prague doesn't want to go at all. So imagine yourself, instead of this rook g7 check.
Mm-hmm. So king f8, rook g3.
Yeah. Now, instead of rook g7 check.
Okay.
Let's say I play h4, h4, bishop d3, h5, which is a huge blunder.
Ah, look at the bars screaming like crazy.
Yeah, bishop e4, rook g7, king f8, draw, rook g5, and now obviously you can't escape the king. Now I go with the bishop, bishop b1, and if you play rook g4, king g5, I go with the king to the corner, and that's a draw.
Mm-mm. If you play like rook b5,
No, it's a draw. You keep the bishop on that diagonal. King g5, you have to keep this bishop on this diagonal. It's very vital. It's very vital. Never go to a2, g8 diagonal. It's losing. I already showed this. Maybe I can show you the technique, by the way. Bishop a2. Yeah, then you play king g6. Even if the king's in corner, it's losing.
I know king g8 will run into a main. So you
Yeah,
have
okay,
to move back
you
the
don't even
bishop,
get
bishop c4. Just rook b8, king moves, and then you push and baby, no?
Right. No, but I think, Alessa, this game is not going to finish anytime soon. This is very tricky. Gukesh is like trying to remember. Maybe he was shown this something like 5 years ago. No, you need to figure it out. You need to remember. There's a good chance.
But I mean, he did so many progresses, honestly. I mean, the king is already cut off on f3, and now he went with the rook on g3. So the only remaining things is to bring the king out, no, to turn with the rook. So now to play something like rook g5 and then get out with the king, no?
Yes, yes. So rook g5 is just winning on the spot. What do you do? This is on the board, right? Rook g5, that's it. Wait, yeah, rook g5. Wait a second. Look at this. Rook g5, bishop d1. So you want to stop king h5. Now I play king g6. I want to cut off your king. What do? You go king g8, right? Yeah. Now I play rook c5. I'm threatening with a mate. And that's it.
King f8?
And you're cut off. I mean, I play rook c8, king e7, king g7, cut off the king, h-pawn, promote.
And goodbye.
Rook f8, whatever.
Are you saying that Prague is just one move from winning?
Yes.
Oh my God.
He's one move from winning. He needs to know this. I mean, if he knows the technique, rook g5, it's very critical. King g5 is not messing up, but king g5 allows the black king get to the corner. Again, maybe we have to go back to the same endgame. So let's say king g5. Can we?
You want now king g5?
I mean, it's a mistake. I just want to show why it's a mistake. King g5, king g7, and whatever, king h5 or king f4, you go king h8.
Oh, whatever. Okay.
Right. And now, if the bishop remains on the b1, h7 diagonal, this is with a pawn on h3, with a pawn on h4, it's winning. With a pawn on h5, it's a draw. If the bishop leaves the diagonal, what wins? I mean, either way, it's winning. Just don't play h5.
Chat, there's an incredible trust in Praggnanandhaa technique. They write, is 2700. He will find it. The facts, guys, are that he has 11 minutes on the clock to find the technique with rook g5, bringing the king out behind the rook, keeping the rook there on g5 to cut the king off. And then, just then, you can start to push the pawn. Arthurs, I think Prague will take some time here, so it's time to have a very quick break. Then, of course, we will be back. We'll not move away from this board. Praggnanandhaa will find or not the best move, Rook G5.
Yep, see you.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. Entering as the favorites, Team USA has suffered multiple dramatic disappointments so far. Will they have what it takes to finish strong and keep their medal hopes alive? While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome back, guys. We are back, and I'm so excited to go through the last moments of this round 10. I'm Alessia Santerum with the FIDE Master, and I'm today always with the Grandmaster, Artur Snikshan.
Namaste, dosto. Again, we are happy to be back. And, I'm looking at the match of Team India 2 against Uzbekistan. The only thing I can say, it's the nerves. It's the nerves, right? Because Gukesh got a winning position against Abdusattorov. Now, it's already not so clear because suddenly Black is incredibly active. And the question is even Gukesh winning here? And I have a feeling that they're like, looking at each other, right? I mean, Gukesh is looking at Pragg, and maybe Pragg is looking at Gukesh. I mean, are you going to do the job because now I can just make the draw and just seal the deal for our team? And no, I mean, suddenly Gukesh's position is somehow equal, and Pragg has to make a very difficult mathematical decision to pick up this victory. As long as his pawn remains on h3 and h4, he's winning. If the pawn goes to h5, he has misplayed it.
Wow, we will see what will happen there. Pragg has really few minutes to think and find out the solution. We will come back there in a second. In this position, there is a check, and so White has basically a few ways to cover this check. Either knight to e4, knight e4, okay, or king c1, but knight e4 has been played. And now queen a7, the queen is suddenly approaching another side of the board. I see queen f2 or queen g1 could be an option, and suddenly the pawn on g2 is weak. Is Pragg having even chances to lose this game? I don't know. I'm scared here.
Yeah, and the bar is merciless. So apparently there's just no victory anymore. And apparently what Gukesh did, he chose the wrong plan. And it's not working anymore. His plan was get the king to the queen side and win the pawn on b4. It didn't work. Abdusattorov didn't resign, didn't give up, continued to fight, and at the moment it's heading to a miraculous escape.
Yeah, and this is insane because now the pawn is under attack, and I see already check on f1, check everywhere, and the queen needs to cover up. If you don't want to hang the pawn on g2, and if you hang that pawn, then Black is winning. And so after queen f1, queen e2, yeah, queen c2. Now I see already. Is queen f1 already leading to a perpetual?
I don't know, because you need to watch out for the white king is escaping king d4, king d5. This is, I think, what Gukesh wants to do, right? You want to escape from these checks. Queen g1, king d5. I mean, king is a piece, right? I mean, why not? Bishop e6, king c6. Why not? Looks good.
But imagine the queen staying safe on c2 and the king running towards c5. That's beautiful. Guys, this is not over. Let's go to see what is happening with Mamedyarov here, playing against Sargissian. This very difficult knight and pawn endgame. It appears like right now Sargissian has secured the possibility to enter, to create a pass pawn. Is this completely winning? Let's see. After pawn take, king takes. This is a pass pawn. And the problem here, I think, is that this knight needs to protect the pawn on h4. And what Mamedyarov played here is the move knight to e1. This means that there is another free cheese macaroni on h4.
Yeah, this looks really good for Sargissian. However, I think what Shahryar is aiming for, he tries to trade off all the pawns so that his plan is somehow, obviously, d pawn goes for the pawn and give away the knight for the remaining pawns. So with so little material on the board, I would say that I wouldn't completely write off Shahryar's chances here. But should be winning, yeah. Should be winning for black.
Absolutely. And as we see the result already of Team Armenia, they are already leading 1.5. So this might be a very strong, decisive victory.
And Durabali against
Sargissian.
Petrosian, again, huge game.
This is the current position of board 3. The queen are about to get exchanged. I think white to move. White has the opportunity to change the queen, but Durabali might say, no, I cannot let this happen. Then the endgame would be, if we change the queen, this endgame.
It's just a draw. It's just a draw. 94, force black to do something, trade off the pawns. Although, by the way, how do you trade off the A pawn for the B pawn? Because
yeah,
if
honestly,
gone. Oh wait, just take with the knight on B6. That's it, wrong corner. It's really so simple. Just take on B6. Knight takes on B6, maybe you can show it on the board. This is inevitable. Put the knight on D5 or D7, knight of 8 or whatever. Take the knight on B6, give up the pawns, king H1, and black has a beautiful bishop and the pawn, but unfortunately,
okay, not there, sorry.
You can't find a way to give away the bishop.
I found a way.
All right.
And now it's double base draw. Is a club. But I think that white, if we see the match situation, we see that white needs to fight for a win here. If not, it's over. I mean, maybe it might. Oh no, they already made a draw. I think he already understood that there is not much to do here today, as Mamedyarov can just make a draw.
And you look at the body language of Shak, looking at that game finishing, he knows the game is over. Match is over. That's it. I mean, very unfortunate day for Team Azerbaijan, and also Shahryar is not going to be the hero of the team to save it. They're already trailing behind, and he's sitting in a hopeless position with no chance to fight back. So at the moment, Team Armenia is set to beat Azerbaijan 3-1.
In the meantime, we have no update whatsoever from Praggnanandhaa. It has 5 minutes on the clock, and I mean, we are waiting. I want to show you the last few moves, guys. They were just rook moves. It was rook g7, king f8, and now rook g3. Move, bishop moves. Rook g2, bishop e4, rook moves. The rook is moving on the g5, but it seems like Praggnanandhaa is not finding the right way. The position might have repeated already 2 times. So now you need to be careful. 5 minutes remaining. It's clear that no matter what chat thinks, you might hear Praggnanandhaa is not 100% sure about the right technique. He's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, let me try to remember the technique. So let's try rook g5 again. So rook g5, king h5, king g4, that's the big idea. So bishop d1, we can discard. Bishop d1, king g6 wins. No, Prag, don't touch the h-pawn. Okay, h4, that is slightly in the wrong direction. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this move, but you don't want to put it on h5.
Oh my God.
This is scary.
I agree, but probably he had to do this now because he knows that if he doesn't do it, you might repeat the position twice.
Okay, let me show you the technique. Let's try again. Rook g5.
Yes.
Rook
So
g5.
we have h4. With h4?
I just, for the sake of the technique, this h5, h4 doesn't really change anything.
Yes.
So h4, bishop, king f7. Okay, here we go.
Sorry, mouse slip.
Rook d5. Now, if you play bishop d1, then it's king g6, king f6. Yeah, and here king g8, by the way, loses, do it again, rook c5. And that's it. So it's winning. There's no check on c2, rook c8 is killing. You cut off, you're pushed out of the corner. So you gotta do that. Let's go back. Let's go back. Yeah, so rook g5, king f6. But if king f6, I play rook g2, rook f2, I cut off your king. This is very important. So there's no king g8 go back. So black gonna do that. And if I remember correctly, it was everything about the placement of the bishop. It's just lacking squares. Let's go back a move before. And if you play bishop b1, now this is the critical moment.
Oh my God.
Alessia, bishop b1. Now you play king h5. Do you see where the bishop is standing? There's no check on d1. That's the idea.
I think I want to jump really at the live board because some we have some update, and look at this. Look at this. The king, the bishop, he left the g5 with the rook. Now he's going back, and the king is again on g8, and the king is coming back. This is really not a good sign. The king is back on f7. And now you would have the move rook g5, but if rook g5, attention, he gave a check again on g7.
He found it. Wait. King f6 is rook g1, and what about king f8? King f8. You have to play rook g5. You have to play rook g5. I mean, king f8 is the only move. King f6, rook g1 kills the game. So king f8 only move here. Rook g7 check. King f8. So what I can see from the camera, Sindarov knows this endgame. Prague, maybe not. So if he doesn't know, he has to figure it out, and it's a tough one to figure it out. So king f6 is killing the game immediately. Again, rook g1, right? And you cut off the king. Rook f1 check or whatever. I mean, rook f1 or any check on that file is impossible to stop. So let's say rook g1, king f8. Yeah, king f8, you have to do it. And now the big question: does Prague know rook g5? h5 is a horrific blunder. You can't do that. It's immediately theoretical draw. Rook g5, king h5. This is the maneuver.
And if bishop c2 again, we have
all right.
h5,
he knows.
Check.
He played it.
It's on the board. It's on the board. It's on the board, guys.
He's done it.
Rook
That's it.
is on
He's
g5.
He knows. So king f7, king h5. There's no check on d1. So Prague's done it. That's it.
And
he
Prague
knows.
is also standing up, showing, man, I found it.
But wait, they still might have to test this endgame, Alessia, after king f7. I'm sorry, not king f7, but bishop c2.
Yeah, bishop c2, king h5, bishop d1, king g6.
Right, king g6, king g8, king h6.
Wait,
right
not
here.
rook c5. You have.
I'm sorry, yeah, rook
me...
c5. Yeah, but now I wonder how do you even get the bishop on g8, because that was pretty instructive way to win. If you get the king on h8 on bishop on g8, white is winning, but you need to know really precisely. And there's always this check: rook h7, king g8, and cutting off the bishop. Can we? Okay, maybe we don't have the time to that. So let's focus on the live game.
I think we want to see what is going on in the live game. So rook g5 is finally on the board.
Huge moment.
Huge moment, indeed. And now, whew.
I think I'm sorry, Sindarov slightly rushed with this. Where was this? Let's go. I move back with this automatic again move before. But it's leading to the same, right? King f. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. King f8 or king f7, it's the same. No, it makes no difference.
Yeah.
So rook g7, pushing away the king. Rook g5. Now king h5 is a big threat. So now he knows. Yeah, if the bishop leaves the long diagonal, if the bishop leaves the b1 h7 diagonal, he's lost. So by far, I think it's already quite clear that Sindarov has studied this endgame. Prague maybe has done it a long time ago, but he has figured it out.
Absolutely. And this shows that he probably has studied. We don't know when. Could have been 5 years ago. Could have been 2 years ago. Could be 1 week ago. Probably not. But he has studied it. But when you are bored, it's another story. You needed time to figure it out exactly how to do it. And now this move rook g5 shows that he has figured it out. The king is now getting out through h5 g4. And the idea is that the rook is keeping the king cut off so that the king cannot in any way stop anymore the h pawn. And that's why, as we said before, if you just tune in, this endgame would be a draw if the pawn would be on h5, as the king doesn't have any way to get out without allowing black king to get back on h8.
It's actually pretty instructive. I mean, how it's even a draw with this pawn on h5, and so that's why I was slightly scared when Prague touched the h pawn, right? Because that's slightly the wrong way. I mean, I would love to capture on h3, but of course, with the pawn on h4, it's still winning. It's just might give you the wrong ideas because h5 push is so natural, and it's so wrong.
And I think Sindarov has 32 minutes on the clock. He's taking some time to think. So let's switch a bit to the female section. We have a game going on that is very interesting. Actually already finished, but we can cover it on because Koneru Ampi, won this game with this pawn endgame in a beautiful style. Look at this. Okay, she was an exchange up actually, and then she converted it into a pawn endgame, giving away the rook, and now she's taking the free pawn, and that's over.
A crushing result, 3 in the cup against half a point against your direct competitor for the gold. Wow.
But that's really huge. Kazakhstan completely dominated by India today, and they're going to take the lead. This is mean if we can have the standings of the female, the women's section, this will be huge. I mean, the women's section is really close. We have seen that there are, you see here, Poland, India, Kazakhstan, and Georgia all at 15 points. But of course, India beating in such a classy way Kazakhstan means that India goes to 17 points and takes the lead. Now the question is, who between Georgia and Poland is winning? Let's go to see. Yeah, there is just one game remaining. We know that Poland is leading the match with the score of 1.5 to, sorry, 2-1. And this is the only game remaining. Now, will Monika Sochko be the hero and secure a draw with the white pieces? It's not an easy one. It's not an easy endgame. Black has 2 pieces for it. No, sorry, 1 knight and 1 pawn right now for the rook.
Incredibly high stakes game. So black has to win this to tie the match. Sochko has to make a draw with white.
We need to jump immediately to Mamedyarov because I think that there is a result. We will come back to this endgame. And here we go. This is another decisive match. After the move 91, black went with the move e4. And now the pawn is falling. Well, not yet, but knight g4. And the pawn will fall soon enough. And actually, Sargissian says, I don't even need that pawn. And he went with the knight on f4. And now,
knight e3, king h4, 2 extra pawns. Just technically winning. So that's why Mamedyarov had to resign. And it's official, right? I think all the games are finished. Team Armenia beat Azerbaijan 3-1.
That's really huge. So with this result, we can come back to this position and see that Nino made a move. Knight of 3. Knight of 3.
It's such a mess, a cluster of pieces. It's even quite difficult to figure out what's going on. But if white needs a draw, it's a good idea to trade off all the pawns, I guess.
Look, the level of focus from the live camera feeds we see. We can perceive how important this game is. The 2 players are looking, staring at the board and not be distracted in 1 more second, even if it's white to move.
Right. So if I'm white, again, as I said, I want to trade off all the pawns. If I'm black, I want to push forward that d pawn. d5, d4, d3, d2, queen. How do we do that?
That's a good
Can
question.
I get the king closer? King g2.
King G2.
Because the king on h3 is not doing anything. Let's say you play d5.
Knight moves
By the way-
away. Oh, wait. I'm
No, knight
having
e6
a
is
knight.
not a check. It's not a check. So something like knight e5, maybe?
Knight.
Oh,
Knight b6.
Knight b6, okay, bishop a5. Or knight g1, king g1, bishop a5. Once those pawns are going to march forward. You know, I think it's actually more likely that black are going to win this than white is going to draw, to be honest,
Yeah.
my opinion. Because
I agree.
somehow white's pieces are disconnected. The knight on c4 barely holds the pawn on a5. d5 is incoming. So black's plan is simple. d5, d4, d3. Snatch the pawn on a5. Beautiful knights on f3, f5. The bishop on g1 for white is doing what? Of course, white has an exchange, but maybe something. I mean, king g2 is very human.
And
So king g2, d5, whatever happens there. But I got a word, by the way, Alessia, that something incredibly crazy is going on in Iran match against Team India 1. Parham Aksadlo has sacrificed something against Pentalakar Krishna.
All right, let's go to the current position. And here we are. Look at this. Maksutlu with 4 pawns versus a 9. And this is really a lot of pawns. For sure, Parham is the one fighting for the GG here.
Okay, now the big question. What do
I
you
want
think
to
is the
see the
question, Alessia?
sacrifice shortly.
Knight g6.
Look at
Oh,
this.
that's nice. Trade off piece for 3 pawns. But the big question, Alessia, what do you think it is? Is this winning?
Well, I don't know if he's winning, but I know that white can push all the pawns, especially the h pawn. I would try to push. I would try h5, h4, h5, h6. How is black stopping this? Because I feel like that if you keep the pawn on f4, e5, these pawns are really covering also your king. Instead, the h pawn can basically run without any issue. But
Right.
still, you have to be careful. I mean, the pawn on f4 is weak, and it's easy that white can attack it twice with knight e2, queen d2, queen d4, and also if we exchange the queen, if we exchange the queen, then it's easy.
If you trade the queens, it should be a win. Should be a win, right? Because, I mean, 3 pawns against a knight, I think it's a theoretical draw. But of course, the stronger side is trying. 4 pawns, I have a feeling is going to be too much.
Yeah, I
How
agree.
do you trade queens? It's queen d6, the pawn might be lost. So it's not very obvious.
No, just in case, I was pointing out.
I think let's just put it this way. Maybe somehow black is miraculously holding, but in practice, white is always winning.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going on in the other board of Team India? Because the score is 1.5 against half a point.
So Vidic won, and then let's try to find. So Eric Geis is probably not playing today. I need to see who else is in. So, yeah, here we have the team matchup. So
Eric
Eric
Geis is
Geis
playing
made
against
a
Lidani.
draw. And so
He
we have
played a draw.
Narayanan.
Right.
And here we see. So there is just one board remaining. Okay,
No,
together
4
with
boards. Yeah, 2 boards remaining. 2 boards. So it's Maksudlo against Hare Krishna and Dhanaswar against Narayanan.
But Narayanan is doing very well here. He has an extra pawn, a very dominant position. The only problem is you don't have a pass pawn. But I must say, this king on g8, oh my god.
Right.
And now, it's time for us. What is your impression, just to say, how to win this game?
Obviously, the queens need to be traded at some point. But the thing is, if you're going to do it early, the black king is going to escape the corner. King f8, king e8, king d7, king c6, and maybe it's just a draw. So it's important to have the king very close. So I want to play queen b8 when I have the king on d5. And that's where's the problem. If I bring the king to d5, my king is becoming a target for perpetual checks. Now, by the way, there's a major development in Prague's game against Sindarov. The question is, if we jump in very quickly, has Prague figured out the move king h5? Because king f7, that's it. One move, king h5, is super, super critical. Does Prague know this?
And
King
we
h5,
can
king
see,
g4.
You can see both players. Ooh, he's going with the end. Oh, the king is going. Ooh,
That's
the
it.
king
He
was
has
already
done it.
played. King h5. Look at
He's
this.
done it.
King
Team India is going to win. Unless, of course, Gukesh is going to misplay it somehow, this amazing game. Wow.
This is already on the board. King f6
Whoa,
and
whoa,
king
whoa,
g4. And now the king is cut off. And what is the rest part of the technique? Can you now push the pawn without any problem?
Yeah, now you can safely push it now that the king is cut off.
Can you play, so bishop c2 is played. Can you play h5? If bishop d1, you go with the king on h4, right? Now bishop c2, you play h6. Bishop h7. Rook g7. Bishop f5.
And any
No?
move, rook a7, that's it.
a7?
Yeah, a7,
and then
h7 is
push.
next. That's the thing. I mean, Prague is gonna do it. He has figured it out. I think. I mean, he's not gonna misplay from here because the hardest part is over. The king is on a4. However, I'm looking at what is Gukesh doing. There's total madhouse now happening. White did take, black did take the queen takes on g2. This is not super obvious to me anything at all, right? I mean, Gukesh is slightly losing control of this game. This is nerves, just completely nerves. So he has to see. He has to see that Prague is doing the job. Prague is going to do it, right? So this is the moment when you don't over push it. Just secure a draw. Very critical moment. And also for Abdusattorov, he needs to now play for the win.
Yeah, and this is scary because now might be white that needs to give a perpetual check. And then move knight g5 seems like you're really going for it. Queen e8, queen g5 is basically secured. You need to watch out also for the move f6, but then you might, okay, let's see, let's make a move. Bishop takes a3.
And queen e8 should be sort of a mate, no? Have a feeling.
King g7.
Queen f7, king h6. You're saying there's no mate?
Well, if you give her h7, I take your knight even. And then, I don't know, if you give mate, maybe black then is winning even.
So if I give a mate, there's no mate, yeah?
Wow.
No, I have a feeling that Gukesh will have to force a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, for the team, whatever, misplayed it happens, right? It wouldn't be the first time, not the last time, and somebody misplays a winning position. And clearly it's the nerves. Maybe it's fatigue, because for Gukesh, it's also the 10th game in a row. Also for Abdusattorov, they're just playing non-stop. And even this happens even to the very best. And at the wrong moment, the experience reminds of itself. I mean, the lack of experience, right?
And here we see the team scores of the top 5 board of the open section. Already, Armenia won against Azerbaijan, and a draw between the Netherlands and Serbia. USA also won in a very nice way against Turkey. So last match remaining is India 2 versus Uzbekistan and India versus Iran.
Right. Maybe we still have some other matches going on. Maybe let's check some notable matchups. By the way, look at that. Team Norway loses again. This time against Moldova. What is going on with Team Norway in this Olympiad?
Yeah, this is not just, today also Carson made a disappointing draw in a way. Made draw against a player, an international master, still very strong player, 25 rated. But of course, the difference of rating between
Prague wins. Prague wins. It's official. India 2 takes the lead. So that is the official result. Prague has managed to outplay Sindarov. There you see, there's the resignation. Players just left it. This means second team of India is taking the charge to take over the lead in Olympiad. And what does it mean for Gukesh? Are you going to try to play it for the win? Or you're going to try to play for the draw, secure the victory for the team, and maybe take down sensational gold medals? And also, it's a message to Abdusattorov. I have to fight it on. I have to keep the game going.
They load the photographer. And here we go immediately back. Board 1. This is the major match. Now, all the attention is on board 1. Incredible that Gukesh had a very promising position. And now, the things have changed. All the other games are finished. And we know that Abdusattorov needs to win this game. But is this possible?
What just happened?
There is now a check on E8. I can see there is a check on E8. So I think that Gukesh is going for the draw. I think Gukesh. I cannot see the move played by Black. Oh, F6 is on the board. F6 and now Queen E8. This is what we have. This is the current position. And I think that there is a forced draw. After King G7, Queen, Queen F6?
I don't see a forced draw. Do you see?
Queen E6, Knight H6, and you have Knight F7. Yes, this is what is happening. And on the board, we have Queen E6. Queen E7 is on the board. Sorry, Queen E7.
Right. King H6.
Now King H6, and there is Knight F7.
Knight F7. I go King H5. Where's the draw?
Help me.
I don't know. I don't know. And I think Abdusattorov is fighting on. So something which started as an absolutely terrible game, now Gukesh is the one who wants to draw. And now Abdusattorov doesn't want to draw. By the way, don't play Queen F6. Queen B2. Oh, that would be a big trouble. So don't do that.
But we're sure that he's not gonna take there because this would be too bad. And okay, here we have the current position. Voila. So here we are.
I mean, normally it should be a draw somehow. But Abdusattorov is fighting on. But where's the draw, by the way?
Chat says Queen E3 after King H5. Queen E3, threatening mate.
I think I found a draw.
Play?
Alessia, I found a draw. Yes, Queen E3, G5. So you need to stop the mate. Queen E8, threat is Queen H8. Queen D2 check. Or whatever, check. King C5. Queen D7. Queen H8. King G6. And apparently there's no mate. But you don't need a mate. Queen G8, Queen H8, Queen H8. Draw. Is this easy?
We'll see. Well, Gukesh played something. Let me see. We have already... Let's see if we can get a preview from the live camera feeds. If we can put it bigger.
Gukesh is in dangerous waters here.
Oh my god, Gukesh went with the king on C5, trying to run away. Oi, 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 he didn't go for
Mamma
queen.
mia, no, just a second. This is having a major turn. I mean, this Queen E3, Queen E8, apparently, according to the dear viewers, was the only move. Now, everything else is just worse.
Gukesh has been the hero of India too so far. He's won all his game and draw, and he made a draw yesterday against Mamedyarov. Will today confirm to be the hero and still secure the draw here?
But
or is he going?
He is only 1 minute and 25 seconds. I mean, the unthinkable is happening here. He had the third technically winning position. Team India would have sealed the job. Now queen x on f3. Is this the absolutely incredible comeback by Team Uzbekistan? This is the fight for the gold medals in the Olympiad.
Yeah, this is insane. He is not going for queen d3 that would have protected the pawn and threatened mate. And now, according to our engines, the things are getting unclear. Queen take f3 is the move on the board. And now, there is no draw anymore. Queen d3 is no longer possible. But maybe queen take f6. And then queen h8. And the pawn is captured. Yes, this we see. Gukesh has very few time. Queen e3 check should be on the board. Let's put this on the board before they are updated. Okay, here we are. Current position is here. The pawn was captured on
it's
d4.
A race. It's a race of the pawns, and after bishop takes on h3, both sides have passed pawns, and black has the bishop, which covers a lot of squares. There's not a mate. Now, this is 3 results game, Alessia. Not where you want to be. I mean, the nerves are getting the better of Gukesh. I mean, this is absolutely crazy moment here.
And look at the time, 1 minute 50 seconds on the clock for Gukesh. That's he needs to secure a draw. And look, the pawn was captured also on h3. And now, as you said, 3 game results is a race. Which pawn will be faster? One thing that is in favor of Gukesh is that the knight teams up in such a good way with the queen when he's about to attack the king. Will this be enough? Because the pawn on h4 is very dangerous.
Right, and how do you even continue? Maybe queen g7, queen h7 check. I mean, try to bother the king, but what is really critical difference here? It's the clock. It's the clock. I mean, Gukesh is down on 1 minute and 20 seconds. He doesn't have time. Abdusattorov has 9 minutes here. This is another drama. And this time, Gukesh is on the wrong side because he was easily winning, having a great position. Then, apparently, it was drawish. Was the ambition? Were the ambitions taking a toll here? Did he really badly wanted to win? Did he not know the score? What is going on in the match? Did he not have a peek that Prague is winning?
Sometimes things, there is a move on the board, 95, by the way. Sometimes things are going from a psychological point of view to be very hard. And I think Gukesh knows that he was completely winning and he still wants to win this game. But sometimes you have to accept what happened. The move played is knight e5. Here we have. And sometimes you have to accept and you need to reset and say, okay, I threw there. And to say, now it's a draw. I have to take it for the team. But sometimes it's so hard to take decision in so few time. Also, you saw the situation with Prague. Does Prague find the technique? Does Prague not find the technique? Not clear. And then is suddenly in this situation where nothing is clear anymore.
One thing we also have to account for is the psychology, because Gukesh knows he's treading dangerous waters here. The position which was risk-free, technically winning for him, right after the opening, couple of moves, he would have sealed the deal. He continued to misplay it, then he got to a draw, misplayed it. Now it's a worse position already. And what does it do to your mind? It's incredibly difficult to be in this position because you feel your game is slipping away.
There is a move made, king on h5. No, queen d2 check. Queen d2 check.
Queen d2 check. I guess you move forward.
Yeah, king b5 probably.
King b5, king a3. What do you choose? I guess king b5 instinctively.
That is so scary. I can see the clock, the actual clock, and I see that there is 0. There is a 0. So we know for sure that Gukesh is under 1 minute. Now, it might be, yeah, I see also a 3 now. So 30 seconds, about 30 seconds. Now he made a move or not yet? Not yet. It's about 20 seconds. I see the 2 now.
I mean, it's the nerves. It's the nerves. I mean, again, incredibly difficult to stay calm in this position. So, king b5, king a3. What's it going to be? Clock is ticking. 37 seconds. King b5 is on the board.
Wow. There is literally the reflex of the light on the clock. And so he's hiding what is the time situation right now. I don't know if it's the camera, the light of the camera, the lights of the chest on the board, but whatever it is. There is a reflex there that is a bit hiding the situation on the clock. But one thing that is big and clear is the 0. Gukesh has less than 1 minute on the clock. 42 seconds.
Bishop d7. Where do you go? King c5, king b6. The h pawn is now free to run forward. Also, let's not blunder the queen g6 mate threat.
Where is he going with the king? Few seconds remaining, down to 20 seconds.
There's a glare on the camera I'm not seeing. King c5 instead is played by Gukesh.
Wow. I think he moved with less than 10 seconds. That's incredible. That's literally incredible. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Or maybe, oh, yes, for Team Uzbekistan fans, because this is also very, very important match for them. To remind you, the overall rankings is Team Uzbekistan who is leading against second team of India by 1 match point. Since the second team India is leading 2-1 thanks to the victory of Praggnanandhaa. Here, the unthinkable is about to happen because Abdusattorov has managed to turn around the tables and now he's looking towards not only secure a draw in the match, but also keep the lead in the tournament.
Yeah, I read somebody in chat wrote their legs are synchronized. Yes, guys. The situation here is something really tense. They are nervous and they know that they are playing the most important game probably of this Olympiad.
Now, who has the best nerves? Another or Gukesh? Now, this is where you have to show some extra quality because such moments define great players. How do you handle them?
The psychological pressure is all on Gukesh here. He knows that he needs to secure the draw. On the other side, no matter what is the result, losing is bad. It's never funny. But saying it in a very practical sense doesn't change making a draw or losing this game. Abdusattorov is going for a big all-in in this game and is trying to save and be the hero of his country for fighting for the gold medal in this Olympiad.
Queen e3 check, great move. Because now white cannot play king. King d6 due to queen and b6.
And here we have the check. The king might go back to b4. Do we have some kind of repetition?
King b4, and then black needs to do something about the mate threat on g6. My guess, bishop f5, and h pawn runs forward.
Yeah,
Gukesh is down the last seconds. No, he made a move. King b4, yeah?
Yeah, he made a move. He made a move.
Bishop f5 is on the board.
Bishop f5 is on the board.
You know, Alessia, once that h pawn is gonna run forward,
King h8 check.
it's bad news for white.
Yeah, king g5 is basically the only move. Well, there is also king h6. I want to ask chat, guys, do you want Team India or Team Uzbekistan to win?
Queen
Queen
h6.
h6. And now we have queen d8, I think. Yes, the queen is on d8.
Now, do you push forward the pawn? h3, do you want to do it? This is it. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Another day, another round, another drama. We just can't live without it. I mean, they just can't play a simple, normal match and just finish it in a first time control. No, of course, it goes to the second time control. A lot of blunders, a lot of drama. They're human beings, and that's why we love chess.
Absolutely. And now the situation, the time is ticking. And there is a move. We have a new move going on. Or not yet.
And of course, Abdusattorov
Now the
also
move.
is nervous. Queen G7. Great
Queen
move.
G7.
I guess the threat was Queen D1 check. He's securing the king. King H6, King H7.
Is Gukesh going to start pushing his C5 pawn? He needs to do something, because if not, the pawn on H5 is too fast reaching the first rank, and this will be big problems, big drama there. I see that many in the chat were cheering for, there are many people in the chat that have a clear opinion, India or Uzbekistan, but also some people literally don't care, like Bigfoot, that is cheering for Netherlands.
Who is the Bigfoot?
Is Big, our producer, the boss of producing.
The boss. All right. After Queen G7, what's the move? What's the move for white to make?
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
The clock is ticking. Queen D5? What do you do? I mean, what do you do? I mean,
Oh
Queen
my
D5,
God.
Queen D4, what do you do here?
Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
Gukesh
look,
must be totally going nuts here. I mean, what's going on in this game? Knight F3 instead is played.
and he's
Rather
going
than-
with the knight on F3. And attention, there is a fork on the board.
Oh,
my
goodness,
God.
Gukesh blunders a piece. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, look at his devastation. Look at his...
Unbelievable.
Look at
Poor
him.
Gukesh, and what a comeback by Abdusattorov. Queen B7 collects the knight. You can see the pain in the face.
That's incredible. And he doesn't have any second on the clock. I think his time is gone. Is going to be over.
Oh, wow. This is not where you want to be right now. Despite the fact you had 8 out of 8, 8 out of 9, but you lose like this in the decisive game, and the game is over. Abdusattorov wins. The most craziest comeback I've ever seen in a
You
very
officially
critical...
You officially flagged. The time is over. We saw Abdusattorov pointing at the clock. The arbiter arrived, and the score sheets got signed. This is
total hard
a
wreck.
huge, yeah.
I mean, Knight F3 would be like a normal move, like threatening Queen G5, Queen H4, if not for Queen B7. You just sit there. I mean, I feel that pain even thousands miles away. He's just sitting there, just trying to understand what the notch just happened there.
Yeah, this is terrible. Gukesh is still sitting. He doesn't want to stand up. He knows what just happened. He knows that this is something that is a big upset for Team India that is just drawing today against Uzbekistan.
Well, big moment also for Team Uzbekistan, right? Who keep the lead, which was such a nervous, hard-fought match. It felt that India too should have done it. They should have won the match, something like 3-1. No, the unthinkable happens, and Uzbekistan somehow manages to weasel out of this lost match, take the draw, and still keep the lead in overall rankings.
Dramatic, but of course, Mamedyarov today will be celebrated in Uzbekistan and all over the world for the fun. For who is cheering for the Uzbekistan team to win? Can we have a short look at the standings? Because guys, Uzbekistan is now leading with the best tie break. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look right now. Okay, this is the standings of the women, but it's okay. Also here, something great is about to happen. Are we going to see the standings soon? Yeah, here we have the standings. Look at this. Uzbekistan with the best tie break. That's something that will be hard to to stop. Even if India is close, it's just 1 point away, but still. This is good news for Team Uzbekistan. Very good news for Team Uzbekistan.
So what's the next match we want to go to?
Well, for sure, we need to see Georgia, Poland. What is happening? This is exactly the game that we want to see. Is this a table-based draw already?
That can't be a table-based draw because I think black is just winning, no?
Maybe it's a table-based win there. So it's black to move. There is a knight and the bishop and the pawn. Arthurs, what do you think? Are we going to see a knight and bishop checkmate here?
Sure, why not? We already got one drama today. We could have another.
Well, I think that after whatever, I think that these players should know how to give checkmate with the knight and the bishop, right?
Yeah, but you still need to get there because I don't think I'm going to easily give up my rook for a pawn just like that. So this is, again, a very critical match between Team Georgia against Poland because Georgian team desperately need this victory with the black color. Stoichkov needs to make a draw. How do you win this? I mean, if I'm going to put the king on b1, king on a2, I'm ready to sacrifice the rook for the pawn and whatever piece. You can have your extra piece. Well done, but it's not enough. So clearly, white needs to trade this pawn somehow for the rook, and then we could witness another example of rook and, knight and bishop checkmate.
By the way, table base says that this game is a draw.
It's a draw?
Yes.
How it's a
Table
draw?
base
I don't
says
believe
that
it.
this is a draw.
How can the table base say such things? I don't believe it.
Let's
I
try with the table
object.
base.
I object. I challenge the table base.
Guys, throw away the table base. Close it. Throw it away. Arthurs doesn't believe it. Yeah,
Well,
the gray bar should be this.
Well, okay, whatever, table base. But still, these are human beings who need to play it out. And unfortunately for white, there's no easy way to make a draw. You give away the rook for the pawn, it's theoretical loss. Give away rook for the knight, it's the right corner for the bishop.
Exactly.
So you just have to sit and wait.
It seems like the a2 square is the best square for the king to be. And might be the point might be that basically you're in the right corner to give checkmate, but you are basically waiting there with the king. And maybe black is not able to organize any checkmate combination because you're always going to give a check with the rook from far away. And then the king is never going to get in the right position as it should. And if you cover up with the pieces are not anymore in position in order to give checkmate. So you can just bring the king to a2 so that the pawn cannot push really any forward. But one idea could also be a5, a4, a3, knight check on c3, and then you're advancing. But maybe even there, it's not clear.
Right. Maybe there's some scenarios, actually, Alessia. Now that I'm thinking, if you have the knight on c3 and the pawn on a2, and I trade the rook for the bishop, that's a draw, right? So imagine yourself, pawn on a2, the knight on c3, and I have the king on a1. You can't really progress. So there might be this scenario, actually. So you play a3, a2, have the knight on c3, king on b3, bishop on b4, and I sacrifice the rook on b4. And there's just no way to progress because there's always the stalemate. I think it's a draw.
So now, can we say that you and the table base are friends again?
No.
No.
Maybe. I don't know.
Rejected.
I don't know. I mean, I love to challenge table bases, of course.
Not even in the friend zone table base. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, the viewers, what do you think? What do you think first? What do you think about the drama we just witnessed at India too, losing the possibility to win the match just like that against Uzbekistan? Tell your thoughts. And also, who do you think is going to prevail in this game? Is it going to be Team Poland securing a double lead in the overall rankings with Team India, or somehow Georgia is going to fight back?
These endgames today are being very exciting and lots to learn with the endgame from Prague with an exchange up and the pawn up, and now another beautiful endgame. And it's a good chance for everyone. Let me ask a question. Guys, if you are now in this situation and somehow it happens that your pawn gets very dangerous and your opponent is sacrificing the rook or the pawn, be honest. Do you think that you are able to give checkmate with a bishop and a knight?
Don't lie.
I say yes. I know how to give this mate. Arthur, do you know how to give this checkmate?
Somehow I know, yes.
Okay.
I'm a grandmaster. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, I know.
Grandmasters are supposed to know.
It appears like Chad knows how to do it. Oh, somebody says no. Tom says no. Wozov says no. Huh? Omar also doesn't know. Alar is laughing about his not knowledge about this checkmate.
Well, this game has a great potential. How many moves is it actually?
So we are right now at move 79, and the last pawn move was played at move 70, but I think it's not really, well, 71, sorry, the last exchange. But I don't think it's really a thing because black at any point can reset the moves and, you know, push the pawn, push him, baby, go for it.
There's a great potential for it to last forever because you can make 49 moves, push forward the a pawn to a4, 49 moves, push forward the pawn to a3.
Yeah, it's incredible.
So, how do you make progress? a4, okay, 50 moves less to worry about.
Well, now we are at move 80, so if the pawn is not pushing forward at move 130, the game is over. Okay, she's just, you know, Monica Sochko is just staying very far away with the rook. I really like this approach. Because like this, you can really mess up with the setup that black would like to create with the pieces in order to give mate.
And at this moment, you start to see ghosts. I notice you start to see, oh my goodness, there's knight c3, a3, king b3. Oh my goodness, maybe I'm getting mated there. Maybe there's no such thing. But,
yeah, but
when you're playing a long
see,
tournament,
I mean, knight c3, the problem is that this bishop is hanging. Right? So after king b2, a3, king, where is the king going? Actually, there's just one move is drawing here, and it's king c2. So actually, this is a very good try. Okay, but let's stick with the current position. So she played h3. Oh my god. So h3, rook g4, knight check, and now she went on a1. And this is losing. Oh my god.
oh, it's losing.
Oh my god, this is losing.
Wait. Rook g4, knight c3.
Knight
king
e2
a1.
is the best move here. Exactly. Oh my god.
Oh
Base.
my goodness, knight e2 check. Well, throw out the table base. I told you it's not good. It's still possible to misplay this. A knight e2 check is on the board. So what happens after king b1? It's king b3, and the rook on g4 is so badly placed you can give a check on the third rank because the knight on e2 conveniently defends the g3 square.
Look at this. Wow, that's huge.
And that's it. Yeah? I mean, how do you play? Because king a2, knight c1 check. This pawn is going to advance somehow. Obviously, a2, a1. This is it.
This is it. But it's taking time. 2 minutes going on.
So what was the
Arthur's
mistake?
versus table base 1-0.
What was the mistake? Rook h4, rook a4. Apparently, rook g4, rook h4 were not very good moves. But
Probably waiting. Waiting was the mistake. Rook h4 was the mistake.
yeah, but where do you put that rook, right? I mean, do you know this position? I don't, right? You don't have prior knowledge about how to play on this game. You have to figure out yourself. Clearly, Monica had the idea she had to wait, do some waiting moves, and she just chose the wrong one.
Yeah, here just rook h1, rook h3, rook h6, or rook h7 are the moves that are making a draw.
And how they're different from rook g4, rook h4 visually.
Oh, you are the grandmaster.
I mean, they're just the same, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
agree.
that's the thing. That's the thing. Again, there's the thing as a practical game. And that being said, Georgia makes a heroic comeback. Georgia wins the game.
Wait, are we going to see still? So what is the combination? So king b1, king b3, rook take d4, and this is just over. There's not even a way to go for a
There's no ideas. Not at
bishop
all.
and knight checkmate, right?
The rook on g4 is so badly placed.
I think we're about to see an end shake then. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but it's of course the heartbreak, which comes on. We saw it already today in Gukesh's game. Stuff like this happens. It happens all the time. That's sport. Maybe luck. I don't know.
This means that India beating Kazakhstan is the sole leader after 10 rounds. Instead, with the victory of Georgia here, the match would end in a draw, and this means that Georgia and Poland would be tied for the second place.
So I think what we will have in the rankings is that India first team is leading by 1 point, and then we have several teams. It's going to be Georgia, it's going to be Poland, it's going to be Ukraine, and I think that's it. There's no other teams.
I think we're about to see the resignation. 15 seconds on the clock. 12 seconds. 11. 10. It's time. 9 seconds. 8.
It doesn't matter.
7.
It's over.
5. 4. 3. And king b1. And
she
no,
loses
too
the
late.
time.
Too late. Too late. Time is over.
Well, congratulations, Georgia. You did it. And of course, my condolences for all of the Polish fans. But this is sport. It happens all the time. And at least there was a lot of action for us to follow. So every single round is a drama. And
Yeah.
it means it's never over until it's over. Like, maybe we jinxed it slightly, Alessia. I feel kind of responsible.
I don't know. I feel responsible. I said it was a table-based draw, and then apparently, yeah, it was a very tough game. I think that we should listen really what Arthur says, because when Arthur says, it's very hard, and you're right. I mean, I'm seeing the table-based, and I say, ooh, should be a draw, but how hard is to make a draw? And of course, this is a new position. I mean, this is not a typical endgame. This endgame you don't find in the Vareski, right, Ardurs?
Yes, absolutely.
And so there is no chance to have it started already, and you have to figure out everything at the chess board. And this is by far not an easy task.
Well, what a day, Alessia. So once again, 2 dramas. For the gold medal, you saw what happened, right? So maybe let's check today's scores in both the women's tournament and in the open tournament. Again, let's rewind what really happened in the penultimate round of the 44th World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India.
So here we can see the women's section results. India dominating against Kazakhstan and securing to be the sole leader of this event. Tomorrow, they will be fighting against who? I don't know. We will see. And tomorrow, is everything open. Because Poland and Georgia with the draw, they are just right behind India. So everything is open. Of course, a victory also from Ukraine, a strong victory, wow, that's huge. 4-0 of Azerbaijan versus Armenia, and also USA won today against Indonesia.
So at least the women team of Azerbaijan took the revenge of the men's team, because in the men's team, when we are going to jump back a bit later, it was Team Armenia winning Azerbaijan. So there's a tie, at least. I mean, you don't get that actually every day, right? I mean, the men's team and women's team, they're facing the same country.
And here we have the other results of team of the women. Also victory for India 2, for Slovakia, for a draw between Bulgaria and Mongolia. Industry won against Sweden, and Hungary won against Italy. Let's go to the men's section. Let's have a recap of what happened there. Here we have the results. India 2, we saw the big drama drawing against Uzbekistan. Armenia winning against Azerbaijan. And USA, Turkey also a comeback for USA. Iran versus India. Did you know how this ended up?
No, not really.
Okay, we will see what happened in that game. And Netherlands versus Serbia, a draw. So what are we expecting for tomorrow?
Yeah, but tomorrow we definitely expect a huge day because it's going to be the final round, and here you see a couple of other interesting results. Among them, not really sure. Team Germany and England scoring important victories before going in the final round. And Team Lithuania again steals a point, this time from France. Yesterday made the draw against Germany. Today it's 2-2 against France. This means this tournament is absolutely unpredictable.
By the way, I've checked, and the game between Maksutlu and Krishna ended up with a victory of Maksutlu. So this means that Iran won against India. Wow, what an impressive day.
All right, maybe not. I mean, there's some technical problems maybe on that. So let's get back on that. But while we are at it, there's still one more round to go. So tomorrow, the action is not going to be the usual time. So mark your calendars. Tomorrow, we're going to have a morning round, 6:30 Central European Summer Times. So set your clocks early in the morning if you're in Europe. For Americans, it's going to be slightly easier because it's 9:30 Pacific time. And you're going to, again, have the only one, Daniel Naroditsky, back in the commentary.
Yeah, that will be amazing. And guys, with the commentary of Danya and Arthurs, we will conclude this Olympiad and we will know who is going to get the gold medal. Will be India? Will be Uzbekistan? Will be USA? Who will be? I don't know. We will discover tomorrow. See you soon. Take care. Thank you so much for watching.
And watch the video.
Today is by far India 2 versus Uzbekistan. We have a big matchup. If one of these teams wins, they are going to put their feet on the first place at one round remaining, and that's huge.
The threshold is declined. You're not going to see an easy draw here. Queen F6. That's a new move. This is super freshly baked opening theory. You don't get to see that anywhere else. And I think that Adhiban has super deep prep here. And you just don't play this randomly. You play it out in one of the most important games of your career.
Adhiban found the crazy tactic, knight take on d4. This is officially a knight sacrifice. I see the chat. Mr. Vayungupta, brilliant move. I agree. This is a double exclamation mark. We have a result, and this is the crazy fourth board of India versus Uzbekistan. Look at the result. This was a crazy game that ended up in a draw. This pawn is not stopping. Look, a6.
It's just such a pleasure to watch him play. And again, to remind you, he's only 16 years old. He's just crushing everybody here. He crushed Caruana, he crushed Sindarov, he crushed Sargissian. 9.5 out of 10. There you go, no problem.
Whatever Gukesh is doing, no matter what, if he's drinking water, if he's not taking a pawn, this is always a giga move. I think that Gukesh conquered the hearts of our audience.
There's going to be a draw offer right here. Watch this. I mean, you see, clearly Sarin is looking in the eyes of his opponent. Who's going to offer the draw? 3 pawns versus 3. The F pawn for the G pawn were traded. The body language of White says, I'm ready to make a draw. I know there's nothing there. I'm just going to find this position in the Dvoretsky Endgame manual. 4th edition, page 250. You want to know everything about this endgame? Open it right now. If the bishop leaves the diagonal, what wins? I mean, either way, it's winning. Just don't play h5. Prague wins. It's official. India 2 takes the lead. Gukesh is in dangerous waters here.
Oh my god, Gukesh went with the king. Oi, oi, oi. He didn't go for
mamma
queen.
mia. Now, just a second. Is this the absolutely incredible comeback by Team Uzbekistan? This is the fight for the gold medals in the Olympiad. What's going on in this game? Knight f3 instead is playing.
And he's going with the knight on f3. And attention, there is a fork on the board. Oh my God.
Yes, blunders a piece. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, look at his devastation. Look at his...
Unbelievable.
Look at him.
Gukesh, and what a comeback by Abdusattorov. Queen b7 collects the knight. You can see the pain in the face.
That's incredible. And he doesn't have any second on the clock. I think his time is gone. Is going to be over.
Oh wow, this is not where you want to be right now. Despite the fact you had 8 out of 8, 8 out of 9, but you lose like this in the decisive game and the game is over. Abdusattorov wins, the most craziest comeback I've ever seen.
He officially flagged, the time is over. We saw Abdusattorov pointing at the clock, the arbiter arrived, and the score sheets got signed. This is
Total
a
heartbreak.
huge, yeah.